Chapter 563. The yellow-robed middle-aged man glanced at the dragon-shaped jade pendant at Xiao Chen's waist. He smiled faintly and said, "I am the organizer of the Five-Nation Youth Competition. What is your name? Do you have a sect?" So, he is the organizer of the Five-Nation Youth Competition. No wonder he has such a high cultivation. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I am Xiao Chen from the Great Qin Nation's Heavenly Saber Pavilion." The yellow-robed middle-aged man thought for a while before saying, "Come with me. I will bring you to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's residence. The arena battles will start in 3 days. You can rest there for the next few days. If you have nothing to do, you can walk around the city." The two of them moved very fast. They leaped over many tall buildings. In a few breaths of time, they arrived at an independent courtyard. There were only a few small rooms in the courtyard. It looked very simple. Although it was simple, it could be described as crude. The yellow-robed middle-aged man explained, "The style of the courtyard is based on the strength of the sect and the performance of the sect disciples in the Five-Nation Youth Competition. If there are no objections, I will take my leave first." Xiao Chen expressed his understanding. In the entire continent, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was not considered a big sect. In the past, they did not have any outstanding disciples. However, in this Five-Nation Youth Competition, he, Xiao Chen, would definitely change this situation. He would not let the descendants of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion live in such a wretched place. Being the first to qualify for the next round had a lot to do with Xiao Chen's choice. People with his strength would have all gone to fight for the seated spot. The inheritors of the 10 great sects, the heirs of the 8 noble clans, and the top sects of the 4 nations surrounded the 10 tallest dragon pillars. The heavenly sword gates Ding Fengqiu, the beast-taming abode Sui Mo, the myriad fiend palaces Mu Xinya, Chu Mu, and the 1,000-sword pavilion Xia Xian were all carefully testing the waters. It was impossible for them to fight to the death with each other in advance. They could only test each other out. Hence, they were even more cautious. They could not decide who would stand on top in a short period of time. The arena battles had 2 elimination rounds. Each round required 20 matches, eliminating 100 people. Only after the 2 elimination rounds could one qualify for the finals. The seeded spot did not need to participate in the first elimination round and could directly enter the second round. This was equivalent to having 20 fewer matches. Naturally, such an advantage made people jealous. The top-seeded contestant had even more benefits. He could skip 2 elimination rounds and directly enter the finals. Apart from that, the seeded player was also a fight for reputation. Simply put, it was a fight for face. Xiao Chen had his own ideas. In his opinion, as long as he handled it well, he wouldn't have to reveal his true strength in the first 20 battles. Moreover, seeded players were more likely to be in the eye of the storm and become the target of others' research. Keeping a low profile would always bring unexpected benefits. The one who had the last laugh would be the real winner. Xiao Chen did not rush into his room to rest. Instead, he leaped onto the roof and sat down to watch the fight for the first seed. Sima Lingxian was the most outstanding genius of the Sima clan in the past few thousand years. He was the undisputed champion of the previous Five-Nation Youth Competition. Xiao Chen was also very curious about what kind of person he was. Surrounded by the 8 beams of golden light, Sima Lingxian arrived before the tallest and largest dragon pillar without any fear. His gaze was fiery and strong self-confidence filled his eyes. It was like the tallest dragon pillar already belonged to him. Aside from him, no one else could stand on it. The first seed was him, Sima Lingxian. This kind of strong self-confidence, coupled with his own strength, made his aura seem extremely terrifying. Regular cultivators would automatically feel inferior with just one glance. If they fought with him, they would lose before they even started. Xiao Chen muttered, "What strong self-confidence. This is an unshakable confidence in his own strength. This confidence makes him stronger, and his strength makes him even more confident. With the two complementing each other, it forms a unique aura." Sima Lingxian was indeed not simple. However, once his self-confidence suffered a blow, he would fall to rock bottom. It would be hard for him to climb back up. This was the principle of being too firm and easy to break. One could be confident, but one could not be blindly confident. Of the 3,000 great realms, the Tianwu continent and the Sky Dome realm were just ordinary great realms. The other great realms definitely had stronger geniuses. While one was confident, one had to remember to keep a low profile. Only when one truly stood at the peak could one look down on others. This was Xiao Chen's point of view. It was also the way he conducted himself. Hence, he did not fight for the first seed title. There was no need for it. Suddenly, Xiao Chen exclaimed softly. He smiled faintly and said, "Someone wants to fight with Sima Lingxian for the first seed. Now, we can see how strong you are." High in the sky, Sima Lingxian looked at Bai Qi, who was opposite the dragon pillar. He smiled gently and said, "Bai Qi, do you want to taste defeat now? The arena battles have not started yet. If your mental state is not stable, it will affect your strength." Feeling the absolute confidence in Sima Lingxian's words, Bai Qi said calmly, "If I retreat without a fight, my mental state will truly suffer a blow. If I can relax, so what if I lose?" In the previous 5-nation youth competition, Bai Qi was the undisputed second rank. He was also a rare genius of the Bai noble clan. Look, Bai Qi and Sima Lingxian are fighting. He lost miserably 3 years ago. I wonder if Bai Qi can turn the tables? I heard that Bai Qi practiced the Bai clan's most difficult 4-season saber technique to great perfection. Now, his strength has increased explosively. I heard that the Bai clan's ancestor obtained the 4-season saber technique from a nameless ancient grave. After he found it, no one could understand it. It was only after the Bai clan's genius, Bai Shueha, comprehended it that he pointed out a path for the later generations. That is indeed the case. The 4-season saber technique is incredibly strong. It can be said to be the strongest martial technique under heaven-ranked martial techniques. Even though Bai Shueha pointed out a path, no one has ever heard of anyone being able to understand Bai Shueha's meaning before the age of 30. Who knows, Bai Qi might really be able to use this 4-season saber technique to wash away his humiliation. The tens of thousands of cultivators in the ring-shaped mountain range immediately felt excited. After 3 years, this scene reappeared. These two were undoubtedly going to fight a fierce battle. If they really fought, it would be very exciting. Sima Lingxian looked at Bai Qi and smiled. It is said that the saber intent of a bladesman is stronger than the sword intent of a swordsman before advancing to martial sage. Bai Qi, I will not take advantage of the difference in our cultivations. If your saber intent can defeat my sword intent, I will let you have the first seed. The moment Sima Lingxian said this, everyone was dumbfounded. Saber intent was very difficult to form, at least 10 times harder than sword intent. However, once saber intent was formed, its might would definitely be stronger than sword intent of the same level. As long as one advanced to martial sage, one's sword intent and saber intent would have their own souls. Bai Qi's black pupils constricted slightly. He asked, "Are you serious?" A strong self-confidence flickered on Sima Lingxian's handsome face. He laughed loudly and said, "Of course, I am serious. Since I want to defeat you, I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. I will defeat you in what you are most proud of. Otherwise, what would be the point?" Arrogant. Bai Qi was truly enraged. Although he was not as strong as Sima Lingxian, he did not feel that they were far apart. However, Sima Lingxian was overbearing. Since ancient times, there had been a conclusion about saber intent and sword intent. Saber intent was hard to form and practice. However, its might was definitely stronger than sword intent. However, Sima Lingxian was so arrogant today. He only used sword intent to compete with saber intent. He truly did not care about Bai Qi at all. Xiao Chen, who was on the roof of Dragon Ceiling City, felt it was strange as well. The strength of saber intent was a publicly acknowledged fact. Back then, when the bloody bladesman Sun Guangxuan advanced to martial monarch, he was able to beat up a small perfection inferior grade martial monarch Northern Sea Alliance elder to the point where he could not retaliate. This was because of saber intent. Small perfection saber intent could increase a cultivator's offensive power by 30%. When one advanced to martial monarch, the base number increased. The 30% increase became even more horrifying. Saber intent was sufficient for a bladesman to have the ability to challenge those of higher cultivation realms. Xiao Chen was a bladesman himself. He had a deep understanding of this. He muttered to himself, is this fellow really arrogant, or does he really have an unrivaled strength? Bai Qi drew his saber in rage. A surging saber intent immediately surged out, and the long saber blade hummed endlessly. Combined with Bai Qi's strong strength, when the saber intent spread out, the sabers of all the bladesmen in the ring-shaped mountain range trembled slightly. A pure saber intent shot out from the tip of the saber, turning into a sharp, formless shockwave as it shot towards Sima Lingxian. The sharp, formless shockwave represented Bai Qi's rage, his pride, and many other things. With hatred in his heart, there was no point in saying anything. I'll let this strong saber intent settle everything, prove that I, Bai Qi, am not as weak as Sima Lingxian made me out to be. Above the ring-shaped mountain range, the many cultivators could feel the strength of the saber intent in the distance. They all praised it in soft voices. The bladesmen among the cultivators felt it the most. When they looked at this saber, their hearts filled with respect and anticipation. The world came with the sword before the saber. Although the strength of a bladesman or swordsman depended on the individual's performance, due to historical reasons, the status of a bladesman was always lower than that of a swordsman. This could be seen from the number of bladesmen and swordsmen on the continent. Furthermore, a truly unrivaled bladesman had not appeared for many years already. Most of the experts in the world cultivated the sword. The famous Thunder King from 1,000 years ago also cultivated the sword. Now, the strongest genius, Sima Lingxian, also cultivated the sword. The saber had been silent for too long. Now, the great Jin nation's Bai Qi could be considered the most famous bladesman of the younger generation. When Bai Qi swung his saber at Sima Lingxian, he carried the hopes of these bladesmen. They hoped that a true bladesman would become unrivaled in the world again. Xiao Chen, who was on the roof, nodded and said softly, based on the range of the saber intent, it should have reached small perfection. Let's see how Sima Lingxian deals with this. Sima Lingxuan's handsome face did not show much surprise. He smiled and said, you just touched the threshold of saber intent a year ago. In such a short time, you have already reached small perfection. Not bad. Unfortunately, your opponent is me, Sima Lingxian. A strong self-confidence spread out from Sima Lingxuan's body. That self-confidence seemed to condense into an aura. The wind in the air could not withstand this aura. It flowed wildly, kicking up a strong wind. This caused Sima Lingxuan's clothes and hair to flutter continuously. Chapter 564. Above the vast dragon-ceiling city, all the geniuses under the starry heaven seemed to be dwarfed by this confidence. Countless stars flickered in the night sky. He was silently telling everyone that he, Sima Lingxian, was the most resplendent star. When Sima Lingxian drew his sword, it gave off a sharp light. The strong wind that blew immediately surrounded the sword. The strong and surging sword intent slowly rose. Soon, it reached small perfection. Then, it continued to climb to 40% comprehension. Just when everyone thought that this was the end, the sword intent continued to rise. 50% comprehension, 60% comprehension. Sima Lingxuan's sword intent had actually reached 60% comprehension. Another 10% would be the true great perfection sword intent. That was a level that several seniors of the sword Dao could not reach. A solid and sharp energy surged out from the tip of Sima Lingxuan's sword intent. In an instant, it broke the formless energy formed by Bai Qi's saber intent. Pu Ci. After breaking the saber intent, Sima Lingxuan's sword intent dimmed slightly. However, its form was scattered, but its intent remained, its sharpness did not diminish. Ka Ca. Just as the sword intent was about to strike Bai Qi, Sima Lingxian sheathed his sword. The sharp sword intent instantly scattered. The sword intent turned into a formless sword wind and spread wildly in all directions. A few unlucky cultivators were struck by this sword wind and immediately suffered minor injuries. The many cultivators on the top of the thousands of towers in the surrounding mountain ranges were silent, not a single sound could be heard. They had expected Sima Lingxian to be strong. However, they had not expected him to be this strong. Unexpectedly, he could crush his opponent's saber intent within the same generation. A small perfection saber intent was equivalent to a 30% comprehended saber intent. However, Sima Lingxian comprehended his sword intent to 60% comprehended, twice as strong as his opponent. Although Bai Qi's saber intent was strong, it was a tragedy for him to run into Sima Lingxian. 60% comprehended sword intent. Bai Qi did not lose unjustly. Sima Lingxian is indeed Sima Lingxian. The title of the top genius is indeed not an exaggeration. The top seed is definitely him. He is confident and talented. Furthermore, he has the support of a noble clan. His future is destined to be extraordinary. I reckon the Sima family is going to win 4 consecutive championships. If this continues for a long time, I'm afraid they will eventually become the strongest family in the world. The many cultivators in the mountain range all sighed as they looked at Sima Lingxian, who was enveloped by the 8 beams of golden light. They were not stingy with their praises. At the very edge of the 400 dragon pillars, the Eastern Sea's little dragon king, Xianyuan Zhantian, looked at Sima Lingxian, who had used his sword intent to defeat Bai Qi. He revealed a faint smile and said softly, "Interesting. This 5-nation youth competition is indeed the right choice. It is much better than the elite competition in the boundless sea. I finally found a place where I can bring out my strength. Everyone says that Bai Qi did not lose unjustly. However, I feel that he lost unjustly. Ha ha. Not only is this Sima Lingxian strong, but his schemes are also terrifying." While Xianyuan Zhantian was in a daze, the other competitors who were also fighting for this dragon pillar all smiled sinisterly. "Fool, to think you are still in a daze at this moment." He brandished his weapon and sent a sharp attack at Xianyuan Zhantian. Bang! Xianyuan Zhantian recovered his wits and smiled faintly. He casually swung his heavenly war halberd, and an azure flood dragon circled around the halberd before exploding. The weapons of the competitors who sneak attacked Xianyuan Zhantian all flew out. Hee hee. The game is over. Little friends, I have no time to play with you. Xianyuan Zhantian smiled coldly. Before everyone's shocked gazes, he swept his heavenly war halberd everywhere. A strong dragon-shaped shockwave burst out. The crowd could not even block one move and fell. Behind the central dragon pillar, Bai Qi had an extremely stunned expression on his face. After a while, he suddenly reacted and said angrily, "Sima Lingxian, you did that on purpose?" Sima Lingxian laughed loudly and said without any fear, "That's right. I did that on purpose. If you admit defeat, you can go." Bai Qi was not satisfied in his heart. He could only endure the bitterness in his heart. However, he could only leave helplessly to fight for the other 9 seated spots. The two's exchange confused others. However, Shao Chen, who was on the roof, understood what was going on. Sima Lingxian had set this up from the very start. He knew how powerful the 4-season saber technique was and that Bai Qi was not the Bai Qi from 3 years ago. Sima Lingxian would not be able to obtain an easy victory. Hence, he purposely competed in saber intent. Normal people would know that saber intent was stronger than sword intent. However, Sima Lingxian still wanted to compete. There had to be a reason behind it. However, the situation forced him to. Sima Lingxian had said those words before everyone. Even if Bai Qi knew it was inappropriate, he had no choice but to brace himself. Furthermore, Bai Qi felt that his saber intent might not necessarily be weaker than his opponent's sword intent. Hence, he dove in. Thus, everyone saw Sima Lingxian easily defeat Bai Qi. This made Sima Lingxian's confidence even stronger. However, in the end, this was just an open scheme and not a hidden one. Sima Lingxian had indeed relied on his own strength to defeat Bai Qi. No matter how sullen Bai Qi felt, he had still lost this battle. The layman watched for the excitement, while the expert watched for the artistry. From Sima Lingxuan's display, Xiaochen had a rough understanding of his strength. Sima Lingxuan's sword intent was very strong. However, when he withdrew his sword, he did not control the sword intent flying around. Xiaochen could clearly feel that Sima Lingxian had wanted to control him at that time. If he did not, the sword wind flying around would be even stronger, more than enough to kill the cultivator struck by it. The sword intent that he can control perfectly should only be 50% comprehended. Forcefully raising it to 60% is already his limit. Xiaochen thought to himself, Sima Lingxian is very strong. However, he is not so strong that he is undefeatable. The strongest thing about him is that horrifying, heaven-defying confidence in his heart. While Sima Lingxian and Bai Qi fought, the fights for the other dragon pillars did not stop. However, the spectators focused their attention on the two of them. At this moment, the fights for the dragon pillars in several places had already concluded. Several people stood firmly on the dragon pillars. Their expressions were either excited or calm as they waited for the golden dragon to soar. Great waves washed away the sand. Under this starry sky, the true elite geniuses would appear one by one. Rumble. Rumble. As 1 minute slowly passed, the huge dragons circling the stone pillars under these people started to struggle. They looked like they would soar into the sky at any moment. However, just as the huge dragons were about to soar into the sky, they suddenly stopped moving. It was like time had frozen. The huge dragon sculptures that came to life were all motionless. It was like something shocking was about to appear, so they did not dare to be presumptuous. The participants who qualified could not help but show startled expressions. They quickly looked towards the center of the plaza. They saw Sima Lingxian standing calmly on the tallest and largest dragon pillar. The huge dragon scales circling the stone pillar immediately turned golden. Then, they turned into a golden dragon soaring into the sky. A great dragon is indeed a great dragon. The great dragon has not moved yet. How can the little dragon move first? Some of the cultivators who had watched the previous 5-nation youth competitions laughed gently. There was no surprise on Xiaochen's face. It had always been like this in the past. As long as someone stood on the dragon pillar in the middle, they would not be able to do so. Even if a participant stood on the other dragon pillars, the huge dragons circling the stone pillars would not be able to fly. This was because the dragon in the middle was a true great dragon, the king of dragons. Once the king appeared, the other huge dragons had to retreat. Sima Lingxian, who was encased in the golden light, looked at the dumbfounded people around him. His lips curled up in a smile, and the confidence in his heart grew even stronger. 3 years ago, he, Sima Lingxian, stood here proudly as well. No one was a match for him. 3 years later, when the age of geniuses arrived, he, Sima Lingxian, was still standing here. He wanted to prove that even in this age of geniuses, he, Sima Lingxian, could still stand at the peak, becoming the main character of this age. He wanted to bring the luck of the Sky Dome realm to the Kunlun realm and meet the geniuses of the other great realms. Then, he would trample on his opponents one by one. Only he, Sima Lingxian, was the main character. Only he, Sima Lingxian, was worthy of standing here. Only he, Sima Lingxian, was qualified to obtain the luck of the Sky Dome realm, to compete with the heavens. Roar! 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 Just as Sima Lingxuan's strong confidence spread into the sky above Dragon's Sealing City, a boundless strong wind blew. A resonant dragon roar suddenly came from the 400 dragon pillars. That dragon roar resounded everywhere. As the sound waves spread out, they scattered the strong wind that Sima Lingxuan's aura gathered. A huge golden dragon soared into the sky. Although that golden dragon was smaller than Sima Lingxuan's golden dragon, its aura clashed with Sima Lingxuan's, not giving way at all. The golden dragon clashed with the other party's king's aura and soared into the clouds. Xianyuan Zhantian stood on the stone pillar, wearing purple flood dragon robes and a purple cloak on his back. He held a halberd in his hand. When Xianyuan Zhantian saw Sima Lingxian looking at him in shock, he revealed a flirtatious expression on his unruly face. He did not show any fear just because Sima Lingxian had just defeated Bai Qi. The golden dragon above Xianyuan Zhantian chased relentlessly and caught up to the huge dragon's speed. Then, they advanced side by side, tearing through the thick dark clouds. What's going on? Unexpectedly, there is a little dragon that dares to compete with the big dragon. What's going on? Such a situation has never happened in Dragon Sealing City before. Unexpectedly, a little dragon does not fear the king dragon at all. In the ring-shaped mountain range, among the towering peaks, the calm cultivators on the towers all had panicked expressions at this moment. That's impossible. It is impossible for such a situation to happen. The king dragon is a true dragon. How could the other little dragons dare to compete with it at this moment? A Sima clan elder shouted. Sima Lingxian was the hope of their Sima clan to become the #1 noble clan in the world. They had to obtain great luck in this great age. The Sima clan could not allow any accidents to happen. At this moment, they were the most nervous. Just as everyone was exclaiming that this was impossible, a rather old man snorted coldly, "What is impossible about it? Naturally, it is a true dragon that can compete with a great dragon. It is just two dragons fighting." In the past, Dragon Sealing City has seen the magnificent feat of 9 dragons competing with each other. Chapter 565. Someone recognized Xianyuan Zhantian and said, "That is the Eastern Sea's little dragon king, Xianyuan Zhantian, the top genius of the boundless sea." Indeed, a true dragon can shine wherever it goes. Even in the Tianwu continent, its sharpness is still unstoppable. When faced with Xianyuan Zhantian's mockery, Xianyuan Zhantian quickly recovered his calm. His strong self-confidence did not put any pressure on him, he was just slightly surprised. "Xianyuan Zhantian, I have heard of your great name for a long time. You truly live up to your reputation as the Eastern Sea's little dragon king. However, there can only be one true dragon in this great era. I will personally slay the dragon in the arena battles." Xianyuan Zhantian withdrew his aura and laughed loudly. "I'm afraid that you will fail to slay the dragon and end up in the dragon's belly. You'd better not meet me. Otherwise, your strong self-confidence will fall to rock bottom, never to rise again." Boom! Just as the two faced each other, their gazes locked in an intense clash in the air, the two true dragons tore through the thick dark clouds at the same time. Then, golden pillars of light descended. Xiao! The stone pillars returned to the ground and landed in Dragon Sealing City. Roar! 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 Only at this moment did the frozen stone dragons come to life. The 10-odd little dragons that had been suppressed for a long time soared into the sky and roared loudly, venting the frustrations in their hearts. The scene of the dragons soaring into the sky was very majestic. This was especially so when the 10-odd golden pillars of light landed at the same time. It was an eye-opener for everyone. After that, golden dragons soared and tore through the clouds at nearly every moment. However, Shao Chen, who was on the roof, lost the patience to continue watching. While he watched the fight for the dragon pillars, he also casually looked around the city. Dragon Sealing City was the only intact ancient city in the world. There were still many unique buildings from the ancient era in the city, which was an eye-opener. After 7 or 8 minutes, 2 figures flew over. It was a receptionist who led Lu Suifeng over. Based on his dispirited expression, he should have failed the challenge. "I failed. There are too many geniuses. Only after coming here did I realize that I am nothing," Lu Suifeng sighed as he shook his head at Shao Chen. Shao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Don't be discouraged. Just watch this competition carefully. If you put your heart into it, you should have no problem advancing to martial monarch." Lu Suifeng nodded with a serious expression. He said, "Definitely. With the great age before us, I do not wish to stop here." After another 7 or 8 minutes, Mu Chen and Zhang Lai also arrived. As expected, both of them failed. However, the two of them were very open-minded. They had originally intended to broaden their horizons and did not hold much hope. The four of them gathered together and did not seem bored. They began to casually chat about some things. Mu Chen glanced at Xiao Chen and said, "Before I came down, I took a look at Brother Murong's situation. He's very ambitious and wants to directly obtain the right to become a seated participant. Until now, there has been no result." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "With his strength, it is a little difficult for him to compete for the seated spot. However, it should not be difficult for him to qualify. Have you seen Senior Sister Yun? How is her situation?" "Hee, I'm here." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, melodious laughter rang out in everyone's ears. Yun Kursen wore a light-colored floral dress and walked over with a smile on her face. Based on the smile on Yun Kursen's face, it was very different from the others. Without even guessing, it was clear whether she qualified or not. "Did you pass?" Lu Suifeng and the others asked. Yun Kursen nodded gently and smiled, "I was lucky to qualify. 3 days later, I will be able to fight in the Wind Cloud Arena." Mu Chen and the others revealed envious expressions. However, they were all from their own sect, so there was no need to be jealous. They all cupped their hands and congratulated Yun Kursen. After chatting for a while, Lu Suifeng suddenly said, "Murong Chong lost." Everyone looked up and saw that the fight for the remaining 9 seated participants had reached its most intense stage. The one who defeated Murong Chong was the scion of the Qian clan, one of the 8 noble clans, Qian Wen. Of course, it was not a true defeat. The fight for the seated spot was not to the point where one side had to die. The Qian clan's trump cards and killing moves would not be revealed so early. They could only retreat in the face of difficulty. However, not long after, Murong Chong obtained the rights to another dragon pillar. It was as Xiao Chen said, he easily qualified for the arena battles. Resonant dragon roars resounded endlessly. Many golden dragons soared into the sky, filling the sky with golden light. For thousands of years, Dragon Sealing City had been dark. Today, it was dazzling, dazzling everyone's eyes. As time slowly went by, the first stage of the 5-nation youth competition's preliminaries came to an end. After some intense competition, the 400 elite spots were finally decided. 3 days later, the arena battles would begin. Then, the exciting show of the 5-nation youth competition would officially begin. When the thick, dark clouds above retracted, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion elders finally arrived at the courtyard under Jiang Qi's lead. Xiao Chen and the others on the roof jumped down as well. Jiang Qi swept his gaze across the somewhat wretched courtyard. He sighed softly and said, "It has been hard on you all. Staying in this broken-down place is because our Heavenly Saber Pavilion has declined too much in the past few years." The courtyard was indeed very simple. Even if the group of 10 odd people split it evenly, each person would get a room. There was not even a private backyard. It would be very inconvenient to cultivate at night. Of course, this was the rule of Dragon Sealing City. It was not fair or unfair. If you were strong, you would naturally get a luxurious courtyard. The courtyards of the 8 noble clans and 10 great sects, the rich and powerful families of the 5-nation youth competition, were much more spacious and luxurious. Not only did everyone get a small courtyard, but there were also special cultivation rooms left behind from the ancient era for the participants to make their final preparations. Murong Chong said sullenly, "It will be fine after this 5-nation youth competition. The later generations of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will not be like us again." Shen Manjun smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this first. There are many special cultivation places in Dragon Sealing City. Our sect will pay for your expenses there." Jiang Qi walked forward and gave each of the 3 people who had qualified to take the test a spatial ring. As for the others who had not, they all received a wooden box. Xiao Chen checked with his spiritual sense and was mildly astonished. There were quite a lot of medial-grade spirit stones in the spatial rings, a total of 400,000. With the 3 of them combined, there were more than 1 million medial-grade spirit stones. It looked like the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had put in a lot of money for this 5-nation youth competition. Jianghu's expression did not show any signs of heartache. The fact that 3 people qualified for the next round had already greatly exceeded his expectations. In the entire continent, only 400 people qualified. It was not easy for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to get 3 spots. Even their old rival, the Misty Sword Sect, only got 2 spots. The Night Spirit Palace was even worse. Only Wuxia barely qualified. As for the other noble clans of the Great Qin Nation, aside from the Duanmuking, none of them qualified. Jianghu smiled faintly and said, "Go and rest first. If you have time tomorrow, you can stroll around Dragon Ceiling City. There are many interesting things in the city." High in the sky, thick clouds covered the entire Dragon Ceiling City. As a result, night came very early. After 4 hours, the sky turned completely dark. Xiaochen gently pushed open the door to his room and leaped up. Then, he flew towards the ring-shaped mountain range. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense and discovered many other cultivators with the same goal as him. The competition was about to start. Naturally, he had to organize the martial techniques he learned. He could not slack off. After finding a desolate mountain peak, Xiaochen paused for a while in midair. Then, he quickly landed in a rather flat forest. The cold night wind blew, but Xiaochen, who was wearing only a thin layer of clothing, did not feel too cold. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen calmed down completely. Then, he placed his right hand on his saber hilt and drew it. A surging saber intent immediately surged out and spread out in the forest. Countless whirlwinds blew, picking up large amounts of fallen leaves and making them hum. Xiaochen's saber intent slowly rose. Soon, it reached the might of small perfection. Then, it continued to grow stronger. The 40% comprehended saber intent stretched the whirlwinds into a long straight line. The fallen leaves in the line spun rapidly like sharp blades, kicking up a cloud of dust. The leaves looked like they could not hold on any longer. They looked like they would explode at any moment. However, they did not explode in the end. This showed that Xiaochen had perfect control over them. The 50% comprehended saber intent caused a strong wind to blow. Tiny cracks appeared on the fallen leaves. The 60% comprehended saber intent caused the leaves in the forest to explode. The ferocious saber intent turned into a saber wind and swept through the forest. Ka-cie. Ka-cie. The trees broke. When the saber wind was over, all the trees in the forest had been cut in half. If others saw this scene, they would be greatly astonished. Bai Qi's peak small perfection saber intent was already sufficient for him to stand out from the crowd. However, the saber intent that Xiaochen displayed was 60% comprehended. He was just one step short of great perfection. However, Xiaochen did not get too excited about the situation in the forest. He remained extremely calm. If he forcibly raised his saber intent, Xiaochen would be able to raise it to 60% comprehended as well. That would be no weaker than Sima Lingxuan's. However, it would be very difficult for him to control it as he pleased. It looked like he was just one step short of being able to control it as he pleased, and his saber intent would reach great perfection. However, this step was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Xiaochen said softly, "My saber intent can only be considered to have reached 40% comprehended. However, if I really meet Sima Lingxian, I can still go all out. There is no need to fear him." Sima Lingxian had heaven-defying self-confidence. Although he, Xiaochen, was low-key, he did not show any signs of weakness. "No matter how overwhelming your aura is or how confident you are, I do not fear you. I will defeat you." Xiaochen slowly moved through the forest. He executed the martial techniques that he knew, the Wuxia saber technique, the lightning tribulation saber technique, and the strongest four-season saber technique, one by one. A strong aura spread through the forest. Explosions resounded without end. By the time Xiaochen sheathed his saber, the flat mountaintop was riddled with holes. Chapter 566. There were countless deep pits of various sizes. The originally lush forest no longer existed. Furthermore, this was because Xiao Chen was able to restrain himself. If he had not done so, half the mountain would have been chopped off. Ao Jiao, with the current strength of my body, can I barely execute Return of the Blue Dragon? Xiao Chen asked in his heart. Xiao Chen had experienced the might of a heaven-ranked martial technique. Back then, when he was a martial disciple, he was able to jump realms and kill a martial grand master. This was the best proof. Now that the five-nation youth competition was filled with experts, everyone had their own trump cards. If he could execute Return of the Blue Dragon, it would undoubtedly increase Xiao Chen's confidence. When the sky brightened, Xiao Chen returned to Dragon's Sealing City in an excited mood. Boundless fatigue washed over him, and he fell asleep without doing anything. After some time, he vaguely heard knocking on the door and someone calling out to him, "Senior brother." His good habits allowed Xiao Chen to wake up quickly. Xiao Chen circulated his energy and his fatigue was swept away. When he woke up, he felt very refreshed. When he looked up, he discovered mottled sunlight shining in through the cracks in the door. He had slept until noon. He quickly got up and opened the door. Yun Kersen, Lu Suifeng, Mu Chen, Zhang Lai, and Murong Chong were all waiting for him outside. Unexpectedly, junior brother Xiao has the habit of sleeping in. "It is already noon, and you are still sleeping," Yun Kersen said with a somewhat mischievous smile. Xiao Chen felt somewhat embarrassed. Something had happened the night before, causing him to exhaust both his mind and body. Normally, he would not have slept so soundly. "Why are you looking for me?" Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "Senior sister Yun, let's go. There are many historical sites and buildings from the ancient era in Dragon's Sealing City. Let's take a look around." Before the Tianwu dynasty was established, Dragon's Sealing City already existed. Normally, Dragon's Sealing City was not open to the public. Outsiders would not be able to see its glory. Only during the five-nation youth competition would it open to welcome guests. Cultivators from all over the world would pour in, making this normally empty city extraordinarily bustling. Even the unsociable Murong Chong was prepared to go with them. One could imagine the charm of Dragon's Sealing City. Xiao Chen was also a little tempted. He smiled and said, "Wait for me. I'll be done after I wash up." After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiao Chen followed everyone out of the courtyard and walked through the streets and alleys of Dragon's Sealing City. Yesterday, when Xiao Chen landed first, there was not a single person in the huge Dragon's Sealing City. However, at this moment, it was packed with people. There were cultivators from various countries everywhere. Many peddlers seemed as if they'd emerged from the ground, and they covered the streets and alleys like taverns, teahouses, inns, and stalls. There was everything that one could think of, and everything seemed to be bustling and flourishing like a piece of brocade. Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "Unexpectedly, there are so many people. Dragon's Sealing City is larger than our Shiha city. If it is completely filled, there will be more than 2 million people." Yun Kersen nodded and said, "That is normal. Just think about the influence of the five-nation youth competition. That is a grand event of the entire continent. Furthermore, with the charm of Dragon's Sealing City, it would not be strange for 3 million people to come." The group walked around the city, taking in the sights. Several historical sites from tens of thousands of years ago could be seen everywhere in Dragon's Sealing City. With one look, one could tell that the ancient aura they exuded was not fake. Several of these historical sites were so amazing that they lingered on for so long that they forgot to return. There were even some cultivators who suddenly comprehended something before these ancient objects, breaking through a bottleneck that they had not been able to overcome for many years. As the group walked, they arrived before a wall filled with deep marks. This place was very popular. A large number of cultivators gathered here. It was unknown what material this wall was made of. It was pitch black and gave off a deep glow. It was 100 meters tall. This is the Coiling Dragon Wall. The wall itself is a meteorite from outer space. When it fell, it became like this. The marks on the wall were left by some ancient martial sages. There are spear marks, sword marks, saber marks, palm marks, and fist marks. Only an expert with true dragon chi can leave marks on this wall. Hee hee. This coiling dragon wall is not simple. The owner of the wall was a rich-looking merchant. He was currently introducing the wall to the crowd with a smile on his face. If any of you can touch this coiling dragon wall and last 10 seconds, I will immediately give you 100,000 medial grade spirit stones. The longer you last, the more I will give. For every 10 seconds you last twice as long, I will give you double the amount of spirit stones. All you need is 10,000 medial grade spirit stones to test it out. There was a huge horizontal line on the ground, blocking the many spectating bladesmen 500 meters away. They could only watch from afar. Is that true? As long as one can touch the wall for 10 seconds, they will give 100,000 medial grade spirit stones? That must be a lie. How can there be such an easy thing in the world? Several cultivators were tempted. They could get 100,000 medial grade spirit stones just by touching the wall. No matter how they thought about it, it was very simple. The rich-looking merchant smiled and said, I guarantee it is real. I am an administrator of the Wanlong Merchant Association. I do have that much credibility. The Wanlong Merchant Association is the top merchant association in the Great Jin Nation. It is also the top merchant association in the world. It should be real. Let me give it a try. A medial grade Martial King Bladesman tossed down 10,000 medial grade spirit stones and strode across the horizontal line, heading for the pitch-black wall. Bang! Before that cultivator could walk 100 meters, his expression turned extremely unsightly. After taking a few more steps, he vomited a mouthful of blood and flew back. Such a mysterious phenomenon immediately shocked the others, making them feel astonished. This caused the hearts of the cultivators who were eager to give it a try to turn cold. They were no longer in a rush to make a decision. However, human curiosity was the most stubborn. The stranger something was, the more people wanted to know the answer. They wanted to test it out for themselves. Furthermore, there was the temptation of the large sum of medial grade spirit stones. After a while, a few more people handed over their spirit stones and walked over. In the end, without exception, no one could get within 100 meters of the wall. They were all knocked back by a strange force. Their faces were filled with horror. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the administrator of the Wanlong Merchant Association had received more than 2 million medial grade spirit stones. The smile on his face became even wider. Is there any other friend who wants to give it a try? This is a 1 to 10 compensation deal. It is definitely worth it. Lu Suifeng felt it was strange. He asked, Xiao Chen, what's going on? Not to mention touching the wall, we can't even get within 100 meters. Xiao Chen muttered to himself for a while before replying, the problem should be with those deep scars. I'm afraid that what that person said was true. They are indeed scars left by ancient martial sages. The will on the scars has not dissipated yet. Bladesmen have to face the saber intent of ancient saber sages. Swordsmen have to face the sword intent of ancient sword sages. Fist and leg practitioners have to face the aura of their respective sages. Let me give it a try. As Murong Chong spoke, he stepped forward and tossed down 10,000 medial grade spirit stones. Then, he crossed the horizontal line and headed for the coiling dragon wall. Murong Chong walked the first 200 meters with a relaxed expression. Then, his expression started to turn unsightly. After he walked another 100 meters, he frowned deeply. Murong Chong did not stop and continued forward. After he walked another 100 meters, he stopped when he was only 100 meters away from the demon wall. 100 meters was a hurdle. No one had crossed it yet. When the crowd saw Murong Chong stop 100 meters away, they could not help but feel nervous. Murong Chong took a deep breath and placed his right hand on his saber hilt. Then, he strode forward, leaving a deep footprint on the ground. He had succeeded. He succeeded. This person has walked 100 meters. He is truly worthy of being a genius qualified for the arena battles, someone said softly when he saw the dragon-shaped jade pendant at Murong Chong's waist. I wonder if he can continue walking. After that, every step Murong Chong took was very difficult. Sweat covered his forehead as he inched closer to the coiling dragon wall. No one knew what kind of pressure Murong Chong was facing. The footprints he left on the ground became deeper and deeper. There are only 10 steps left. If I take another 10 steps, I will be able to touch that coiling dragon wall. Although it was very difficult, Murong Chong did not stop. The distance between him and the coiling dragon wall continued to shrink. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Pa! Murong Chong suddenly shouted and took a big step forward. Finally, he arrived at the foot of the coiling dragon wall and sent a palm strike at it. Boom! However, Murong Chong only made contact with it for a second before he was knocked back by a formless energy. He vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his complexion turned incredibly pale. Lu Suifeng and the others quickly rushed forward and helped him up. Murong Chong muttered, "The saber intent of an ancient martial sage is indeed horrifying." Although Murong Chong was knocked back in a sorry state, no one mocked him for being weak. After all, no one had even managed to get within 100 meters of the wall. For Murong Chong to be able to walk up and touch that wall already proved that he was very strong. Following that, several more people stepped forward to try. Among them, there were a few who qualified for the arena battles. However, they could only get within 10 meters of the wall at most. They could not even touch the coiling dragon wall. The strange coiling dragon wall and the mysterious ancient martial sage caused more and more people to gather here. However, there were too many failures. No one dared to try it again. Interesting. I heard that the Wanlong Merchant Association dug up a mysterious rock from beyond the heavens. Unexpectedly, I found it here. Let me give it a try. A cold voice resounded. A blue-robed swordsman slowly walked over, parting the crowd. It's the drifting snow sword sex Lu Xiaoyun. He was ranked 9th in the previous 5-nation youth competition. Unexpectedly, such a person is here to join in the fun. The drifting snow sword sex Lu Xiaoyun. Xiao Chen had some impression of him. Back at the summit, he had seen Lu Xiaoyun's strong state of ice. Xiao Chen had heard that Lu Xiaoyun had obtained the qualifications to be a seated participant. Lu Xiaoyun held a simple and unadorned sword in his hand as he arrived before the line. When he saw the coiling dragon wall covered in all sorts of saber marks, sword marks, and fist marks, he revealed a disdainful smile. You have already been dead for tens of thousands of years. Who are you trying to scare? Pooh! Lu Xiaoyun pushed off the ground and took a step forward. Then, he took another step forward and moved another 200 meters. In the blink of an eye, he had advanced 300 meters. The surrounding cultivators all cried out in surprise. They were all astonished by Lu Xiaoyun's strength. After Lu Xiaoyun steadied himself, his expression turned cautious. The sharp wills carved on the coiling dragon wall continuously attacked his soul and mind. Chapter 567. It was like Lu Xiaoyun had entered an illusion. With every step he took, he had to face several sword intents flying at him. He had to shatter them one by one before he could advance. However, Lu Xiaoyun's footsteps did not stop at all. He did not leave deep footprints on the ground like Murong Chong either. He appeared to be rather relaxed. Pa! When Lu Xiaoyun got close, he immediately sent a palm strike. Then, he closed his eyes and sensed it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 10 seconds passed in an instant. Lu Xiaoyun was still fine. Someone finally passed. I thought that no one could last 10 seconds on this wall. Lu Xiaoyun is pretty strong. It looks like he will not have any problems getting into the top 10 this time. As the crowd discussed this, another 10 seconds passed. The surrounding temperature plummeted. They could clearly see that Lu Xiaoyun's thin clothes were covered in frost. Lu Xiaoyun's aura also soared. Although he had not moved at all, it was like he was going through a life and death battle. His aura rose continuously. 30 seconds passed, and Lu Xiaoyun did not move. His palm continued to touch the mysterious coiling dragon wall. 40 seconds passed, 50 seconds passed. Lu Xiaoyun still did not move. However, his clothes had already turned into ice. The tall coiling dragon wall was also covered in frost. The surrounding temperature dropped even more terrifyingly. Everyone had to circulate their essence to resist it. What exactly is on that wall? Lu Xiaoyun actually brought out his full state of ice. I can't hold on for much longer. Indeed, it is very cold. Very cold. This won't do. I have to move back a little. Lu Xiaoyun's state of ice was extremely strange. Initially, no one felt that there was anything special about it. However, as it accumulated, everyone felt like the blood in their bones froze. They had no choice but to move back. Although it was clearly very cold, that wealthy merchant's forehead was covered in sweat. 50 seconds had passed. That meant that he had to pay Lu Xiaoyun 500,000 medial-grade spirit stones. That was a third of the spirit stones he earned. He could not help but feel the pinch. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and carefully sensed the flowing cold qi in his body. That cold qi was formless and formless. The moment it entered his body, it merged with his blood. Strange. This is the first time I have encountered such a state of ice, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Penetrating his spiritual sense into the blood, Xiao Chen carefully examined it for a long time before he finally found the faintly discernible ice qi. After spending a lot of effort, the lightning-attributed essence qi in his body finally dissipated the cold qi. Bang! After 60 seconds, Lu Xiaoyun finally could not endure any longer. The ice on his body exploded. Lu Xiaoyun was not knocked back like the others. He did not move at all as he said indifferently, the ancient sages are indeed capable. With a light tap of his foot, Zhang Xian flew out. The state of ice in the air dissipated, and everyone surrounded the coiling dragon wall again. They saw the ice on the coiling dragon wall turn into steam and rise up. The hazy mist made the coiling dragon wall seem even more mysterious. When the wealthy merchant saw Lu Xiaoyun leave, he smiled faintly and heaved a sigh of relief. 600,000 medial-grade spirit stones were probably nothing to Lu Xiaoyun. Remember to find time to send the 600,000 medial-grade spirit stones back to the Drifting Snow Sword sect. Consider it my contribution to the sect. Before the wealthy merchant's smile faded, a clear voice came from afar, making him feel depressed. The strange coiling dragon wall, the many failed cultivators, Lu Xiaoyun, who managed to stand for 60 seconds, and all sorts of strange things caused the matter of the coiling dragon wall to spread quickly in Dragon Sealing City. More and more cultivators gathered. Several famous demonic geniuses came to take the test out of interest. This coiling dragon wall was like a testing stone to test the strength of cultivators. Some people lasted for a long time, some only for a short time, and some could not even get close. From a certain point of view, this indirectly showed the difference in strength between the various cultivators. Qian, one of the 8 noble clans, is here as well. He also lasted for a minute. Nangong Ziyue of the Nangong clan is here as well. She lasted for 50 seconds. The Supreme East sect's personal disciple, Gong Yangyu, lasted for 40 seconds. Many people from the 10 great sects and 8 noble clans came. This increased the fame of the coiling dragon wall significantly. However, very few people could last for a minute. Sima Lingxian did not come. Of the heirs of the 8 noble clans, only the Qian clan's Qian lasted for a minute. The others only lasted for 40 to 50 seconds. Murong Chong looked at Qian with a somewhat gloomy gaze. It looked like when Qian fought with him yesterday, he had not even used half his strength. Yun Kursen smiled and said, "Junior brother Xiao Chen, why don't you give it a try as well?" Xiao Chen had been tempted long ago. Furthermore, he did not lack 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones. After paying the entrance fee, Xiao Chen stood in front of the line. He looked at the coiling dragon wall 500 meters in front and smiled faintly. Ka Xie. Xiaochen drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. A sharp saber intent spread out and flew towards the coiling dragon wall. Dang! 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 Something strange happened. The spinning lunar shadow saber in midair seemed to meet with a divine weapon. It clashed with the divine weapon and resounded with metallic clangs. Xiaochen's figure flashed. His feet did not touch the ground. He followed the dancing saber and quickly flew towards the coiling dragon wall. The saber's edge spread out and chopped down all the auras in the way. Xiaochen flew through the air unobstructed and landed directly below the coiling dragon wall. Ka-ca. Xiaochen sheathed his saber with a ka-ca sound. Then, he took a deep breath and sent a palm strike at this mysterious coiling dragon wall. In that instant, there were flashes of figures. Xiaochen looked around and the scenery around him changed. He discovered that he was in a desolate savanna. There were figures flashing in the air. These people all held sabers in their hands. A strong saber intent spread out on the savanna, kicking up a strong wind. An illusory figure appeared in front. After a few flashes, he turned solid. He held a large saber and attacked Xiaochen without saying a word. Xiaochen smiled faintly and placed his right hand on the saber hilt. He said softly, "Let me see how strong you ancient martial sages are after tens of thousands of years." A strong wind blew, and saber intent swept out. The grass bent over. When Xiaochen looked around, all the tall grass on the boundless savanna bent over and prostrated themselves on the ground. That mysterious bladesman fought with Xiaochen. After 100 moves, his aura became unstable. Xiaochen caught hold of an opening and chopped it apart. Following that, another bladesman jumped out. This continued until Xiaochen killed 10 bladesmen. Then, he fell to the last bladesman. When Xiaochen's consciousness returned to the real world, he had already let go of the coiling dragon wall. He looked at the hourglass beside him. It turned out that he had already lasted for 2 minutes. After receiving the 1,200,000 medial-grade spirit stones from the wealthy merchant, Xiaochen returned to the crowd. He said to Yunkerson, "Let's go. There is nothing more to see here." How powerful. He actually lasted for 2 minutes. Who is this person? Why have I never heard of him before? Could he be even more powerful than Lu Xiaoyan? The surrounding cultivators were all astonished. They all started to guess Xiaochen's identity. Bai Qi, who had arrived at some point in time, looked at Xiaochen's back. He muttered, "What a strong saber intent. This person can fight me." After Bai Qi withdrew his gaze, he casually tested himself as well. His result was also 2 minutes. He was much stronger than the other disciples of the 8 noble clans. When the sun set, most of the cultivators on the coiling dragon wall had left. It was no longer as bustling as it was during the day. However, the arrival of a person caused the wealthy merchant, who was preparing to pack up his stall, to twitch slightly. He said somewhat forcefully, "Does young master Sima want to try as well?" Sima Lingxian revealed a faint smile on his handsome face. "Come and join in the excitement. Let's see how long I can last." Pa. Sima Lingxian did not make any movements. His figure flashed, and he arrived before the coiling dragon wall. Then, he pressed his palm against it. After a long time, Sima Lingxian released his palm and looked at the hourglass beside him. He had lasted for 5 minutes. A strong self-confidence spread out from Sima Lingxian's heart. He smiled gently and did not ask for the spirit stones. Instead, he left. 2 days later, night fell, and Dragon Sealing City was shrouded in darkness. In the courtyard belonging to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Jiang Qi and the other elders gathered Xiaochen, Yunkerson, and Murong Chong. The arena battles will officially begin tomorrow. The 400 people will be split into 20 groups. There will be 2 rounds of elimination. Each round will eliminate half of the people. The rules for advancing to the next round are based on points. In each round of elimination, the participants will have to fight 20 matches. A win will give you 2 points, a loss will give you 2 points, and a draw will give you 1 point. After that, the bottom 10 people in each group will be eliminated. Jianghu gave the three a detailed introduction of the rules and system of the competition. After the 2 rounds of elimination, the remaining top 100 will have a ranking battle. Only the top 50 will obtain luck. When the three heard Jianghu's explanation of the rules, they all had different expressions. Yun Kursen appeared rather casual. Although she cultivated a heaven-ranked cultivation technique, her talent was limited. It was difficult for her to bring out the full advantage of a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Furthermore, she had not cultivated it for long. Right now, she was only a superior grade martial king and had not broken through to half-step martial monarch. If she was lucky, she might be able to make it through 2 rounds of elimination. However, she would not have any chance of entering the top 50 to obtain luck. Yun Kursen understood this principle as well. Hence, she was very open-minded and did not mind it too much. Murong Chang's expression was rather grave. He was a small perfection half-step martial monarch, someone who was neither strong nor weak. Originally, Murong Chang was very confident in his own strength. Even if he was weaker than Xiao Chen, it would be easy for him to make it into the top 50. However, after Murong Chang arrived at Dragon Sealing City, he discovered that his vision was too narrow. When he was trying to become a seated participant, he was forced back by Qian Wen in 5 moves. He could not even last 10 seconds on the coiling dragon wall. All this gave Murong Chang a clear understanding of his own strength. With his strength, it should not be a problem for him to make it through 2 rounds of elimination. Of course, that did not include getting severely injured the moment he entered the arena. Chapter 568. However, if he wanted to fight for the top 50, he only had a 50% chance of doing so. He would need to be lucky. As for fighting for the top 20, don't even think about it. Because of this, he was under a lot of pressure. This was also a time to test his mental state. If one's mental state was high, it would not affect the display of strength. In fact, it could even turn pressure into motivation. If a flaw appeared in one's mental state, one's strength would decrease sharply, and one might not even be able to pass the elimination round. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, was relatively indifferent. He was determined and had only one goal, which was to continuously defeat all his opponents. Whether it was an elimination match or a ranking match, all he wanted was to go all out in every battle and defeat his opponent. He immediately asked, "Are the rules for the ranking battles out yet? Will it be the same as the knockout rounds and be carried out in groups?" Jianghu shook his head and said, "The rules of the ranking battles are different every year. When the time comes, there will be a last-minute notice. The main reason is to prevent the sects from finding out in advance and using some loopholes. Something like this has happened in the past, and the impact is not good, so in the future, the rules will be announced at the last minute after the elimination round." After that, Jianghu explained some other rules. For example, if an opponent admitted defeat in the arena, they had to immediately stop attacking. If Sima Lingxian continued to attack, he would be disqualified from the competition. It was the same for any sect or noble clan. Sima Lingxian was no exception. Also, in the ring, no offensive artifacts could be used, while auxiliary and defensive artifacts could only be worn up to 3 at most, and their grades could not be higher than intermediate. The resources of the large sects and the small sects were completely different. If they were willing, every participant could find a way to obtain a full set of peak mid-grade secret treasures. Completely relying on their secret treasures, they could crush the contestants from the small sections. The organizers would naturally not allow such a thing to happen. As for soul weapons, there were no restrictions. After all, a weapon would develop feelings after being used for a long time. If a swordsman or a bladesman suddenly changed their weapon, their strength would decrease by more than 30%. In the end, Jianghu smiled and said, "Man disposes, God disposes. Just do your best. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves. I am already very satisfied with your current results." After the sky brightened, Jianghu and the others led the Heavenly Saber Pavilions group to the Wind Cloud Arena in the city. The wind cloud platform was located in the center of the city. It was surrounded by a huge ring-shaped spectator stand. Many spectators were already seated there. From the outside to the inside, the audience stands were arranged in order of height to ensure that everyone could see what was going on in the arena. Damn, I'm late. The competition hasn't even started, and there's not a single seat left. I slept too much. I really shouldn't have slept in at this time. I'm going to miss the first day of the competition. How depressing. Accept your fate. I heard that the people inside have been waiting since midnight. They've been waiting for 6 to 8 hours. How unfortunate. This 5-nation youth competition is probably the most exciting one in the past few years. To think that we can't see it. At the entrance, several cultivators who were late sighed in regret. Their expressions were very dispirited. Xiao Chen and the others, on the other hand, didn't have to worry. They had their own designated seats for contestants, and people from the sect could enter directly. They didn't even need to buy tickets. After showing their IDs, a receptionist immediately led Xiao Chen and the others to their seats. After the group sat down, they started to size up the wind cloud platform in the center. It was a rectangular stone platform that was as smooth as a mirror. It took up several thousand hectares of land. It was very large. There was no wind or lightning. Aside from the wind cloud platform being smooth, there was nothing special about it. Lu Suifeng said with some disappointment, "This is the wind cloud platform? It is too inferior. Furthermore, it is just a flat platform. How are 400 people going to compete?" Hu Qi. Boom. Right after Lu Suifeng spoke, a strong wind blew in the platform. Thunder roared endlessly, and wind and thunder roared. It was like a vast army passing by. The atmosphere of the platform suddenly changed. The huge wind cloud platform slowly rose. After it reached a height of 10 meters, it was divided into 20 dueling rings. There was a small dragon pillar in each of the 4 corners of the dueling ring. When the dragons opened their mouths, they spat out 2 beams of light, purple and white. The beams of light connected and formed a thick barrier of light, protecting the dueling ring. Electricity flickered in the barrier of light. There was also wind and lightning moving around. This was a barrier made up of wind and lightning spiritual energy. Yun Kursen looked at Lu Suifeng and smiled. "You don't dare to spout nonsense anymore, right?" Lu Suifeng smiled embarrassedly and said, "I don't dare anymore. I just finished speaking, and you slapped me in the face." Jiang Qi explained, "That wind cloud barrier contains dragon qi. Under martial monarch, no one can break it without using quintessence. The 20 dueling rings correspond to the 20 groups. After you are split into groups, you can see which dueling ring you are in. We will be splitting into groups soon. Everyone, please make your final preparations. After we split into groups, the first elimination round will officially begin." The organizer of the competition, Dragon Sealing City Lord, Feng Shou, spoke loudly. He infused quintessence into his voice. Everyone in the large plaza could hear him clearly. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and rested, not thinking about anything else. Suddenly, he felt an extremely unfriendly gaze. There was even a faint murderous intent in that gaze. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked in the direction of that gaze. He saw Xie Ziwen, who was in the Evil Moon Pavilion seats, looking at him with a malevolent expression. Xiao Chen immediately lost interest. He could not be bothered with this person. However, he kept an eye on Bai Zhan, who was resting beside Xie Ziwen. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not care about him at all, Xie Ziwen trembled in anger. He clenched his teeth and said, "Damn it. I'll let you be cocky for now." The people from the city lord's residence arrived before Xiao Chen. After they asked who Xiao Chen was, they handed him a wooden token. The wooden token had the words, Group 6, written on it. Xiao Chen's name and number were carved on the back. "Xiao Chen, which group are you in?" "I am in Group 3, Yun Kursen asked after she looked at her own token. "Group 6. Group 7, Murong Chong also reported his own group. In the Evil Moon Pavilion seats, Xie Ziwen looked at his own token. The words, Group 6, were carved on it. He asked Baijian, senior brother, which group are you in? Baijian's expression was very calm. He said indifferently, I am in group 13. You are in the same group as Xiao Chen. Xie Ziwen's expression changed. He had not expected to meet Xiao Chen so soon. He asked, are you for real? Baijian mocked, what's wrong? Are you afraid? No, I am a little nervous. However, you will meet him in the 20 rounds sooner or later. You are not a match for him. When you meet him, just try to figure him out. Don't think about taking revenge. That will only cause you to lose even more miserably. Baijian ignored Xie Ziwen's words and spoke to himself. Xie Ziwen was not happy in his heart. However, the other party was his senior brother, so he did not dare to talk back. He could only say, I will listen to senior brother. However, Xie Ziwen thought to himself, I don't believe that after cultivating bitterly for more than a year, I am still not a match for him. His victory back then was just a fluke. Chapter 569. Xiao Chen took a look and discovered that the referee had already walked over to the dueling ring corresponding to Group 6. The referee was an old man with a deep cultivation and a lingering aura. Even with Xiao Chen's cultivation, he could not see through him. The old man was at least a medial-grade martial monarch. He was definitely not an ordinary inferior-grade martial monarch. With such cultivation, he could easily control the situation. 20 dueling rings meant 20 medial-grade martial monarchs. With such strength, the Dragon Sealing City's city lord's residence was probably stronger than some of the super sections. However, Dragon Sealing City was usually closed. The city lord's residence would not interfere with the conflicts of the continent's factions. For tens of thousands of years, Dragon Sealing City had maintained an absolute neutrality. Hence, the other factions would not suspect them. Soon, the duels began. Group 6 sent out 2 contestants. One used a saber and the other a sword. They were both peak medial-grade martial kings. For these two to stand out from the tens of thousands of geniuses of the continent, they clearly did not cultivate trash cultivation techniques or martial techniques. Their fights were spectacular. Most people would find it interesting and would not find it boring. Of course, in Xiao Chen's eyes, this was rather boring. The two of them were 2 levels lower than him. Furthermore, their techniques did not give him a shocking feeling. After 200 moves, the cultivator using the sword knocked away his opponent's saber and placed his weapon on his opponent's neck. The victor is decided. Contestant 1 wins. You gain 2 points, the referee of Group 6 said calmly. After that, contestants 3 and 4 went up. This time, one was a peak superior grade martial king and the other had just advanced to superior grade martial king. The difference in cultivation was rather large. There was not much suspense in this match. After 50 moves, the contestant with the higher cultivation defeated contestant 4. Next match, contestant 5, Xie Ziwen, versus contestant 6, Zhong Liang. Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. He had not expected to meet Xie Ziwen so soon. However, the two of them were no longer on the same level. There was no need to pay too much attention to him. Xie Ziwen smiled coldly and leaped up, flying towards the dueling ring. The referee of Group 7 pointed and a crack appeared in the wind cloud barrier, allowing Xie Ziwen to land. Zhong Liang cupped his hands and said, Xia Country's 7-fist sect Zhong Liang, please advise me. Xie Ziwen said disdainfully, 7-fist sect? What small sect is this? I have never heard of it before. Cut the crap and begin. Receive my palm strike first. 1,000 flaming palm. Xie Ziwen shouted and pushed his right hand forward. The fire-attributed spiritual energy in the air immediately surged and thousands of flaming palms appeared out of nowhere. Next, it rapidly transformed into a giant flaming palm, which smashed down fiercely at Zhong Liang. The lines on the flaming palm were clear, as if they were tangible and possessed astonishing might. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He said softly, there is progress. He is now half as strong as Bai Zhan was half a year ago. Back in the ancient desolate land, Xie Ziwen needed a long time to store up power before he could use this huge flaming palm. Furthermore, he had used it as an ultimate move against Xiao Chen. Now, he could use it as an ordinary move, and he could even condense it so quickly. In the past year or so, Xie Ziwen had improved considerably. Zhong Liang's expression was solemn. He knew that his opponent would not be easy to deal with. He put his palms together, forming a protective yuan qi wall around his body. He went into a defensive stance. Bang! As the heat waves surged, sparks flew everywhere. Zhong Liang retreated more than 100 steps. Let's see how many palm strikes you can block. Xie Ziwen shouted, and a huge flaming palm pressed down like a mountain. Palm strike after palm strike pressed down on Xiao Chen. Zhong Liang's complexion paled. After withstanding 5 moves, blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he was significantly injured. Lose for me. Xie Ziwen attacked with both palms. Instantly, the 2 huge flaming palms layered over each other, doubling their might. Zhong Liang could not block them. Zhong Liang's protective essence shattered, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood before falling to the ground. The victor is decided, the Group 7 referee said sullenly. Xie Ziwen wins this match. He gains 2 points. The first elder, Jiang Qi, said gravely, he severely injured Xiao Chen in 5 moves. Xiao Chen has to be careful when he meets him. This person seems to be a disciple of the Evil Moon Pavilion. He seems to have gotten into the top 50 in the previous 5-nation youth competition. Xiao Chen did not refute this. He only smiled faintly and continued watching the next match. In the group competition, everyone had to fight 20 matches. The first round was based on the order of their numbers. Xiao Chen's ranking was rather low, so he appeared later. However, the following matches in Group 6 were not of high quality. Xiao Chen could not help but turn his gaze to the other dueling rings. Casually looking around, Xiao Chen discovered a familiar person. He could not help but fix his gaze on her. In the dueling ring 9, Duanmuking was currently fighting an intense battle with her opponent. Duanmuking was only a medial grade martial king. However, her opponent was a superior grade martial king, 1 grade higher than her. However, Duanmuking held the absolute advantage in the dueling ring. Her black hair had turned white, and her eyes were cold and emotionless. She held a slender sword in her hand. With every move, Duanmuking suppressed her opponent. She was like a machine. Duanmuking did not show any emotion at all. Her opponent was definitely not resigned to being suppressed by someone with a lower cultivation. She tried to turn the situation around several times. However, Duanmuking calmly found her openings and countered them with all sorts of killing moves. In the end, she lost helplessly, becoming the first person in her group to be defeated by someone of a higher cultivation realm. It turns out that Duanmuking has grown so much. Shifting his gaze to the left, Xiao Chen saw another familiar person, the Heavenly Sword Gate's Ding Fengqiu. After not seeing Xiao Chen for more than a year, Ding Fengqiu's improvement was very startling. He used only 3 moves to defeat a superior grade martial king. Now, Ding Fengqiu seemed to be even stronger than Xie Ziwen. After that, Xiao Chen watched a few more matches. The weakest of the participants in the arena battles was a medial grade martial king. Most of them were superior grade martial kings. There were also many half-step martial monarchs. There were less than 10 great perfection half-step martial monarchs. As for peak consummation half-step martial monarchs, Xiao Chen did not see a single one. Look, the Nangong noble clan's Nangong Ziyue is going up. She got into the top 8 in the previous 5-nation youth competition. Xiao Chen looked over and saw a girl in purple standing on the arena of Group 19. She looked very elegant, and her aura was very otherworldly. Her opponent was a stout man holding a huge sword. Based on his aura, he was not a weakling. Gong Haoyu, please give me some pointers. The stout man was very cautious. He knew about the Nangong noble clan's reputation. After the fight started, he immediately took a few steps back. Boom! However, before the stout man could stand firm, Nangong Ziyue sent him sprawling with a palm strike. He did not even see how she attacked. How powerful! She actually used only one palm strike to defeat her opponent. That Gong Haoyu is not weak either. He was also in the top 50 in the previous 5-nation youth competition. However, it feels like they are on completely different levels. The Nangong noble clan's people truly live up to their reputation. I wonder if she can get into the top 5 this time. Everyone had guessed that Nangong Ziyue would win. However, they had not expected her to win so easily. Indeed, the geniuses in the top 10 were not people that ordinary geniuses could compare to. Xiaochen saw it clearly but did not care too much. While Nangong Ziyue was very strong, she was not a match for him. Xiaochen's true opponents were Sima Lingxian and Xianyuan Zhantian. If he wanted to add more, the mysterious Chu Chaoyun could be counted in as well. Next match, contestant number 19, Xiaochen, versus contestant number 20, Huang Chang. It was finally Xiaochen's turn to fight in Group 17. Xiaochen withdrew his aura from the arena, preventing others from knowing how strong he was. He performed a cupped fist salute and the match began. He. Thank you for giving me 2 points. Xiaochen's opponent, Huang Chang, was a swordsman. He was also a half-step martial monarch. He pointed his sword at Xiaochen, not caring about him at all. Huang Chang has not even comprehended sword intent, yet he dares to boast like this. Xiaochen was speechless. Xiaochen stepped forward and his figure flickered. He circulated his vital qi quickly and his bones crackled. In that instant, Xiaochen felt a boundless vital qi spread throughout his body. He shouted, breaking armor. Seizing the heart. Xiaochen clenched his right fist and formed a sharp azure shockwave. He easily tore apart his opponent's continuous stream of sword attacks. Seizing the heart claw. Xiaochen's 5 fingers turned into a claw. The transition between a fist and a claw was very smooth, not unnatural at all. Before Xiaochen's opponent's horrified gaze, Xiaochen's 5 fingers tore through his protective essence and stabbed into his chest. Xiaochen did not manage to grab the heart. He pulled his hand back and slapped Xiaochen's chest with the back of his hand. A huge force slammed Xiaochen into the barrier of the arena. With 1 punch and 1 claw, Xiaochen easily defeated his opponent. The fist was the breaking armor fist, specialized in breaking defenses. The claw was the seizing the heart claw. It was as hard as frost iron and as hard as steel. 1 claw could break the heart. The referee of Group 6 was secretly astonished. The battle in the arena had ended abnormally fast. Others could not determine the cultivations of the two. However, the referee could clearly tell that they were both small perfection half-step martial monarchs. There was not much of a difference between them. Originally, the referee thought that Xie Ziwen would be the champion of Group 6. However, it looked like there was an additional variable. This Xiaochen was definitely not weaker than Xie Ziwen. Number 19, Xiaochen wins. You have 2 points. After the referee announced the results, he gave Xiaochen a deep look. This youth might be even stronger than he thought. In a spectator stand on the east side of the spectator stands, 10 youths leisurely watched the battles on the 20 arenas. These 10 people were the seeded participants of this 5-nation youth competition. They were qualified to skip the first round of elimination. The first seeded participant, Sima Lingxian, could skip 2 rounds of elimination and directly enter the ranking battles. The only female among the seeded participants was Yu Chenxi. She was very eye-catching among the 10. In the past, the 8 noble clans had 8 seeded participants. The remaining 2 spots were reserved for the 10 great sects. However, in this 5-nation youth competition, there were 3 spots for the 10 great sects, the Supreme Sects Gong Yangyu, the Drifting Snow Sword Sects Lu Xiaoyun, and the Haotian Sects Yu Chenxi. When Yu Chenxi saw Xiaochen defeat his opponent in 2 moves, a bright light flashed in her eyes. She revealed a brilliant smile on her pretty face. Xiao Chen, you did not disappoint me. This time, you should be able to make me use my full power. Chapter 570. The first round of the competition continued. On the first day, every participant had to fight 20 matches. Aside from strength, such high-intensity matches were a test of the participants' ability to withstand pressure. After Yun Kursen finished a match, she walked back and looked at Xiao Chen. She smiled and said, Xiao Chen, how many matches have you fought? How are the results? Before Xiao Chen could reply, Lu Suifeng interrupted, he has won all 5 matches. Furthermore, he did not even draw his saber, just like senior sister Yun. Yun Kursen smiled and said, mine was purely luck. Furthermore, it was not an easy victory. However, there are not many experts in our group. As long as I do not lose 5 matches, I will be able to qualify. In the first round of elimination, the seeded participants did not appear. Hence, many of the groups did not have any peak experts. This was the case for Xiao Chen's Group 6 and Yun Kursen's Group 3. However, there were also some death groups. There were many veteran experts like Bai Zhan in those groups. There were also heaven-defying people like Xianyuan Zhantian and Nangang Ziyue. Being placed in such a group was a tragedy for ordinary participants. It was unfortunate that Murong Chong was placed in such a group. Lu Suifeng said softly, Murong Chong is back. He lost another match. Now, he has lost 2 matches. After Murong Chong returned, he saw Xiao Chen and Yun Kursen. He could not help but smile bitterly, I really want to switch groups with you too. The experts in my group are too monstrous. Seeing Murong Chong being so casual, Xiao Chen knew that he had let go of his worries. He said, your strength is definitely not weak. In the eyes of others, you are very difficult to deal with. As long as you perform as you normally do, you will definitely be able to clear the first round. Murong Chong said sullenly, I understand. Let's work hard together and do our best to enter the ranking matches. Yun Kursen nodded and said, definitely. Mu Chen and the others also smiled and said, I wish you all success. Bring glory to our Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's first elder, Jianghu, saw this scene, he revealed a joyful smile and nodded slightly. Next battle, Kim Taeho vs Ling Feng. On the 15th group's arena, the old judge said in a low voice. That can't be. This fatso is also participating in the 5-nation youth competition. With his strength, he dares to come without any secret treasures? Lu Suifeng laughed loudly and said, this fellow, to think that he is not embarrassed to go on stage dressed like that. Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with suspicion as he looked over with interest. He was very interested in how strong Fatso was. I am the Evil Moon Pavilion's Ling Feng. Please enlighten me. Ling Feng cupped his hands and bowed. Kim Taeho was dressed in jewelry and held a golden folding fan in his right hand. He smiled and said, the Evil Moon Pavilion is a super large sect. Little brother, how about letting this fat lord make a move or two first? You're extraordinarily handsome and have a mighty aura. You're also a popular contender for the top 10. Furthermore, you're from a super large sect. You can just let this fat lord have a few moves, right? The disciples of a large sect were all prideful. When Ling Feng heard the other party's flattery, he felt somewhat smug. However, Ling Feng maintained a serious expression. He smiled gently and said, that's fine. I don't mind letting you make a move or two. Make your move. It was just 2 moves, it would be over very quickly. Ling Feng still had that much confidence. Kim Taeho chuckled and gave Ling Feng a thumbs up. He said, you are bold. A large sect is indeed a large sect. No wonder you dare to say that you will fight for the top 10. This fat lord is coming. Bang! 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 Fatso's waist was fat and his legs were thick. Even if he did not weigh 200 tons, he weighed at least 178 tons. As he ran, his fat jiggled. The dueling ring did not seem to be able to withstand his weight. Ling Feng found this very comical. He found it funny in his heart. How did such a person clear the first stage? Amidst the comical footsteps, Kim Tae-ho arrived 20 meters before Ling Feng. Like he said, Ling Feng did not show any signs of making a move, allowing Fatso to approach. When Ling Feng was 10 meters away, Kim Tae-ho's speed suddenly increased by 5 or 6 times. He left a fat afterimage in the air, dazzling everyone. Kim Tae-ho put away his folding fan and flipped his right palm. A golden coffin lid appeared in his hands from his spatial ring. Hee hee. Eat this fat lord's coffin lid. Ling Feng felt a sense of danger for some reason. Just as he was about to draw his weapon, the world around him suddenly started spinning. The laws of heaven and earth actually changed. Pa! There was a heavy sound as the coffin lid, which was unknown how heavy, smashed into the Evil Moon Pavilion elite disciple's body. It was unknown how much force Kim Tae-ho used, but after this heavy strike, Ling Feng immediately fell to the ground, unable to get up again. 1 second ago, the crowd was still staring at Kim Tae-ho's comical movement technique. 1 second later, the situation in the dueling ring reversed. Kim Tae-ho put the coffin lid back into his spatial ring. Then, he opened his glittering folding fan with a kashio sound. When he started fanning himself, Kim Tae-ho shook his head and sighed, "You are just trash. To think that you dare to say that you will fight for the top 10. The youths these days are getting more and more arrogant. They do not know how to be humble at all." The Evil Moon Pavilion's elders nearly vomited blood when they saw Xiao Chen's serious expression. Those words were clearly said by Fatso. However, when it came out of his mouth, it became the Evil Moon Pavilion disciple being arrogant and ignorant, so he taught him a lesson. Disciples of the Evil Moon Pavilion, if you meet this person again, don't say anything. Just cripple him or beat him to death, the Evil Moon Pavilion's inner sect first elder said angrily. Kim Tae-ho wins. 2 points. The referee of Group 15 was somewhat speechless, but he still announced the results. Kim Tae-ho put away his folding fan and chuckled. Then, he turned his head and waved to the crowd, "Thank you, everyone, for your support. This fat lord will continue fighting. I am the young master of the Golden Rock Merchant Association. If you want to do business in the future, you can come and look for me. I will give you a 20% discount." Before leaving, Kim Tae-ho did not forget to advertise his merchant association. It was as though everything was a matter of course. This fatso's skin is extraordinarily thick. Too shameless. The Evil Moon Pavilion's people are probably crying. The cultivators in the spectator stands all cursed and laughed. They felt that the Evil Moon Pavilion's people did not deserve this. When Xiao Chen saw this scene, he could not help but laugh hoarsely. However, this was indeed Fatso's true colors. If he was not shameless, he would not be Kim Tae-ho. After the matches of Group 6 ended, the referee immediately said, "Next match, Xiao Chen vs. Xie Ziwen." Bai Zhan looked at the eager Xie Ziwen and said, "Remember what I said. Just move around and test his strength. After that, just take the initiative to admit defeat." Xie Ziwen was extremely unconvinced. He gave a casual reply and eagerly flew towards the arena. Xie Ziwen was a genius disciple of the Evil Moon Pavilion, second only to Bai Zhan. He was ranked 47th in the previous 5-nation youth competition. He was considered an expert in Group 6. As for Xiao Chen, he was the rising star of Group 6. He had fought 5 matches in a row and won them all. Furthermore, they were all overwhelming victories. In the eyes of the spectators, the match between the two was a battle between the strong. It attracted the attention of many people. In the wind cloud platform, Xie Ziwen looked at Xiao Chen with a sullen expression. He said in a cold voice, "Xiao Chen, remember what I said back then? Sooner or later, I will trample on you in front of everyone." Xiao Chen took out the lunar shadow saber from the universe ring and smiled. "I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you." If Xiao Chen continued to use his fists and feet to deal with Xie Ziwen, he would waste a lot of time. So, he intended to end this match quickly. Hence, he no longer had any thoughts of hiding his strength. There is no point in saying so much. Make your move. You should feel honored that you have successfully forced me to take out the lunar shadow saber. Several cultivators in the spectator stands were astonished. In the earlier matches, Xiaochen had only used his fists and feet to deal with his physical body. The strong combat prowess that Xiaochen displayed was already shocking enough. They did not expect that his fists and feet were only supplementary attacks. His true identity as a bladesman was his true identity. This Xiaochen really hid his strength very deeply. 2 points are deducted for each defeat in the arena. He is rather courageous. It looks like there will be a newcomer in Group 6 as well. Haha. Let's wait until he defeats Xieziwen first. If he loses, he will not be that strong. The cultivators paying attention to Group 6 discussed in soft voices. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen had hidden his strength. This made the crowd feel even more anticipation for this match. Seeing that Xiaochen was looking down on him, Xieziwen was so angry that he laughed instead. He said, "Good. Good. Good. Let's see if you dare to continue being arrogant later." 1,000 flaming palms. Xieziwen shouted ferociously. All the fire-attributed spiritual energy in the vast wind cloud platform instantly surged. Sparks leaped around the arena. Xieziwen pushed his right palm forward, and the sparks instantly gathered, forming a huge palm with clear lines. It was like a mountain, carrying a boundless might as it pressed down on Xiaochen. With this move, no one had been able to receive more than 10 moves from Xieziwen. This showed how strong this move was. Ka-Xie. Xiaochen drew the lunar shadow saber, and a purple light flickered. The solid flaming palm instantly split in half before turning into countless sparks. Xiaochen easily broke the 1,000 flaming palms with one saber strike. There was no difficulty at all. Damn it. Xieziwen's expression turned slightly unsightly. He had not expected Xiaochen to break his move so easily. His figure flickered in the air without any pattern. Instantly, many flaming palms filled the air, pressing down on Xiaochen from all directions. At a glance, the vast wind cloud platform was filled with flaming palms. The scene looked very majestic. Xiaochen's expression remained calm as he moved through the flaming palms like he was taking a leisurely stroll. As he brandished his saber, it was like a heavenly steed soaring through the air. He attacked casually. The saber moved with his heart, and the person moved with the saber. Like moving clouds and flowing water, he chopped those terrifying flaming palms into sparks. The Group 6 referee's pupils constricted slightly. He thought to himself, what a wondrous state. This fellow's saber technique seemed to have reached the level of heaven's perception. Xiaochen said indifferently, "Xieziwen, if this is all you are capable of, then don't come out and embarrass yourself." "As you wish." Xieziwen's expression sank. He had not expected the martial technique that he had worked so hard to comprehend to be insufficient in the eyes of Xiaochen, forcing him to use his trump card in advance. Rage of 10,000 flames. Roar. Suddenly, the thousands of flames in the arena trembled intensely. It was like angry cultivators had developed emotions. When the trembling sounds rang out, it gave off the feeling of a fire god shouting. Rage, berserk, dissatisfaction, and various other emotions spread out. Xieziwen had actually infused his own emotions into the state of fire. Chapter 571. Ha ha ha. Xiaochen, do you feel my rage? I have to thank you. Without you, I would not have been able to comprehend such a strong martial technique. Rage, my flame. Bang. In an instant, the rage in the crowd reached its peak. Suddenly, a flaming arm appeared on the ground. This arm was 100 meters long. The moment it appeared, it covered half the sky. Xiaochen's slender body became very small before that flaming arm. He was like an ant that could be smashed to death with one slap. The huge palm carried an overwhelming rage as it smashed down at Xiaochen at lightning speed. Xiaochen's expression remained calm. His heart was as calm as still water, without any ripples. The purple crystalline chi whirlpool in his body spun wildly. As the peak state of thunder surged out, the purple crystalline saber chi turned into a purple crystalline saber chi. The long purple crystalline saber chi was as thin as a cicada's wing. It flashed in the air and chopped the arm that came out of the ground in half. The crystalline saber chi did not lose any momentum as it flew toward Xie. There was a loud bang as the saber chi shattered Xie protective essence. Countless bolts of lightning exploded out, blasting Xie beyond recognition. With a pu-tong sound, he fell from the sky. Ka-xie. After defeating Xie in one move, Xiaochen sheathed his saber. The remnant flames and lightning in the air instantly mixed together and exploded. Purple and red waves of qi enveloped the entire stage with a swoosh. From afar, it looked demonic and beautiful. When the shockwaves scattered and the light disappeared, a calm bladesman stood in the center of the dueling ring. He did not look sad or happy, arrogant or rash. The cool breeze generated by the shockwaves blew at Xiao Chen's clothes, matching Xiao Chen's calm expression. At this moment, Xiao Chen gave off an ethereal and distant aura, appearing carefree and at ease. Xiao Chen wins. You gain another 2 points. The referee of Group 6 suppressed his excitement as he announced the results. A true newcomer had finally appeared in Group 6, it was no longer a trashy group. As the referee, he could at least be a little satisfied. Damn! Is there a mistake? He killed Xie in one move. What exactly is the background of this white-robed bladesman? No matter what, Xie obtained the 49th rank in the previous 5-nation youth competition. Could it be that this person can get into the top 20? From the looks of it, he hasn't used his full strength yet. I wonder how much of his strength he has used. At least 70%. Otherwise, it would be too terrifying. The warriors who had been paying attention to Xiao Chen's match were in an uproar. They had not expected such an ending. In the first half of the match, Xie was still in high spirits. The scale of the match was astonishing. He did not look any worse than Xiao Chen. However, when Xiao Chen became truly enraged, he used one saber strike to instantly defeat Xie, thoroughly shocking everyone. In the spectator stands, the Evil Moon Pavilion elders all had unsightly expressions. First, an elite disciple was toyed with by Kim Tae-ho. Next, Xie, whom they had placed their hopes on, was defeated in one move. As a super sect, such embarrassing things happened one after another. It was a complete slap in the face. Bai Zhan was speechless. This fellow already told him that he was not a match for Xiao Chen, yet he still humiliated himself. When Xiao Chen returned to his spectator stands, Yun Kursen was astonished at the strength that Xiao Chen had displayed. She asked curiously, Xiao Chen, how much strength did you use earlier? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and replied, not even half. Perhaps not even half of half. Yun Kursen could not help but be horrified. Half of half? Doesn't that mean that he did not even use a quarter of his strength? What exactly is Xiao Chen's strength now? In a spectator stand far away from Xiao Chen, the 3 genius cultivators of the Myriad Fiend Palace had also seen the earlier battle. Bai's bright eyes seemed to twinkle like stars. He smiled happily and said, Elder brother Xiao Chen has become very powerful. Bai, you have to do your best as well. Let's meet in the finals together with elder brother Xiao Chen. Mu Xinya, Jiang Zimo, and Chu Mu shook their heads and smiled bitterly, not saying anything. After they parted in Desolate City, the 3 of them had set Xiao Chen as their target, doing their best to catch up. Now that 2 years had passed, the 3 of them had improved. However, the gap between them and Xiao Chen seemed to be growing larger. It seemed like they would never be able to catch up to that threshold. Once Xiao Chen surpassed them, they would lose the chance to catch up. To be in the same generation as Xiao Chen, setting him as their target was a tragedy. After defeating Xie in one move, Xiao Chen's popularity soared. In the next 3 matches, his opponents chose to forfeit. After all, there were 20 matches, one after another. If one knew that they would lose to Xiao Chen, yet they still risked getting injured, it would be unwise. Obviously, this was extremely unwise. The most important thing was to conserve his strength and prepare for the next battle. After Xiao Chen sat down, Lu Suifeng, who had been watching the matches, immediately said to Xiao Chen, "A genius bladesman appeared in Group 10. He is very powerful." Compared to Xiao Chen, Lu Suifeng and the others were much more relaxed. They could watch the matches more freely. They could be considered as scouts, helping Xiao Chen to see which geniuses he needed to pay attention to. A genius in the saber? The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was famous for the saber. Under the influence of Lu Suifeng's eyes and ears, he naturally had a good eye for bladesmen. A bladesman that caught his eye and was referred to as a genius would definitely not be weak. Since the group stages started, Xiao Chen had seen many genius swordsmen. However, geniuses in the saber category were rare. Xiao Chen asked interestedly, "Is he a disciple of the Divine Saber Gate, one of the 10 great sects?" Of the 10 great sects, the Divine Saber Gate was famous for its saber techniques. In terms of saber techniques, they were several times more accomplished than the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Lu Suifeng shook his head and said, "No." Somewhat surprised, Xiao Chen said, "Then, he is a disciple of the Bai clan." The Bai clan was also famous for its saber techniques. Their ancestor, Bai Shueha, was a saber emperor. The 4-season saber technique was known as the saber technique closest to heaven-ranked martial techniques. Although heaven-ranked martial techniques were strong, under normal circumstances, one had to be a martial monarch before they could practice them. Given this, the strength of the 4-season saber technique became obvious among a large group of half-step martial monarchs. It was clearly an earth-ranked martial technique, but it had the might of a heaven-ranked martial technique. This was like a cheat. This was also why Bai Qi dared to challenge Sima Lingxian back then. It was not strange for a noble clan of saber techniques to have a few geniuses weaker than Bai Zhan. However, Lu Suifeng still shook his head and said, "That's not it either. This fellow is called Lin Fei. He does not belong to any sect. His saber techniques are very exquisite. The strength he shows is only that of a superior grade martial king. However, when he brings out his combat prowess, even a half-step martial monarch would not be a match for him. He is going up again. He has already won 10 matches in a row. I wonder if he can continue." Mu Chen, who was at the side, said. "Lin Fei does not belong to any sect. He is not a disciple of the Divine Saber Gate or a disciple of the Bai clan. There are many newcomers in this 5-nation youth competition." Xiao Chen could not help but look into the distance. He saw 2 youths already standing on the dueling ring for Group 10. One of them wore embroidered clothes with 2 crossed sabers embroidered on his chest. Xiao Chen knew that was the symbol of the Divine Saber Gate. The other person wore azure clothes and held a saber about 1 meter long and 2 fingers wide. He looked very ordinary, looking very ordinary. His eyes were hidden, like a silent volcano. A horrifying aura seemed like it would erupt at any moment. This azure-robed man should be the Lin Fei that Lu Suifeng mentioned. There are not many experts in Group 10. However, Lin Fei's winning streak might come to an end. His opponent is the elite disciple of the Divine Saber Gate, Ma Yuan, who was ranked 39th in the previous 5-nation youth competition. Furthermore, they are both bladesmen. They know each other very well. The situation is not good. The most important thing is that they are from a large sect. The martial techniques and cultivation techniques they practice are not weak. They are completely different from the other opponents. Clearly, Lin Fei was very popular. Before the duel started, many of the cultivators near Xiao Chen started discussing him. Ma Yuan held a slender scarlet saber in his hand. He looked at Lin Fei and said, "Sorry, I will be the one to end your winning streak." Lin Fei smiled and said, "Where does your confidence come from? Make your move. Let me see how many strikes the elite disciple of the Divine Saber Gate can take." "A nameless brat, how dare you be so arrogant?" Ma Yuan shouted ferociously, and his aura exploded out. The wrist that he used to hold his saber trembled, and a scarlet killing chi immediately spread out from his body. Traceless blood shadow. The moment Ma Yuan made his move, he did not intend to hold back. He immediately used the starting stance of the superior grade earth-ranked saber technique of the divine saber gate, the blood shadow saber technique. Instantly, scarlet saber lights flew out from the saber. As they scattered, the entire place was filled with scarlet lights. The silhouette contained sharp killing intent. Every strand of killing intent was firmly locked onto Lin Fei, not giving him much chance to dodge. Lu Suifeng sighed and said, "The disciples of a large sect are really good. The moment they start, they use an earth-ranked saber technique. Look at the state and wonders of this saber technique. It is not something an ordinary saber technique can compare to." Xiao Chen agreed with Lu Suifeng's words. For the blood shadow saber technique, the blood represented killing qi, and the shadows represented nimble and formless trajectories. This was just the starting stance, and it already caused the killing intent to scatter like snowflakes. This Ma Yuan was indeed quite capable. However, whether he could obtain victory or not depended on how deep his understanding of the state of the blood shadow saber technique was. A large sect was good. They could give you martial techniques that ordinary people would find hard to obtain. However, how much you could bring out depended on your talent. Lin Fei was expressionless. However, at this moment, his originally lifeless eyes became lively. He quickly swept his gaze over the blood shadow saber light and Ma Yuan. After that, Lin Fei quickly made a decision in his heart. He revealed a cold smile and drew his saber with a xiao sound. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei sent out 10 saber strikes. The sharp saber qi were like arrows, unblockable. They all struck the weakest part of the blood shadow saber qi. Clanging sounds resounded and the blood shadows filling the air were all shattered by Lin Fei. The starting stance of the blood shadow saber technique was broken just like that. Xiao Chen said, "Ma Yuan is going to lose." Mu Chen and the others felt it was strange. This was just the beginning. Why did Xiao Chen say that Ma Yuan was going to lose? Ma Yuan appeared somewhat dispirited. The blood shadow saber technique had just started. It had not even had time to display its might. How could it be broken so quickly? How was he going to continue fighting? Chapter 572. However, Lin Fei did not give Ma Yuan any time to hesitate. Suddenly, a sharp saber qi shot out from under his feet. He followed this saber qi and arrived before Ma Yuan in an instant. Dang! At the critical moment, Ma Yuan finally reacted. He grasped his saber with both hands and blocked his opponent's attack. When the weapons clashed, sparks flew. Bang! However, just at this moment, another strand of sharp saber qi shot out from under Lin Fei's feet. His body instantly floated into the air. That strand of saber qi was incredibly sharp. It came from below and came from a strange angle. Even with Ma Yuan's rich combat experience, he was flustered and caught off guard. Again. Ma Yuan had just retreated when Lin Fei, who was floating in the air, waited for a long time. He landed beside Ma Yuan and hacked down with his 1-meter-long saber with a strong aura. The strand of saber qi that came from under Lin Fei's feet appeared almost at the same time as the saber strike. Furthermore, this attack came from the side of Ma Yuan. Ma Yuan tried to catch the saber strike, but the saber qi that shot out brushed past him. A bloody hole appeared in his chest, and blood flowed out. Dang! 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 After losing in one move, Ma Yuan lost the entire match. Lin Fei did not show mercy, not giving Ma Yuan any chance to counterattack. After 6 moves, 7 bloody holes appeared in Ma Yuan's chest. His clothes were dyed red with blood, and his complexion paled. Seeing that Lin Fei was about to descend again, Ma Yuan said unwillingly, "I admit defeat." Lin Fei, who was in the air, instantly withdrew his move. He somersaulted once in the air before gently landing on the ground. Lin Fei had defeated his opponent in 7 moves. Furthermore, he was not injured at all. Ma Yuan had not even managed to touch the corner of his clothes. The new generation replaces the old. However, this newcomer rose up too quickly. The old generation died on the beach. Indeed. After all, he was ranked 39th in the previous 5-nation youth competition. In the end, he did not even manage to touch the corner of Lin Fei's clothes. This newcomer is too horrifying. This unexpected result caused the cultivators in the spectator stands to sigh after a long silence. Haha. This is still good. You did not watch the matches of the 20th group. The Eastern Sea's Little Dragon King, Xianyuan Zhantian, defeated his opponent in one move every time. Quite a few experts from the previous tournament didn't believe it. In the end, there were no surprises. No matter where you came from, the power of your halberd is unstoppable. There are too many new talents this year. It's the same for Group 1. There's a young lady from the Myriad Demon Palace. She's definitely not more than 16 years old. But he actually won more than 10 rounds in a row before losing to a direct disciple of one of the 10 great sections. It looks like the age of geniuses is real. The second elimination round will begin the day after tomorrow. After the seeded participants participate, the competition will probably be even more intense. Lu Suifeng secretly clicked his tongue. What a strange saber technique. How is one supposed to block it? There is one move on the surface and another hidden move. I have never heard of such a martial technique before. Could it be that he created it himself? Yun Kursen looked at Xiao Chen and said, Xiao Chen, what are your chances of victory against him? Xiao Chen pondered for a moment and said, this person is very strong. If it's just the strength he has shown, I have a 100% chance of winning against him. Murong Chong said in astonishment, could it be that you have a way to deal with that strange saber technique? Xiao Chen did not answer this question directly. He said, winning by surprise is very difficult. If he holds on to the idea of conquering the world with just a set of saber techniques, it will be very difficult for him to enter the top 50 of the ranking battles. As they spoke, it was soon time for Xiao Chen's match. This time, his opponent was a short-haired cultivator holding a spear. He was about the same age as Xiao Chen. However, his face looked very lethargic. The short-haired cultivator did not seem very confident. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, Xiao Chen, if you can receive one move from me, I will admit defeat. Xiao Chen said calmly, I do not need you to admit defeat. If you want to use your best move, you have to do your best to create an opportunity. Don't beg for an opponent. If I agree, will you use the same move every time you meet an opponent stronger than you? Xiao Chen did not like such cowardice before a fight. If he wanted to force his opponent to fight him in one move, he needed to use an equal amount of strength and capital. If he relied on begging to obtain this opportunity, his mentality would be unstable from the start. The short-haired cultivator did not expect Xiao Chen to reject him so straightforwardly. He clenched his teeth and said, watch out for the spear. The spear spun around, and the surrounding air stirred up a strong wind, gathering at the tip of the spear. The short-haired cultivator's right hand trembled, and the spear moved like a venomous snake coming out of its hole, biting at Xiao Chen. When the spear arrived in front of Xiao Chen, the spear tip shook violently a few times. It seemed like there were a few more venomous snakes coming out of their holes, making it hard to distinguish the real from the fake. Xiao Chen shook his head slightly. The opening was too obvious. If the other party did not change his move, he could have just thrust his spear. The aura, speed, and state of the spear could be said to be perfect. Unfortunately, he insisted on playing with technique, and the state of the spear crumbled. Against a cultivator with better eyesight and techniques than him, this spear strike was laughable. Xiao Chen clenched his fist and punched. Berserk Dragon. An azure dragon-shaped energy spread out in front of his fist. Xiao Chen's fist clashed with one of the spear lights. Bang! There was a loud sound, and the fake and real spear lights all disappeared. The short-haired cultivator held the spear in his hand and retreated a few steps back. Xiao Chen placed his right hand on his saber hilt and ran quickly. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before his opponent. Before his opponent could react, Xiao Chen drew his saber and knocked the spear out of his opponent's hand. Then, he moved his right hand and placed his saber on his opponent's neck. You lost, Xiaochen said calmly. The short-haired cultivator was clearly dissatisfied. He said, I still have not used my trump card. As long as you give me 2 seconds, I will definitely be able to turn the situation around. If you do not even have the chance to execute it, how can it be called a trump card? Don't be stubborn. Improving your foundation is the most important thing. Otherwise, any trump card is just empty talk. Xiaochen sheathed his saber and did not say anything more. He had already said this much. Whether he could comprehend it or not would depend on himself. The short-haired cultivator had a blank expression on his face. He kept thinking about Xiaochen's words in his mind. There would always be a time when the 20 rounds of competition came to an end. When the sun set, Xiaochen's group of 6 had all finished their matches. He had obtained a perfect score without any losses. After waiting for a while, Yun Kursen and Murong Chong also finished their matches. Yun Kursen's luck was good, and she managed to break through. Murong Chong's luck did not continue to be bad. He managed to qualify for the group of death with some difficulty. The first elder, Jianghu, had an excited expression on his face. The great Qin nation's Misty Sword sect only had one person left, Chu Chaoyun. However, the Night Spirit Palace's Mu Qingxue had fallen in the first round. In terms of numbers, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had completely suppressed the other 2 great sections. If they advertised it properly in the future, it would greatly increase the influence of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Let's go, we can go back first. We will rest tomorrow and prepare for the elimination round the day after tomorrow, Jianghu said as he stood up. Xiaochen looked at the dueling ring and said, wait for a while. The match between Nangong Ziyue and the Sun Moon Sword Sect's Mo Zian is about to begin. In a situation where the seated participants had not appeared, it would be very difficult for a match to attract Xiaochen's attention. Lin Fei's earlier match was one. Now, Nangong Ziyue and Mo Zian's match was another. There was no need to say much about Nangong Ziyue. She came from one of the 8 noble clans and was ranked in the top 8 of the previous 5-nation youth competition. She was one of the hot favorites for the top 5 this time around. Nangong Ziyue should not have appeared here. Unfortunately, her seated spot was taken by Yu Chenxi. Mo Zian was the personal disciple of the Sun Moon Sword Sect, one of the 10 great sections. He was ranked 11th in the previous 5-nation youth competition. Although he did not get into the top 10, he was just unlucky. Mo Zian's true combat prowess was publicly acknowledged to be no weaker than the top 10. Hence, this match was definitely a match of the strong in everyone's eyes. At this moment, most of the matches had already ended. However, no one left the spectator stands. They were all waiting for the match between the 2. Mo Zian had a sword hanging at his waist. He had a long and narrow face. Such a person should give off the impression of a treacherous and vile person. However, Mo Zian exuded a righteous aura. He was so broad-minded that he could swallow the sun and the moon. No one could feel that kind of negative aura. Nangong Ziyue, how do you feel after being forced out of your seated spot? Mo Zian asked with a gentle smile. Nangong Ziyue replied calmly, just take care of yourself. Be careful not to lose to me again. Mo Zian said, receive my move. If I cannot defeat you in 10 moves, I will forfeit. As Mo Zian spoke, he displayed strong confidence. Ka Xie. The sword was drawn. It was 1 meter long and 2 centimeters wide. It flickered with a cold light and emitted a sharp light. Sword chi flowed out of it. This was a superior grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon. It was incredibly sharp. Pooh! Pooh! Mo Zian leaped into the air. The instant he soared into the air, the night sky blocked out the afterglow of the setting sun. A bright moon hung high in the sky. As Mo Zian's sword moved, a poignant moonlight shone on Nangong Ziyue, who was on the ground. Under the moonlight, Mo Zian looked very graceful and at ease. This sword seemed to have flown over from beyond the heavens. It gave off the illusion of space. Mo Zian seemed to be very close to Nangong Ziyue, but at the same time, It seemed like he was very far away. So close, yet worlds apart, boundless moonlight pulling together. Using the moonlight to simulate the state of world's end near at hand, whether he was at the end of the world or close at hand was decided by a single thought, and the outcome would be decided immediately. In the spectator stands for the seated contestants, Sima Lingxian, who had a very casual expression, was attracted by this state. He praised softly, "Not bad. Mo Xian has already grasped the essence of the sun-moon sword sex state of bright moon. If he can bring his state of blazing sun to this level, he will be qualified to fight with Nangong Ziyue. If he can use the state of sun and moon as he pleases, he will have a 70% chance of entering the top 10. Even Sima Lingxian gave such a high evaluation. It was easy to imagine how incredible Mo Xian's sword was. This is the true strength of the top 10 contestants. Indeed, they are on a completely different level from the other contestants. They will only reveal some of their true strength when facing people of the same level as them. They are all geniuses, but the gap between them is like an insurmountable chasm. I wonder how Nangong Ziyue will block this. This match should be the match of the highest quality in the first round of elimination. Mo Xian's casual sword strike immediately caused the large spectator stands to be filled with astonishment. As the saying went, when an expert made a move, it was easy to tell. A peak genius was indeed not someone that ordinary people could match up to. A gap was a gap. Chapter 573. Xianyuan Zhantian, who had already finished his match, looked at this duel. He revealed a smile and said, "What an interesting state. I wonder how that girl will deal with this. So close yet worlds apart." Whether Nangong Ziyue was at the other end of the world or close to her depended on her judgment. If Nangong Ziyue judged that her opponent was at the other end of the world, she should focus on storing up energy to receive the sharp sword strike from her opponent at the other end of the world. If Nangong Ziyue judged that her opponent was at the other end of the world, she should attack quickly. Because the distance was close, her opponent would definitely attack very quickly, not giving her time to react. The night sky was turned upside down, the moonlight was like water, shining brightly and sprinkling down. Mo Xian's sword descended from the sky, filling the sky with light. Where was he? Was he at the other end of the world or close to her? Although all of this took a long time to describe, everything happened in an instant. Nangong Ziyue had to make a decision in an extremely short amount of time. Otherwise, she would have been defeated by that one strike. Suddenly, Nangong Ziyue moved. She took a step forward with her right foot and slowly made a strange gesture with her left and right hands. It was like she was activating some strange martial technique. Nangong Ziyue did not store up energy or attack quickly. Everyone could not help but feel suspicious about what she was doing. Splash! Suddenly, the melodious sound of flowing water rang out. At some point in time, tall mountains and flowing lakes appeared around Nangong Ziyue. Nangong Ziyue stood in the middle of the lake. The mountains moved in the water and she drifted among the mountains and rivers. Was it the mountains moving or the water flowing? Or was it the otherworldly girl in the mountains and rivers swaying? No one could tell what was happening. If you are at the other end of the world, I will flow with the waves. If you are close to me, I will be as unmoving as a mountain. If you are at the other end of the world, I will flow with the waves. If you are close to me, I will be as unmoving as a mountain. If you have the boundless moonlight, I will be as unmoving as a mountain. If you want me to be as unmoving as a mountain, I will be as unmoving as a mountain. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but praise. What a beautiful concept of mountains and rivers, turning the passive into the active in an instant. Is this the strength of the 8 aristocratic families? In the seated contestants' spectator stands, the 10 seated contestants all revealed expressions of admiration. The Baiming clan's scion, Baiming Shang, smiled gently and said, "I have long heard that the Nangong clan has an ancient book called the Mountain and River Scripture. It looks like Nangong Ziyue comprehended a part of it. She, who is fighting for the seated spot, probably did not use her full power." As he spoke, he purposely glanced at the Haotian Sexu Chensi, the woman who pushed Nangong Ziyue out. Yu Chenxi smiled faintly and ignored Bai Mingshang's words. If Nangong Ziyue did not use her full strength, how could she do the same? Clang clang. Suddenly, a clear sword hum rang out in the dueling ring. Mo Xian's sword had finally arrived before Nangong Ziyue. Nangong Ziyue smiled faintly and pushed her palms forward. It seemed like she had the power to change the world. The surrounding tall mountains started moving quickly. No, it was not the mountains that moved, but the water that flowed too fast. The crowd used Nangong Ziyue, who was drifting with the water, as a reference. They had the misconception that the tall mountains were moving. You came from the ends of the earth. I will drift with the water, moving 1,000 kilometers away. In the dueling ring, Nangong Ziyue's curvaceous body quickly retreated. No matter how fast Mo Xian's sword was or how strong it was, it always stopped 1 centimeter in front of her, unable to advance any further. A resonant sword hum rang out, and a strong sword intent spread out. It passed through the wind cloud barrier and spread to the spectator stands. The swords of several swordsmen could not help but hum. With the support of the moonlight, the might of the small perfection sword intent more than doubled. After attacking for a long time without success, Missouri Xian quickly changed his move. He held his sword with one hand and used both hands. Then, he swung his sword downwards. Raging fire burns the mountain. The night disappeared, and the bright moon disappeared. The blazing sun shone in the sky. Unexpectedly, Mo Xian had changed his state in a short instant. The gentle moonlight turned into the strong and unyielding light of the blazing sun, encasing Nangong Ziyue and forcing her to clash head-on. Xiao! Nangong Ziyue suddenly stopped. In that instant, the mountains stopped moving, the water stopped flowing, the tall mountains remained silent, and the waves remained calm. This showed Nangong Ziyue's control of her state to the finest detail. Using the mountains as the momentum and the lake as the intent, she did not fear clashing head-on with her opponent. She sent out a punch. Boom! The fist and the sword clashed head-on. An intense explosion resounded in the dueling ring. An unending shockwave spread out in all directions. Visible ripples appeared on the wind cloud barrier. Clearly, it suffered from an intense impact. If it were not for the barrier, the shockwave would have affected some of the cultivators in the spectator stands who were closer to Xiaochen. How strong! Are all the peak geniuses of the younger generation this strong? It looks like they are no weaker than ordinary inferior-grade martial monarchs. Compared to them, those rising stars are undoubtedly a little lacking in terms of aura. The crowd in the spectator stands was astonished. Clearly, they had not expected the clash between the two to have such a huge impact. The genius saber Lin Fei looked at the two of them. A fervent light flashed in his eyes as he muttered, "Master was right. There are countless geniuses in the 5-nation youth competition. I have indeed underestimated these people in the past." Bang! There was another intense explosion. The blazing sun in the sky that Mo Xian's state had turned into shattered into countless sparks. The sky turned dark once more. The setting sun in the distance shone its golden light on the dueling ring once more. However, the lake under Nangong Ziyue's feet only rippled for a while before no more waves appeared. The mountain was still the same mountain, and the lake was still the same lake. It was clear which was stronger between the fist and the sword. The pale Mo Xian fell to the ground. Clearly, he was not satisfied. He gently patted the dueling ring and sword into the air, charging at Nangong Ziyue again. Xiao! 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 A sharp sword light swept through the place like a sharp wind blade. As the sun and moon alternated, Mo Xian's aura changed unpredictably. His sword moves were also unpredictable. Nangong Ziyue did not panic. She walked between the mountains and rivers and casually sent out fist winds. She used the might of the mountains and the state of the flowing water to break Mo Xian's sword moves. Feng Yuan, the scion of the Feng clan, who was famous for their movement techniques of the 8 noble clans, looked at the situation and said, "The state of mountains and rivers is indeed strong. I'm afraid Mo Zian will not be able to wait until Nangong Ziyue is at the end of her rope. Bai Qi smiled and said, why wait until she is at the end of her rope? If he is really capable, he can split the mountain and cut the water. When the 1,000 mountains are broken, the 10,000 rivers will not flow. Naturally, Nangong Ziyue will lose. Unfortunately, Mo Zian does not have such an ability. Sima Lingxian remained silent. He agreed with Bai Qi's opinion in his heart. Although Nangong Ziyue was strong, if that was all, she would not be a match for them. Immortal mountains and rivers. Nangong Ziyue shouted and did not intend to continue fighting. A pillar of water shot up into the sky from the lake behind her. Then, she punched with both fists, carrying the might of the immortal mountains and rivers. One fist was the mountain, the other the water. The mountains and rivers are immortal, only I exist. A tyrannical aura spread out from Nangong Ziyue's body. Bang! The boundless sword move that Mo Zian materialized as the sun and moon alternated vanished before this pair of fists. He vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood and crashed into the wind cloud barrier, losing the ability to continue fighting. Nangong Ziyue withdrew her fists and stood upright. The mountain was no longer there and the water was no longer there. Only a cool breeze remained in the wind cloud barrier. All the cultivators in the vast spectator stands remained silent. That tyrannical punch had left a deep impression on them. It was hard to imagine that such a pretty girl could deliver such a tyrannical punch. The final match of the first day of the competition did not disappoint the crowd. Mo Zian and Nangong Ziyue were worthy of everyone's weight. Nangong Ziyue looked at the seated contestants' seats and swept her gaze across Yu Chenxi's face. Then, she gently floated down from the wind cloud platform. Everyone understood the gaze that flew over. During the preliminaries, Nangong Ziyue, who did not want to reveal her strength, had lost in the fight for the dragon pillar and was forced to give up her seated spot. However, this did not mean that she was inferior to Yu Chenxi. Nangong Ziyue was issuing a challenge to Yu Chenxi, wanting to take revenge for him snatching away her seated spot. After tomorrow, the immortal mountains and rivers fist would face the peak great perfection morning sun fist. What kind of shocking battle would that be? Between Yu Chenxi and Nangong Ziyue, who was stronger? Everyone was filled with anticipation. After the match between Mo Zian and Nangong Ziyue ended, there were still a few matches left. However, they were not any outstanding matches. They were negligible. Most of the cultivators stood up and headed out. They formed groups of 3 to 5 and discussed the matches today in soft voices. They all had excited expressions on their faces. The quality of this 5-nation youth competition was much better than the previous 5-nation youth competition. The newcomers that appeared were also not comparable to the previous 5-nation youth competition. Several veteran experts, like Xie Ziwen, who was ranked 47th, and Ma Yuan, who was ranked 39th, were eliminated on the first day. This was a huge surprise to everyone. Even before the seeded contestants appeared, the first day's matches were already very exciting. Everyone could not help but be filled with anticipation for the matches the day after tomorrow. When the 9 seeded contestants appeared, the already intense elimination round would become even more intense. The newcomers who were still hiding their strength would no longer be able to do so. Everyone was filled with anticipation. Whether Xianyuan Zhantian, Lin Fei, Xiao Chen, and Chu Chaoyun could last until the end was something everyone was looking forward to. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and prepared to leave with the first elder, Jiang Qi, and the others. Ha ha! Little brother Xiao Chen, it has been a long time. Just at this moment, a familiar laugh rang out. When everyone looked back, they saw a richly jeweled Kim Taeho waving his folding fan as he dragged his fat body over. Jiang Qi and the others were not familiar with Kim Taeho, so they just greeted him and left first. Xiao Chen looked at Kim Taeho and smiled faintly. Unexpectedly, with your body, you dared to participate in the 5-nation youth competition. Furthermore, you managed to pass the first elimination round. Kim Taeho chuckled and waved his hand. It is just a small matter. It is just the first elimination round. Wait for this fat lord to get into the top 10 before you get shocked. Work hard. Let us two brothers fight for the finals. Chapter 574. Xiao Chen was flabbergasted. He said, cut the crap. Do you think I do not know what you are capable of? What are you planning this time? Fatso smiled and said, I am here to discuss business and to get into the top 10 for fun. Fatso waved his golden folding fan. He spoke very casually, not unnatural at all. Elder brother Xiao Chen. While the two of them were chatting, another crisp and pleasant voice rang out. A fragrant wind blew over, causing one to feel refreshed and intoxicated. Xiao Chen turned his head to look. Before he could react, a soft body threw itself into his embrace and hugged him tightly. The young girl's breasts pressed tightly against Xiao Chen's chest. Jiang Zimo and Chu Mu, who followed behind, revealed envious expressions. Xiao Chen felt somewhat embarrassed. He placed Bai on the ground and said joyfully, Bai, why are you here? Xiao Chen was indeed pleasantly surprised. He had not expected to meet Bai again. In reality, Bai's dueling ring happened to be in a blind spot of Xiao Chen's seat. There were also several dueling rings in between. If one did not pay special attention, one would not notice the other party. After all, 20 dueling rings were too many. Bai said seriously, I am here to participate. I want to prove to elder brother Xiao Chen that Bai has the ability to protect herself now. Earlier, Xiao Chen had heard the cultivators nearby talking about a genius young girl appearing in the Myriad Fiend Palace. She had won several matches in a row. He had not expected that person to be Bai. Bai, you and this fat lord have not seen each other for a long time. Come, give me a hug, Kim Tae-ho said to Bai with a smile. Bai shook her head and said, I am not letting you hug me. Bai will only let elder brother Xiao Chen hug me. Brother Xiao, it has been a long time. Just at this moment, another voice rang out. Two handsome cultivators with different auras walked over. It was the Great Chu Nation's Heavenly Sword Gates Ding Fengqiu and the Great Tang Nation's Beast Taming Abode Suemo. They were old friends from Desolate City. After parting that day, they officially reunited today. Jiang Zimo smiled and said, Congratulations to Brother Zhua and Brother Ding for passing the first elimination round. Zhuemo laughed and said, Not worth mentioning. Didn't you all pass? It's been almost 2 years since we last met in Barren City. Let's find a place to drink tomorrow. Indeed, close to 2 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The scenes of Desolate City from that day were still vivid in their minds, as if they were still right before their eyes. When they met at the Great Jin Nation's Wind Cloud platform, Xiao Chen's heroic words from back then still rang in his ears. Fatso immediately said, Alcohol is not good, let's drink tea. Come to the cities don't know about tea at noon tomorrow. It's my treat. Hee, this is not an ordinary tea house. The tea leaves inside are all plucked from spirit trees that are over 1,000 years old and processed with a secret technique. They have all kinds of healing effects. Normally, you can't buy them even if you have money. Don't know about tea was indeed very mysterious. It was the largest tea house in Dragon Sealing City, the only one in the world. For the next 3 years, this tea house would only be open for a few days during the 5-nation youth competition. After that, it would not be open again. The craftsmen in the tea house still retained all sorts of ancient tea arts. From the tea set to the tea leaves and the tea, to the tea master, everything in the tea house was the best of the best. To people who loved tea, this was their holy land. Indeed, the moment Fatso said this, everyone's eyes lit up. Several of the tea leaves in Don't Know About Tea were ridiculously expensive. With Fatso treating, everyone naturally felt happy. Xiao Chen smiled and said, It is settled, then. We will meet again at noon tomorrow. Goodbye. After not seeing each other for more than a year, Xiao Chen also felt like reuniting with his old friends. Chatting about their comprehensions of the martial way, their encounters, and the upcoming 5-nation youth competition were all wonderful things to do. After the few of them said their goodbyes, Bai said reluctantly, Elder brother Xiao Chen, don't forget our promise from back then. Bai will definitely become stronger. Fatso clicked his tongue and said, after not seeing her for 2 years, this girl has become even more beautiful. I really did not expect a martial fanatic like you to have such luck with women. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. Sometimes, having too much luck with women was not something he could bear. Xiao Chen already had Lu Rue. He only had a sibling relationship with Bai. How to deal with this relationship gave him a headache. Early the next morning, Xiao Chen went out on time. The cultivators on the streets of Dragon's Ceiling City were all discussing yesterday's competition in groups of 2 or 3. There were even some people selling the information of some popular contestants. Xiao Chen found it interesting, so he casually bought a list that many people were buying. This was a list of the 10 newcomers. It introduced the 10 newcomers who had performed exceptionally well in yesterday's competition. Xiao Chen looked at Xianyuan Zhantian with interest. There was a detailed account of Xianyuan Zhantian's experiences in the Eastern Sea. There were also some comments on his performance in the competition. Xianyuan Zhantian was known as the Eastern Sea's Little Dragon King. He became famous at a young age. At the age of 10, he displayed startling talent and was taken in as the final disciple of the Divine Dragon Palace's Dragon King. At the age of 13, the Dragon King officially announced that he would be the next Dragon King of the Eastern Boundless Sea. From then on, the title of Little Dragon King spread like wildfire. In the elimination round, no one could block a single move from Xianyuan Zhantian. Many people guessed that only Sima Lingxian would be able to fight him. The comments were rather interesting. Xiao Chen continued reading. The second ranked was the genius bladesman Lin Fei. The evaluation for him was also very high. Lin Fei defeated the veteran bladesman Ma Yuan, who was also a bladesman, in 7 moves. His strange saber techniques were unfathomable. His opponent did not even manage to touch the corner of his clothes. He was fully deserving of being the second-ranked newcomer. The third-ranked was Chu Chaoyun. The evaluation for him was very strange. Chu Chaoyun did not have an easy time winning every match. However, in Group 13, which had several veteran experts, Chu Chaoyun still managed to obtain complete victories. The fourth-ranked was Bai. The evaluation for her was that she was a young genius. She was only 15 years old, but she defeated several veteran experts. Furthermore, she had the heart of a swordsman that all swordsmen dreamed of. Her future was unfathomable. The fifth-ranked was Lu Xiaoyun's junior brother, Han Yao Tian. Xiao Chen was not familiar with him. After a cursory glance, he skipped over his name. Unexpectedly, he saw Kim Taeho's name in the 7th rank. Xiao Chen could not help but laugh hoarsely. It was hard to imagine that Fatso would make it onto the list as well. Slowly, Xiao Chen looked down and saw his own name in the 9th rank. The evaluation for his strength was also very strong. This person's title was the White-Robed Bladesman. His strength was unfathomable. However, because there were no experts in Group 7, his complete victories were too exaggerated. Hence, he could only be ranked 7th. Xiao Chen put away the name list and smiled. I wonder who compiled this name list. Although it is not very complete, there are not many discrepancies. As for his ranking in the 9th rank, Xiao Chen did not think much of it. He only cared about defeating the opponents in front of him. Ignorant about tea meant that he did not understand tea. It was very strange for a tea house to have such a name. If he did not understand tea, then why did he open a tea house? Most tea houses would have many troublemakers because of this name. However, in Dragon's Ceiling City, this famous tea house had such a name. It could only be said that the owner of the tea house was being modest and sighing it himself. The way of tea was the same as the martial way. The higher one went, the more one would discover how insignificant and inadequate one was. The reverence one would feel for the way of tea would increase. As Xiao Chen stood in front of the entrance of the Ignorant About Tea building, he looked at the 3 words written on the signboard. He entered deep thought and gained some comprehension. Even the top tea house of the continent only dared to use the words, ignorant about tea. As of now, Xiao Chen had not even officially reached a higher level in the martial way. Hence, he needed a humble and reverent heart. Little brother Xiao, look here. Xiao looked up and saw Kim Tae-ho greeting him with a smile at the railing on the third floor. Xiao pushed off with his feet and soared into the air. Then, he landed beside Kim Tae-ho. There was a tea set on a small and exquisite table. There was also a name list on the table in front of Kim Tae-ho. Ding. Ding. Dong. Dong. There was the clear sound of flowing water in the ancient tea house. When one stood there, one could feel a sense of peace and tranquility. After Xiao sat down, a pretty white-clad maidservant immediately came over. Following the ancient tea craftsmanship, she poured a cup of tea for Xiao. Steam came from the teacup, and a faint fragrance spread out. It immediately refreshed one's mind and made one feel refreshed. Kim Tae-ho smiled and said, "This is thousand-year-old Menjur tea. It was brewed using a secret method and added in many spirit herbs that have special effects on cultivators. Try it, it might have an unexpected effect." Xiao smiled gently. What Xiao said made him curious. So, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. The tea circled around in his mouth and slowly slid down his throat. However, before it could flow down, the tea turned into gas and permeated his internal organs, skin, blood, and marrow. Xiao entire body felt numb. The gas from the Menjur tea carefully sorted out all the hidden injuries that he had suffered in the fierce battle in the deep sea. Xiao rejoiced and quickly closed his eyes. As the medicinal energy in the tea spread out, he slowly circulated his energy and doubled the effect. After a long time, Xiao opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. He felt his body lighten significantly and more nimble. Xiao picked up the teacup and took another sip. However, the effect from earlier was no longer there. Only the fragrance of the tea lingered in his mouth. Kim Tae-ho chuckled and said, "It is only effective the first time. This cup of tea costs 10,000 superior grade spirit stones. Furthermore, there is no market for it. Only 20 cups are sold every day." Xiao was astonished. This tea was not something that ordinary people could drink. Xiao had a whole new level of respect for Fatso. Unexpectedly, he had become so generous. Kim Tae-ho waved his hand and said, "We are all friends. Don't look at me like that. It is just a cup of tea. This fat lord can still afford it." The two chatted casually for a while. After a while, Jiang Zimo, Bai, Ding Fengqiu, and the others arrived one after another. Without exception, they all held a rookie register. After they sat down, the first topic they discussed was the rookie register. Mo smiled and said, "The rookie register will appear on the second day of every 5-nation youth competition. It is officially announced by the city lord's residence. It is rather authoritative. I believe that all the cultivators in the city have a copy of it." Kim Tae-ho nodded and said, "This is something that the city lord's residence created to expand the influence of the 5-nation youth competition. After the finals are over, there will be a complete ranking list." Hee hee. You can imagine it. There are more than 2 million cultivators in Dragon Sealing City from all over the continent. Everyone has a rookie register. When they return, they spread it everywhere. It would be hard for the cultivators on the ranking not to become famous. Chapter 575. Become famous. These words immediately appeared in Xiao mind. There was no cultivator in the world who did not love these words. Fame might sound tacky, but when cultivators struggled for their entire lives, they only pursued these two words. Even Xiao could not avoid being tacky. The so-called difference was actually their attitude toward fame. Bai giggled and said, "I am ranked 4th, 5 ranks higher than elder brother Xiao. Elder brother Xiao, please don't say that Bai is weak in the future." This girl still remembered what I said. Xiao smiled and said, "I won't say it. I won't say it. I definitely won't say it." Ding Fengqiu said sullenly, "Almost all the cultivators in the hall on the first floor are talking about the True Dragon ranking list. However, in the end, this is just the True Dragon ranking list for newcomers. Only the true dragon ranking list at the end will have its true use. It will spread your name throughout the entire Jianghu continent. Ding Fengqiu's tone clearly contained a hint of dissatisfaction. Xiao Chen's expression froze. It looked like this Ding Fengqiu had comprehended some strong killing move and was preparing to display his sharpness in the second elimination round. Jiang Zimo smiled and said, "That's right. The true dragon ranking list is more fake than real. In the end, the true dragon ranking list will spread. Furthermore, this true dragon ranking list will expose you all. I believe that there will be even more people watching you in tomorrow's competition. That is not a good thing." Kim Tae-ho chuckled and said, "This fat lord is not afraid of that. No one can see through this fat lord's moves." Everyone burst out laughing. They wanted to say something, but they held it in and did not say anything. Given his shameless moves, he was not embarrassed to be so cocky. There was nothing they could say. As they drank tea and chatted, they listened to the ancient music of the high mountains and flowing rivers. This was a rare moment of leisure before a big battle. Everyone was very engrossed. Tomorrow would be the most intense elimination round in the history of the five-nation youth competition. The 9 seeded participants would appear one by one, and the newcomers would do their best to catch up. Everyone present, other than the naive and pure Xiao Bai, could not help but feel agitated. The true dragon ranking would only introduce the top 100 contestants. If one did not pass the second round of elimination, one would be unknown in this age of geniuses for a long time. Everyone here was an outstanding talent. Zuemo and Ding Fengqiu were among the top 70 in the previous five-nation youth competition. If they could not even make it onto the ranking this time, they would be extremely disappointed. By sunset, everyone was already talking about sex. Kim Tae-ho raised his teacup and said, "Come, let's replace wine with tea. Let's drink a cup. If we win tomorrow, we will enter the true dragon ranking together." Bai laughed and said, "Even if you go up there, you'll still be a fat dragon, not a true dragon." Fatso smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm not afraid of him getting fat, as long as he's real." The few of them clinked their cups lightly and drank the tea in one gulp. After Fatso paid the bill, he led the group downstairs. However, when they reached the staircase, they ran into a group of people that no one wanted to see. The Evil Moon Pavilion's Bai Zhan was leading his disciples down the stairs. Coincidentally, they bumped into each other at the top of the stairs when they were walking towards each other. When the Evil Moon Pavilion's people saw Fatso, who was leading the group, they all glared at him. They wished they could skin him alive. This was especially so for Ling Feng, who had been knocked unconscious by Kim Tae-ho's coffin lid. He placed his hand on his weapon and cursed, "Damn you, Fatso. You are really bold. You can forget about leaving today." When Xie Ziwen saw Xiao Chen in the group, he also became enraged. When he saw his first senior brother, Bai Zhan, he shouted, "You are just a group of trash cultivators from the Four Nations. What do you know about drinking tea?" Ignorance of tea was very strange. Cultivators were not prohibited from fighting. However, if they broke anything, they would have to pay the original price. These people mocked Xiao Chen and the others. Clearly, they wanted to provoke Xiao Chen and the others into attacking first. In that case, there would be nothing to fear. Kim Tae-ho smiled and said, "Even trash knows how to speak human. How strange. A sect that could not even block one move from this fat lord dares to speak so arrogantly." Ka Xie. When Ling Feng heard this, he could not help but draw most of his sword. However, Bai Zhan, who was in front, knocked it back with a palm strike. Bai Zhan gave Xiao Chen a deep look and said, "Let's go." Xie Ziwen and Ling Feng were stunned. They did not know why Bai Zhan let Kim Tae-ho and the others leave when there was such a good opportunity. How could they know that Bai Zhan had been severely injured by Xiao Chen in the boundless sea and had to flee? Without absolute confidence, Bai Zhan naturally would not make a move. Ding Fengqiu and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They said in bewilderment that Bai Zhan actually left. This is strange. That fellow's strength is unfathomable. He is one level higher than us. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said indifferently, who knows? Naturally, one day passed very quickly. Before the sky brightened, the vast arena was already filled with people. Everyone knew that the truly exciting matches would only begin today. When the newcomer ranking came out, the 9 seeded participants appeared one by one. The 5-nation youth competition would welcome one climax after another. Missing one day of the competition would be enough to make one regret it for life. Of the 400 participants, half of them were eliminated in the first round, leaving only 200. There were 20 groups. 2 groups were randomly grouped together to form 10 groups. Each group still had 20 people. The rules of the previous round were the same. Half of the people would be eliminated. It did not seem like the elimination rate was high. At the very least, there was still a chance. However, those who passed the first round were the elites of the elites. With the 2 groups combined and the seeded participants appearing, it was easy to imagine how difficult it would be. Furthermore, only the top 100 people would be able to enter the True Dragon ranking compiled by the city lord's residents. This was a great opportunity to make a name for oneself. Several of the participants who had hidden their strength would erupt out in this round, fighting for glory. This would make the already intense battles even more miserable. The original Group 6 and Group 10 will merge and become a new Group 5. When Xiao Chen received the notice, he could not help but recall some of the experts in Group 10. Group 10 seemed to be the group that the genius saber user, Lin Fei, was in. There were some veteran experts in that group. However, Lin Fei defeated them all, allowing him to advance with a complete victory. Furthermore, as a result, Lin Fei became a newcomer on the newcomer ranking, second only to Xianyuan Zhantian. The seeded participants are going to choose the new group after the merger. I wonder which group Yu Chenxi will choose. Nangong Ziyue's group will merge with Group 9 to form Group 7. If he dares to accept Nangong Ziyue's challenge, he will probably choose Group 6. Yu Chenxi will definitely choose Group 7. I wonder who will choose Xianyuan Zhantian's group. Sima Lingxian is not coming out. I really want to see which seeded participant has the guts to do so. I believe no one would be so foolish as to fight Xianyuan Zhantian before the true finals. They would expose their strength too early. After the 20 groups were merged, it was time for the seeded participants to choose freely. Being able to choose freely was one of the benefits of being a seeded participant. Yu Chenxi did not disappoint the crowd. He was the first to choose Group 7, which Nangong Ziyue was in. The 2 women looked at each other from a distance. When their strong auras clashed in the air, it seemed like sparks would explode. Before they officially started fighting, they were already exchanging glances. The one who chose Xiao Chen's group was the supreme E-Sex Gong Yangyu. Gong Yangyu's strength had always been very stable. Although he was not among the top 10, he was not weak either. Gong Yangyu's everlasting staff technique could cause wind and lightning to appear, scattering the clouds and fog. He was a genius type. He was not rash, did not take risks, and did not have many unique characteristics. He just followed the path laid out by others, walking down it without stopping. However, to everyone's surprise, the 3rd seeded participant, Lu Xiaoyun, chose Xianyuan Zhantian's group. Lu Xiaoyun's goal was very clear. He wanted to fight against Xianyuan Zhantian, who dared to challenge Sima Lingxian. When Bai Qi saw Lu Xiaoyun's choice, he was somewhat disappointed. He said softly, "He snatched the spot before me." After the seated participants left, only the handsome and incomparably strong Sima Lingxian remained in the spectator stands. Without needing to fight, Sima Lingxian automatically entered the True Dragon ranking. He was the only one in the past 2 years. Sima Lingxian had a calm expression, as though everything was as it should be. A strong self-confidence spread out from Sima Lingxian, giving others the impression that only he, Sima Lingxian, was qualified to sit here. This was Sima Lingxian, who stood above the masses and stood apart from them. This was Sima Lingxian. However, Xiao Chen did not care about these irrelevant things. He muttered, "There are only 2 true experts in Group 5, Lin Fei and Gong Yangyu. I wonder how much of my strength they can allow me to bring out." Group 5's first match, Lin Fei vs Jian Qiushui. As time went by, the first match of Group 5 officially began. The newcomer ranking second, Lin Fei, versus the Sun Moon Sword Sect's Jian Qiushui. Jian Qiushui was a strong participant ranked 30th in the previous five-nation youth competition. He had fought with Lin Fei before and managed to last 10 moves before being defeated. Naturally, Jian Qiushui could not improve much in one day. Without any surprises, he was defeated by Lin Fei in 7 moves. Second match, Xiaochen vs Ma Yuan. The matches passed very quickly. It was Xiao Chen's turn in the second match. With a gentle push, Xiao Chen floated onto the dueling ring and looked calmly at Ma Yuan. As a divine saber-gate elite disciple, although Ma Yuan had lost to Lin Fei, he was not convinced of his defeat. He had only lost to Lin Fei's strange saber technique. If it were any other newcomer, they would not be a match for him. He, Ma Yuan, was definitely not a stepping stone for newcomers. Ma Yuan suppressed his anger and wanted to prove his strength. When he saw the 9th-ranked Xiao Chen, he immediately smiled and said, "Xiao Chen, many thanks for giving me this opportunity to prove myself." Xiao Chen was speechless. "You want to prove yourself? What does that have to do with me? You speak so arrogantly as though the victory is yours before the match even starts." The 9th-ranked Xiao Chen vs Ma Yuan. This is going to be interesting. Originally, many people thought that there were no experts in Group 6. Xiao Chen's complete victory record was overstated. I heard that many people were not satisfied with his ranking on the newcomer ranking. His match with Ma Yuan will allow us to see his true standards. We can see if he lives up to his reputation as the 9th-ranked newcomer ranking. Surprisingly, the second match of Group 5 attracted the attention of many people. Clearly, it was because of the newcomer ranking. Now, many eyes were on Xiao Chen. Chapter 576. Receive my move. Blood washing the world. Ma Yuan shouted. This time, he did not use the starting stance of the blood shadow saber technique. Instead, he used one of the strongest killing moves of the blood shadow saber technique. Clearly, Ma Yuan was in a rush. He wanted to defeat Xiao Chen in the shortest time possible, to regain the honor that he lost to Lin Fei. A scarlet light filled the air, and a killing chi spread out. Ma Yuan leaped into the air, carrying an aura that could split mountains. He contained a boundless killing intent as he headed for Xiao Chen's head. Dang! Xiao Chen held his saber with his left hand and did not draw it. He gently raised it and blocked this heavy saber strike. His feet did not move at all, he did not even move back a single step. Ma Yuan was momentarily distracted. How can this be? Just the killing intent of this saber strike is enough to make a regular cultivator dodge it. Its might is incomparably strong. However, Xiao Chen raised his hand and blocked it. This completely surpassed Ma Yuan's expectations. That killing intent was like a muddy sea, there were no ripples at all. Xiao Chen had been waiting for this opportunity. He grasped the saber hilt with his right hand and instantly drew the lunar shadow saber. The powerful massacre intent drowned out Ma Yuan's surging killing intent in an instant. The killing chi that Ma Yuan was so proud of was like a child's joke before Xiao Chen. Dang! Ma Yuan withdrew his saber to block. However, the vast essence contained in Xiao Chen's saber knocked him back. His chi and blood surged endlessly. Blood washing the world. I cannot lose. Ma Yuan shouted in his heart. He suppressed the surging chi and blood in his body and executed another move of the blood shadow saber technique at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen said softly, "You still want to make a comeback? Can you do it?" The purple crystalline chi whirlpool spun quickly in Xiao Chen's body. The surging essence gathered on the saber, and crystalline electricity appeared on the blade. Xiao Chen swept his saber across and knocked Ma Yuan back again. The killing chi of the blood shadow saber technique was broken, and its might decreased. If Ma Yuan still wanted to clash head-on with Xiao Chen, he would not have the chance. Xiao Chen shouted and took the initiative to attack while holding the lunar shadow saber. Bang, bang, bang. The saber light flickered, and the surging energy gave off a heaven-shaking roar. Xiaochen hacked down 3 times, not giving Ma Yuan a chance to catch his breath. He directly used his powerful Yuan Qi as a foundation to break the other party's killing intent and fight it head-on. After 3 moves, the suppressed injuries in Ma Yuan's body erupted out ferociously. He vomited a mouthful of blood, his body incredibly weak. 4 moves. From the moment Xiaochen drew his saber to the moment he sheathed it, he used only 4 moves to defeat the divine saber gate's Ma Yuan. Compared to Lin Fei's 7 saber strikes, Xiaochen had 3 less saber strikes. This time, none of the spectating cultivators dared to object to Xiaochen's ranking. In the dueling ring, the divine saber gate's Ma Yuan, who was lying on the ground, had an unsightly expression. Originally, he wanted to prove himself in this battle. Who knew that he would lose again? Moreover, he had been defeated so thoroughly and in such a sorry state. It was even more direct than his defeat at the hands of Lin Fei, and it made him feel even more despair. Lin Fei had defeated him in 7 moves. However, Ma Yuan believed that if it were not for that strange saber technique, Lin Fei would have needed at least 100 moves to defeat him. Ma Yuan refused to accept this. He refused to accept this at all. However, he had no choice but to accept his defeat at the hands of Xiaochen. Xiaochen did not compete in techniques with him. Ma Yuan played with killing qi, so Xiaochen played with killing qi. In the end, he suffered a crushing defeat. Before Ma Yuan's killing qi, it was like a child's joke. Ma Yuan wanted to clash head-on, and Xiaochen did as he wished, clashing head-on with him. In the end, they were both small perfection half-step martial monarchs. Xiaochen's essence was much denser than Ma Yuan's. Be it quality or quantity, Xiaochen's essence far surpassed Ma Yuan's. 4 moves. Xiaochen used only 4 moves, 3 less than when he lost to Lin Fei. Once again, a newcomer trampled on Ma Yuan, becoming their stumbling block. When Xiaochen, who was preparing to get off the stage, saw Ma Yuan's disappointed expression, he felt something in his heart. He stopped and said, "You did not lose to me, you lost to yourself." The blood shadow saber technique relies on killing qi and the traceless nimbleness. However, you were too anxious. You only wanted to defeat your opponent quickly. However, you did not even bring out the surface of the blood shadow saber technique. If your heart is not steady, how can your saber techniques and martial techniques be perfect? Think about your move. Are the blood and shadows connected? There is no connection at all between the killing intent and the traceless spiritual aura. If you could cultivate it to great perfection, you would not have been defeated so miserably, even if you faced a stronger opponent. If Ma Yuan could not accept defeat at the hands of Lin Fei and Xiaochen at the same time, it would become a demon in his heart. His progress in saber techniques would come to an end. There were too few experts famous for their saber techniques in the continent. As a bladesman, Xiaochen did not want to see an outstanding talent of the saber technique sink into dejection like this. When the first elder of the divine saber gate in the spectator stand saw this scene, he smiled faintly and said, "This fellow is young, but his mental state is rare. I hope Ma Yuan can accept this." These 2 defeats might be his chance to transform from a cocoon into a butterfly. The first disciple of the divine saber gate, Li Zixuan, also nodded and said, "This person is not simple. As an outsider, he seems to have a clearer understanding of the essence of the blood shadow saber technique than us." The other newcomer in Group 5, Lin Fei, curled his lips. He said disapprovingly, "He sure knows how to act. He only defeated Ma Yuan in 4 moves. If I used my full strength, I would be able to defeat him in 3 moves." The silent seated participant, the Supreme East Sex Gong Yangyu, had a hard-to-detect grave look in his calm eyes. He had a vague premonition that Xiaochen would be a strong opponent for him in Group 5. After Zhuo Mo sat down, Xiaochen started to pay attention to the matches of the people he was familiar with. Zhuo Mo's luck was very bad. He was in the same group as Baijian. In the first match, he met Baijian. It seemed like Baijian's attacks were very heavy due to Zhuo Mo's relationship with Xiaochen. He did not seem to be in a rush to defeat Zhuo Mo. Baijian continued to grind Zhuo Mo down. Occasionally, he would purposely reveal some small openings, letting Zhuo think that he still had a chance and would not admit defeat. As time went by, Zhuo's injuries worsened. When he finally realized that he had no chance of defeating Baijian laughed maniacally. He sent out both palms. One palm was like an erupting volcano, surging with heat waves. The other palm was like drifting snow, bone-chilling. The combination of ice and fire entered Zhuo's body, causing his face to alternate between red and white. Blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth like a fountain. Before Zhuo could admit defeat, Baijian beat him until he lost all ability to continue fighting. Zhuo was completely crippled for the day. He could only withdraw from the competition and forever lose the chance to enter the true dragon ranking. After defeating Zhuo, Baijian's lips curled up in a cold smile. He looked at Xiao Chen with a sinister gaze. Baijian was silently telling Xiao Chen that he was doing this on purpose. While he was tormenting his friend, he was also using this match to disrupt Xiao Chen's mental state and weaken his strength. A dense murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. However, his heart was as calm as still water. If Baijian wanted to disrupt his mental state, then he would be gravely mistaken. Not only would Baijian's actions not achieve the effect he wanted, but they would also bring him an inescapable calamity. This was because he had thoroughly angered Xiao Chen. The seated participant, Gong Yangyu, is coming out. Soft cries came from behind, pulling Xiao Chen back from his thoughts. He looked up and saw that Gong Yangyu was already standing in the dueling ring of Group 5, holding a staff in his hand. The staff was about 1 meter long and greenish-purple in color. It was taller than Gong Yangyu by a head. Black patterns were drawn on the surface of the staff, making the entire staff seem very heavy. Gong Yangyu's opponent was a male disciple from the Haotian sect. His name was Gao Jian, and he used a rarely seen large axe. He walked the same path as Gong Yangyu, using large and bold moves. As disciples of the 10 great sects, the two of them seemed to have known each other for a long time. Gao Jian knew that he could not defeat Gong Yangyu. He smiled gently and said, "Brother Gong Yangyu, please show mercy." Gong Yangyu said softly, "In that case, don't overdo it." Gong Yangyu did not put on the airs of an expert. After he spoke, he spun the staff around with one hand. A strong wind blew, causing Gao Jian to squint. Boom! Boom! Amid the strong wind, 2 claps of thunder resounded. When the third clap of thunder rang out, Gong Yangyu's feet moved. Wind and thunder roared. This staff strike carried the momentum of wind and thunder as it headed straight for the root of the problem. It was clearly just a simple action, but Gong Yangyu's hands were like wind and thunder. He looked very imposing, giving off the air of a great grandmaster. Gao Jian shouted and lowered his feet. He lowered his center of gravity, using the tenacity of an old tree's roots. He grasped the huge axe with both hands and swung it ferociously. Bang! The axe struck the top of the staff, creating a strong shock wave. An intense whirlwind formed around the two of them, rising up. Bang! 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 Gao Jian's foundation was solid, so his move was very ordinary. However, he did not have enough strength. The surging electric light on the tip of the staff forced him back a few steps. Gong Yangyu had a very serious expression. He did not have any intention of underestimating his opponent. He quickly took 7 steps to the side, leaving behind an afterimage with each step. The 7 afterimages held wooden staffs and used different moves. At a glance, it looked like 7 people swinging their staffs at the same time. Xiao! When the 7 afterimages merged, the staff in Gong Yangyu's hand moved at an unimaginable angle, piercing through Gao Jian's hands and the huge axe. Then, it pointed at Gao Jian's forehead. As long as Xiao Chen used a little more force, Gong Yangyu's staff would be able to pierce through Gao Jian's head. Who? Gong Yangyu withdrew his hand and spun his staff around before placing it behind him. He said softly, "Thank you for going easy on me." Gao Jian laughed bitterly, and without saying a word, he jumped off the ring. How powerful. Exactly how did that last staff strike come out? I simply did not manage to see it clearly. Gong Yangyu's strength is rather stable. Compared to 3 years ago, he has improved significantly. A seated participant is indeed extraordinary. With just 2 simple moves, he is clearly different from the other newcomers. After watching Gong Yangyu's match, the nearby cultivators could not help but sigh in admiration. Aside from strength, many of them saw something else. Gong Yangyu's moves were not very shocking. At the very least, they were not as exquisite as Lin Fei's strange saber technique. However, for some reason, the crowd felt that Gong Yangyu was very strong, even stronger than Lin Fei. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. With one glance, he could see through the logic behind this. It was all about accumulations. In Xiao Chen's previous life, Lin Fei would have been a nouveau riche. He would be stunning and overbearing, showing off his sharpness. As for Gong Yangyu, he had been famous for a long time. His sharpness was withdrawn, forming a unique aura. After some time, he might become a Grand Master of the Staff Dao. Chapter 577. Of course, who was stronger and who was weaker would only be known after a real fight. One could say that the nouveau riche was ostentatious, but one could not look down on the nouveau riche's strength. Naturally, the genius saber Lin Fei heard the discussions of the crowd. He revealed a disdainful smile and said, "All of you like to pretend. Wait until I trample all of you under my feet. Let's see what else you can say then." In the following matches, Lin Fei seemed to be competing with Xiao Chen. He used only 3 moves to defeat his opponent in every match, no matter how strong his opponent was. That elusive earth vein saber technique appeared in the dueling ring once again, one on the ground and one in the sky. Lin Fei clearly only had the strength of one saber strike, but he sent out 2 strands of saber chi. Furthermore, they came from tricky angles and were hard to defend against. Lin Fei immediately became the focus of the dueling ring for Group 5. He was the most discussed person in the crowd. They were all astonished at the strength he displayed. Lin Fei's fame surpassed that of Xiao Chen, even suppressing Gong Yangyu. Haha. Interesting. Xiao Chen used 4 moves to defeat Ma Yuan. Then, Lin Fei ran into Ma Yuan. In the end, he only used 3 moves. This Ma Yuan is really unlucky. It looks like this Lin Fei is purposely trying to fight with Xiao Chen. He only used 3 moves against each opponent, just 1 less than Xiao Chen. He is a youngster, after all. This is what they fight for. One is the 2nd rank of the newcomer ranking list, and the other is the 9th. He definitely does not want Xiao Chen to suppress him. I feel that he is too flashy. What is the point of fighting for this? We will know who is stronger after a match. The crowd discussed. Most of them praised Lin Fei, but there were also a few who did not, feeling that he was too flashy. However, no matter what, most of them acknowledged Lin Fei's strength. They felt that he was fully deserving of the 2nd rank of the newcomer ranking list. Xiao Chen did not feel anything about this. He only cared about defeating the opponents before him. When he met an interesting opponent, he would feel excited. Not only would he not end the match quickly, but he would also slowly savor the opponent's moves, trying to figure out what was so special about them. Only when Xiao Chen met an opponent with a huge gap in strength would he feel that it was a waste of time. Following one's nature, following one's heart, the saber moved according to one's heart. The heart was like a heavenly steed soaring through the sky, and the saber was like a ghost's axe. There were many heroes in the world. In the world that Xiao Chen came from, there was an ancient sage who once said, "When 3 people walk together, there is always someone to learn from." Even the weakest opponent would have some shining points that were worth learning. The 5-nation youth competition was a rare opportunity to gather all the heroes of the world. This was a good opportunity to broaden one's horizons and improve oneself. Victory was very important, but what was more important was the continuous improvement of one's own accumulation and the continuous expansion of one's horizons. When everything accumulated to a certain extent, it would explode with a bang, producing an extremely terrifying amount of energy. Gong Yangyu, who had become famous long ago, did not watch many spectacular battles. He was not as ferocious as Lin Fei. However, he had not lost a single match. Furthermore, his strength was not bottomed out. In his eyes, he smiled slightly, not taking this matter to heart at all. Next match, Xiaochen vs. Gong Yangyu. The true battles between the experts of Group 5 finally began at this moment. Some of the cultivators who had been paying attention to the other arenas all looked over. Their eyes were filled with impatience. Although Xiao Chen's progress was startling, everyone was very curious about him. They wanted to know how strong Xiao Chen was and how far he could go in the end. As for Gong Yangyu's strength, it went without saying. He was a veteran expert. Gong Yangyu became famous at a young age, and he fought steadily. In the previous 5-nation youth competition, he established his position. He became a giant of the younger generation. His talent was astonishing, and he had the backing of a super sect. Such a person did not need many words to describe him. Gong Yangyu was a giant of the younger generation, someone who could compete with Bai Qi, Lu Xiaoyun, and the 8 noble scions. Group 5's competition is finally going to welcome a match of sufficient importance. The rookie Xiao Chen against the giant Gong Yangyu. It is time for Xiao Chen's consecutive victories to come to an end. With the appearance of the seated participants, the other rookies' consecutive victories also came to an end. At the hands of the giants, they lost their legend of invincibility. That's right. Although the rookies are strong, the time given to them is too short. Compared to the veteran experts, they are only a so-so. Before the attention of the crowd, the two calmly walked into the arenas. Their expressions did not change much. Lin Fei stared at the two of them. A flame burned in his eyes, clearly filled with a strong fighting spirit. He thought to himself, my two greatest opponents actually met early. This time, luck is on my side. I am Xiao Chen of the Great Qin Nation's Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Please give me some pointers. I am Gong Yangyu of the Great Jin Nation's Supreme E sect. Please give me some pointers. After Gong Yangyu performed a cupped fist salute, he gently spun the wooden staff in his hand. He grasped the end of the staff and pointed it at Xiao Chen. He was not in a rush to attack. Xiao Chen took 2 steps back and tilted his body slightly. He placed his right hand on the saber hilt and focused his gaze on the tip of his opponent's staff, forming a straight line with it. Who? The two's auras clashed in the air, forming a chaotic wind blowing everywhere. The cool breeze blew back Xiao Chen's hair, revealing his delicate face with a blue bandage tied around it. His expression was as calm as before, not showing any nervousness from the impending battle. Since there were no openings in Xiao Chen's aura, he could only create openings. In the first place, Gong Yangyu had not intended to find openings in Xiao Chen's aura. He raised his staff and took the initiative to attack. His feet instantly moved. With one step, he brandished his staff and a strong wind blew. A clear afterimage of Gong Yangyu appeared on the ground. With 2 steps, Gong Yangyu pointed his staff at Xiao Chen. Thunder roared in the wind and he left another afterimage on the ground. With 3 steps, a strong wind blew and thunder roared. When Gong Yangyu swung his staff, wind and thunder roared. Gong Yangyu's afterimage leaped high into the air. He held his staff with one hand and smashed it down on Xiao Chen's head. Gong Yangyu took 3 steps forward. With each step, he executed a move. With each step, his aura soared. By the final step, his aura had already reached its peak. The might of that staff contained the speed of a strong wind and the roar of thunder. In just 3 short steps, his aura had already reached such a horrifying level. Furthermore, that was not all. The first 2 steps were not as simple as just an afterimage. When Xiao Chen saw this clearly, he thought to himself, it is just a simple staff move, but it has many tricks up its sleeves. Just as the staff was about to reach Xiao Chen's head, Xiao Chen moved. He drew his lunar shadow saber by 3 centimeters and blocked this heavy staff strike with a bang. When the 2 extremely powerful forces collided, a powerful energy immediately burst forth. Circles of invisible ripples dispersed, and there seemed to be creases appearing in the space. Shockwaves surged and strong winds howled. No one noticed that 7 cool breezes appeared behind Xiao Chen, gently drifting into the distance. Creating something from nothing. Break! Gong Yangyu shouted, and the 2 afterimages behind him merged back together. His originally exhausted staff strike now had 2 new forces hidden within it. Each wave was stronger than the one before, surging over like a tidal wave. Gong Yangyu shouted, and the 2 afterimages merged back together. Gong Yangyu's staff strike contained the power of wind and lightning. Each wave was stronger than the last, surging over like a tidal wave. The referee in the wind cloud platform nodded slightly. He thought to himself, it looks like Gong Yangyu's attainments in the Supreme East Sect's everlasting staff technique have already surpassed some of the elders in the sect. Boom! The surging energy carried the power of wind and lightning. Bang! It shattered Xiao Chen, who was still standing, into pieces. When the wooden staff landed on the ground, it immediately created a crack that extended continuously. Strands of dragon chi spread out from the crack. Dragon roars came from the wind cloud platform. Winds blew, clouds churned, and the sky changed color. The cultivators in the spectator stands all sucked in a breath of cold air. How strong was this staff strike for it to be able to create a crack in the wind cloud platform? Even the dragon chi leaked out. However, Gong Yangyu frowned tightly. He withdrew his staff and muttered, "Clone." The strong wind stopped and the dust scattered. Gong Yangyu looked up and saw 7 figures of Xiao Chen at the edge of the arena. He had only drawn his lunar shadow saber by 3 centimeters, but now, he had drawn it all. The referee in the arena opened his eyes wide. He thought to himself in astonishment, when did he change moves? Unexpectedly, I did not notice it. Roar! Roar! Accompanied by dragon roars, the 7 figures turned into cool breezes. Their weapons did not appear, and their killing intent was hidden. 7 cool breezes blew at Gong Yangyu, carrying traces of gentleness. Cool breeze, only seeing the cool breeze and not the saber. Gong Yangyu had a grave expression. The gentle breeze could not bring him any warmth at all. The staff moved around like a flood dragon, dancing up and down, kicking up a boundless strong wind. Gong Yangyu took 7 steps back. With each step, he left behind an afterimage. Thunder roared in the sky. Dang! 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 Before the cultivators in the spectator stands could react, 7 buzzing sounds came from the wind cloud platform. The sounds were ear-splitting, and the sound waves were like thunder. They passed through the wind cloud barrier and reached the ears of the crowd. They felt their eardrums tremble and some pain. Everyone was horrified, feeling fear in their hearts. If not for the wind cloud barrier, everyone would have temporarily lost their hearing. How strong were these 2 monsters? Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations, merge. Everlasting 100 transformations, merge. The 2 shouted at the same time. In that instant, Xiao Chen's clone and Gong Yangyu's afterimages merged. This staff strike carried the peak state of wind and thunder. Using the power of the 7 afterimages, it tore through space like a tall mountain chopping down ferociously. Heavy momentum. What was heavy momentum? This staff strike was heavy momentum. Strong winds howled and thunder roared. Wind and thunder roared together. The thunder used the might of the wind to materialize a boundless aura. Heavy force. Every afterimage of the everlasting staff technique was Gong Yangyu's peak attack. Now that the 7 afterimages merged, Gong Yangyu's attack power increased by 7 times. A 3-fold increase in attack power could tear apart the wind cloud platform and cause dragon chi to soar into the clouds. Winds blew, clouds churned, and the sky changed color. In that case, what about a 7-fold increase in attack power? Gong Yangyu was very strong. However, how could Xiao Chen be any weaker? The killing intent from earlier exploded out the instant the 7 afterimages merged. The sharp killing intent turned into a boundless sea of blood. The air in the wind cloud platform seemed to solidify. Gong Yangyu's staff strike, which contained a boundless aura, slowed under the obstruction of this killing intent. When the cultivators in the spectator stands saw the scarlet air in the wind cloud platform far away, they all felt their hearts palpitate. It was easy to imagine what kind of pressure Gong Yangyu, who was locked down by the killing intent, was enduring. Chapter 578. However, this is not enough, far from enough. You have the peak state of wind and thunder, allowing the thunder to borrow the might of the wind to materialize a boundless aura, using it to suppress others. I also have the state of thunder. Furthermore, it is stronger and more ruthless than yours. Why would I fear your boundless aura, afraid of you using it to suppress others? At Thunder Emperor Valley, Xiaoqin had obtained the inheritance of the Thunder King's immortal will of thunder. At this moment, Xiaoqin completely unleashed his state of thunder. The peak consummation state of thunder that contained a trace of immortal mixed with the peak state of massacre. An extremely horrifying scarlet lightning formed on the long saber. The crystal chi whirlpool in Xiaoqian's body spun wildly, making the scarlet lightning look even more strange and terrifying. Boom! The instant the two's afterimages and clones merged, the wooden staff and saber quickly clashed. A loud sound resounded. Everyone's ears, which were previously tortured by the sound waves, temporarily lost their ability to hear. Only some of the stronger cultivators survived. Roar! 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 On the ground, cracks spread out on the wind cloud platform under the two. Dragon chi poured out continuously. Dragon roars resounded without end. The thick clouds in the sky could not help but churn. Bang! 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 The two quickly retreated backward. Blood leaked out of the corners of their mouths. Clearly, they had suffered some internal injuries. Xiaoqin took 10 steps back before he could stand stably. As for Gong Yangyu, he took 15 steps back before he managed to stand stably. His expression was even more unsightly than Xiaoqian's. One did not cultivate the physical body, and the other had a strong physical body. When faced with an evenly matched opponent, it was clear who suffered the most damage. Gong Yangyu wiped off the blood from the corner of his lips and revealed a faint smile. He said, "Since I reached great perfection in the everlasting staff technique, no one in the same generation has been able to defeat me in offensive power. You are the first." Xiaoqin gently brandished the lunar shadow saber and smiled faintly. "You are the same. With my state of thunder and state of massacre combined with the 6th layer of the purple thunder divine incantation, you are the only one who can stand and speak." As the dragon roars resounded, the two of them appreciated each other and faced each other calmly. However, they did not have much ambition for victory. They appeared calm and indifferent. This battle was just a martial arts competition. Bang! Gong Yangyu held his staff and waved it around. Thunder rumbled and a strong wind blew. Then, he stomped heavily on the ground. His aura quickly gathered and he shouted, again. Everlasting mirage. Gong Yangyu brandished his long and heavy staff up and down. In the blink of an eye, he created 3 afterimages. Each afterimage had a different aura. One was like a flood dragon roaring ferociously, ruling the world. One was like a golden snake soaring like lightning. One was like an eagle spreading its wings, breaking through the clouds. The afterimages turned into 3 arcs and quickly flew at Xiaoqin. The instant they got close, the 3 afterimages merged and hacked down with the staff containing the 3 auras. Xiaoqin raised his saber and placed his left hand on the saber. Then, he quickly slid it upwards. A scarlet wuxia flower bloomed under his feet. When his finger brushed the tip of the saber, the scarlet flower bud suddenly closed up. Bang! The long rod struck the flower bud, causing cracks to appear on the ground. However, the blood-colored flower bud did not change much. This move was Xiaoqian's strongest defensive move. The might of this saber technique would also increase as his state of thunder and state of massacre increased. Now, it was enough to defend against an attack from a cultivator of the same generation. Wuxia blossoms. Within the flower bud, Xiaochen formed hand seals and the scarlet flower bud immediately bloomed. It produced a strong explosive force and knocked back Gong Yangyu, who was preparing to send out a second staff strike. The flower petals filled the air and danced in the wind. Xiaochen leaped out of the flower bud and used the strange force of the flower petals to increase his speed. Then, he chased after Gong Yangyu. When Gong Yangyu faced Xiaochen, whose speed had increased by 20%, he was somewhat astonished. He did not compete with Xiaochen in speed. Gong Yangyu did not move from his original spot amid the flower petals. However, the staff in his hand moved continuously. He used the everlasting mirage to materialize all sorts of auras, blocking all of Xiaochen's attacks. However, if one defended for too long, one would lose. Xiaochen had the advantage of speed in the flower petals. Furthermore, he had the state of massacre and state of thunder. No one could block him forever. Naturally, Gong Yangyu understood this principle. His face sank and he decided to cut off all means of retreat, deciding victory in one move. Gong Yangyu smiled bitterly to himself. Although he had expected that the white-robed bladesman before him would be a strong opponent, he had not expected this person to be so difficult to deal with. However, he didn't expect that this person would be so difficult to deal with. Under his almost heaven-defying attack power, he was actually able to block it. The various auras that the everlasting phantom had manifested were also offset by the speed advantage of this strange petal. Now, Gong Yangyu was forced to use the killing move that he had used to deal with the 8 noble clan scions. Tossing heaven and earth. Suddenly, Gong Yangyu shouted ferociously and the staff in his hand spun rapidly. His aura soared. An irresistible strong wind blew, and the flower petals in the air immediately scattered and fell to the ground. Heaven as the sky, Kuan as the earth. Using the power of the earth and the might of the sky, tossing heaven and earth. As the staff spun, Gong Yangyu's aura soared continuously. When his aura reached its peak, the staff in his hand flew at Xiaochen without needing to be moved. The instant the staff left his hand, Gong Yangyu's complexion paled. He had spent too much effort on this move. If he still could not defeat Xiaochen, he could only admit defeat. Tossing heaven and earth, this move that Gong Yangyu had spent all his effort on was incredibly strong. To dare to use the might of the sky and use the power of the earth, this was not something that just anyone could do. Qi. Qi. All the energy gathered at the tip of the staff. Then, the blurry space around the staff scattered. In the end, a black dot appeared in space like a piece of white paper. A tiny crack appeared in space. With a swoosh, the wooden stick pierced through the void. This stick actually shattered the void. Although it was only a small crack, it had indeed opened the void. All the cultivators in the spectator stands opened their mouths wide in shock. Even Lin Fei was shocked. A strange look flashed in the eyes of Sima Lingxian, who was in the seated spectator stands. He muttered, tossing heaven and earth. Not bad. With this move, Gong Yangyu will be able to advance a few steps in this 5-nation youth competition. Even space shattered. This is something only a martial monarch can do. How did Gong Yangyu do it? That is tossing heaven and earth, the inherited secret technique of the Supreme Yi sect. Its offensive power is incomparably strong. Unexpectedly, Gong Yangyu managed to practice it. However, he is far from being able to use it as he pleases. Xiaochen is going to lose. This move shatters space and disappears without a trace. There is no way to dodge it, he will not be able to dodge it. Several of the cultivators in the spectator stands felt it was a pity. It looked like Xiaochen was about to use his strength as a newcomer to turn the tables on a giant. Who knew that Gong Yangyu would suddenly make such a move? Even several inferior-grade martial monarchs who comprehended quintessence would not be able to block it. How could Xiaochen block it with his small perfection half-step martial monarch cultivation? Up in the air, Xiaochen had a grave expression. He did not panic like the crowd expected. If Xiaochen were only a half-step martial monarch, even if he cultivated a heaven-ranked cultivation technique, he would be severely injured if he forcefully blocked this move. At best, this match would end in a draw. However, Xiaochen was different. Aside from his vast cultivation, his physical body was not much weaker than Bai Lishi's. With the aid of the firmament body tempering art, he was not much weaker than a great perfection physical body cultivator like Bai Lishi. Just with the strength of his physical body, Xiaochen's punch could reach 600,000 kilograms. If he merged his essence and vital qi, his punch could reach 500,000 kilograms. Even Bai Lishi could not achieve that. Ka Xie. The instant the wooden staff shattered space, Xiaochen sheathed it. Then, he casually tossed the lunar shadow saber high into the air. What is he doing? Is he seeking death? All the cultivators in the spectator stands asked suspiciously. All the vital qi in Xiaochen's body surged. The firmament body tempering art and the purple thunder divine incantation surged at the same time. Essence and vital qi instantly merged, forming a strong force. Xiaochen's entire body surged. A crackling sound like frying beans came from Xiaochen's body. Pooh! Suddenly, a small hole appeared in space 1 meter in front of Xiaochen. Half of the thick and heavy black wooden staff appeared and smashed towards his face. The force on the tip of the staff was too great. The moment it appeared, it brought with it a gust of wind that blew towards Xiaochen. The wind contained a strong force, and when it struck Xiaochen's body, it was like many blades slicing at him. Several small tears appeared on the clear wind robes, turning them into tatters. However, when the wind blades struck Xiaochen's skin, they gave off ping-ping sounds like they were hitting steel. Berserk dragon stance, retreat for me. Xiaochen shouted and clenched his right hand into a fist. The vast, ocean-like force in his body instantly surged over. When Xiaochen punched, a dragon roar resounded. This dragon roar was very piercing. It immediately suppressed the dragon roar coming from the dragon qi underground. An azure dragon head appeared on the tip of his fist. Xiaochen did not show any fear as he smashed his fist against the tip of the staff. Bang! A horrifying sound rang out. Cracks appeared on the wind cloud platform again. Boundless dragon qi poured out. The dragon roar resounded endlessly in the strong wind. Xiaochen vomited a mouthful of blood and took 10 steps back in midair. The wooden staff that contained the power of the world actually took a small step back before the crowd's astonished gazes. How can this be? The tossing heaven and earth was actually knocked back. When the cultivators in the spectator stand saw this shocking scene, they could not help but stand up. However, Sima Lingxian said indifferently, the power of the world is long-lasting. How can it be knocked back so easily? Indeed, the heavy wooden staff that had been knocked back by half a meter flew out of the air a moment later, carrying an even stronger power of the world, heading for Xiaochen. A bright light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. He said, "So, that's how it is." Again. When facing the incoming staff, Xiaochen did not hesitate to circulate all the energy in his body. Then, he sent out another berserk dragon fist. The power of the world flowed like a river from the tip of the staff towards Xiaochen. Xiaochen vomited a large mouthful of blood. However, he did not care. He clenched his left fist and punched again in an instant. Chapter 579. Bang! 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 Sounds even louder than thunder resounded continuously. Using his own strength, Xiaochen merged his vital qi and essence as he clashed with the wooden staff that carried the power of the world. The world spun around, and the entire wind cloud arena started shaking. Before everyone's astonished gazes, Xiaochen blocked the unparalleled sharpness and unparalleled might of the tossing heaven and earth technique. Xiaochen's qi and blood surged, and wounds appeared in his internal organs. However, his expression remained calm. If I want to win, I have to be ruthless. I have to be more ruthless than my enemy and even more ruthless to myself. Xiaochen only had one thought in his heart, to keep attacking, to keep attacking. If you use the power of the heavens, I will shatter the heavens with one punch. If you use the power of the earth, I will shatter the earth with one punch. The heavens, the earth, cannot stop me. Xiao Chen shouted ferociously, and the 24 acupoints on his hands opened. 2 blue dragon tattoos slowly surged, and the might of the berserk dragon fist increased by another 20%. Xiao Chen moved his fists as fast as lightning. No afterimages could be seen. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, a total of 81 punches. Xiao Chen's complexion was already so pale that it was devoid of blood. The wooden staff that carried the power of the world finally exploded with a bang. Wooden shavings filled the air, containing the boundless power of the world. They formed a horrifying shock wave. Xiao Chen, who could not react in time, crashed into the wind cloud barrier. Xiao Chen suppressed the injuries in his body and stomped heavily on the wind cloud barrier. As the shock wave surged, Xiao Chen's tattered white robes fluttered like catkin. He gently waved his left hand, and the lunar shadow saber in the air returned to his grasp. Xiao Chen turned around slightly and landed on the ground. He drew his saber and placed the pitch-black saber on the defenseless Gong Yangyu's neck. Xiao Chen's long hair, which had long been disheveled, fluttered in the strong wind. His tattered clear wind robes flapped noisily, giving the originally delicate and pretty Xiao Chen a wild and unruly temperament. Under martial monarch, who dared to fight against heaven and earth alone? Not only did Xiao Chen dare to fight, but he also miraculously emerged victorious. Even inferior grade martial monarchs did not dare to receive the tossing heaven and earth head-on. Just like that, Gong Yangyu of the Supreme East sect was defeated. He was defeated by a bladesman who was only ranked 9th on the newcomer ranking list. Furthermore, he had been defeated in such a decisive manner, without the slightest bit of underhandedness or trickery. This battle had been full of twists and turns. The spectators were overwhelmed with emotions. Now that it had ended so quickly, the cultivators in the spectator stands had yet to recover their wits. After forcefully executing the tossing heaven and earth, Gong Yangyu's mind was already extremely weak. Furthermore, his final move had been forcefully broken by Xiao Chen, adding injuries to his previous injuries. He was now extremely weak. When Gong Yangyu saw the cold saber on his neck, he revealed a bitter smile. He raised his right hand and slowly pushed the saber to the side. He said, "Gong Yangyu is not skilled enough. Many thanks for your guidance." A defeat was a defeat. Gong Yangyu appeared very carefree. He did not make any excuses. After saying that he was not skilled enough, he smiled bitterly and walked off the arena. Gong Yangyu was defeated. The 9th-ranked Supreme East sect giant of the previous 5-nation youth competition had lost to a newcomer. In the spectator stands, several cultivators were still savoring the details of the battle. When they saw Gong Yangyu's somewhat desolate figure, they realized that Gong Yangyu had been defeated. In this 5-nation youth competition, Xiao Chen was the first person to defeat a youth giant. Furthermore, he was a newcomer participating in the competition for the first time. There are many strong people. I originally thought that Gong Yangyu would end Xiao Chen's winning streak. Who knew that Gong Yangyu would become Xiao Chen's stepping stone, allowing Xiao Chen's fame to soar? Even Gong Yangyu is not a match for him. In that case, who can end his winning streak? Can only the geniuses of the 8 noble clans do it? That is hard to say. Xiao Chen has not fought with Lin Fei yet. Lin Fei has only revealed the tip of the iceberg. Perhaps Lin Fei can defeat Xiao Chen. Haha. In that case, do you think that Xiao Chen used his full power? When the cultivators in the spectator stand saw Xiao Chen get off the arena, they all had a different opinion of Xiao Chen's strength. They now viewed him as a giant of the younger generation. In this most dazzling 5-nation youth competition, Xiao Chen possessed the strength to rank within the top 10. He was only inferior to Bai Qi, Sima Lingxian, and Xianyuan Zhantian. Xiao Chen might even have a good chance of getting into the top 5, becoming the most dazzling dark horse in this 5-nation youth competition. The dazzling Xiao Chen returned to his spectator stand, feeling extremely fatigued. He immediately sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to treat his injuries. Xiao Chen had suffered significant internal injuries in this battle. It would be an exaggeration to say that he had suffered 800 casualties. However, he had still suffered 500 casualties. Don't move. I'll personally treat your injuries. A gentle voice came from behind. It was the half-sage of Jade Maiden Peak, Shen Manjun. She had personally made a move, using her own cultivation to treat Xiao Chen's injuries. Jade Maiden Peak was the peak of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's alchemy peak. Shen Manjun was an ancient figure of Jade Maiden Peak. Her treatment was much faster than Xiao Chen's. Xiao Chen did not show any intention of stopping her. He allowed her vast quintessence to slowly pour into his body. There were still many tough battles to fight. Naturally, it would be for the best if a senior helped him. As for Gong Yangyu, he received better treatment than Xiao Chen. A few Supreme E-Sect Inner Sect elders worked together to treat his injuries. His recovery was much faster than Xiao Chen's. After 15 minutes, Shen Manjun withdrew her hand and gently wiped the sweat off her forehead. She smiled and said, "Cultivators who cultivate the physical body are indeed different. Even with such heavy injuries, you can recover so quickly." Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood and immediately felt much better. He turned his head and said, "Many thanks to Martial Grand Uncle for helping me. Xiao Chen is very grateful." Jianghu, who was at the side, laughed loudly and said, "Xiao Chen, there is no need to be so polite. Just focus on the competition." The fact that Xiao Chen could defeat Gong Yangyu had far surpassed Jianghu's expectations. Originally, he only wanted Xiao Chen to rank within the top 50, allowing the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to bask in the limelight of this great age. However, now, Jianghu could no longer see through Xiao Chen's potential. The pleasant surprise that Xiao Chen brought him was simply unimaginable. The nearby Great Qin Nation cultivators looked in the direction of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Their gazes were filled with envy. After this 5-nation youth competition, it was clear that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would rise up. Shen Manjun said seriously, "Although your physique is much stronger than regular cultivators, you still have some hidden injuries. Remember to deal with them after the competition ends." Xiao Chen nodded to indicate that he understood. Naturally, he could not completely recover from his injuries in such a short time. In the distance, Lin Fei, who had just defeated his opponent, looked at Xiao Chen, who was resting with his eyes closed. Lin Fei grasped his saber's hilt tightly with his right hand, and a strong fighting spirit burned in his eyes. He said, "You have a winning streak. Even Gong Yangyu lost to you. It is only interesting to defeat such an opponent." Lin Fei did not know what trump cards he had, but he was still very confident when facing Xiao Chen, who had displayed great strength. He did not show any fear at all. In the spectator stands for the seated participants, Sima Lingxian glanced at Xiao Chen. Then, he silently repeated Xiao Chen's name. "White-robed bladesman, Xiao Chen. Very good. In this 5-nation youth competition, there is another person that I will remember. I only remember your name. That does not mean that you have the strength to fight me. That is all." A strong self-confidence spread in Sima Lingxuan's heart. He smiled faintly and closed his eyes again. The Bai clan's scion, Bai Qi, was the leader of the young bladesmen under the starry heavens. When he saw Xiao Chen defeat Gong Yangyu, a fiery light burned in his eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "First, there is Lin Fei. Now, there is Xiao Chen. This lifeless world of bladesmen finally has a few new talents." With all the seated participants taking the stage, the second round of eliminations did not lack highlights. The moment Xiao Chen's and Gong Yangyu's match ended, everyone's attention shifted to another match. That was the dueling ring of Group 1. There were many experts in the group that the top newcomer, Xianyuan Zhantian, was in. Aside from Xianyuan Zhantian, there were also many personal disciples of the 10 great sects in this group. It was known as the Group of Death. The Drifting Snow Sword sect's Lu Xiaoyun chose this group. He wanted to challenge the top newcomer, Xianyuan Zhantian, and trample him to the ground. At this moment, the matches in Group 1 were very exciting. They were no weaker than Xiao Chen's and Gong Yangyu's match. However, the main characters were not Lu Xiaoyun and Xianyuan Zhantian. Lu Xiaoyun's opponent was a swordsman from the great Qin nation, a swordsman who seemed to be very low profile. Even though this swordsman was ranked third on the newcomer ranking list and had an unending string of victories, his battles did not attract much attention. Compared to Lin Fei, who was also a newcomer, he was far from being the center of attention. This was because every one of Lin Fei's victories was too ordinary. There was nothing astonishing about them, giving others the impression that he was just that ordinary. Now that Lin Fei met Lu Xiaoyun, the defeat that everyone expected did not happen. Although they were both swordsmen, Lin Fei's sword intent and sword techniques were no weaker than Lu Xiaoyun's. That ordinary swordsmanship suddenly became incomparably exquisite in the eyes of the crowd. Every move was extremely gorgeous, and it shocked everyone, causing them to click their tongues in admiration. There was a kind of person in this world who did not shine with dazzling light and attract everyone's attention. It was not because his light was dim and unnoticeable. Instead, it was because his light was too dazzling. Regular leaves would not be able to bring out his strength. One could only wait for a suitable leaf to appear. Only then did the crowd discover how beautiful that fresh flower was. That light shone brightly, spreading for thousands of kilometers. Without a doubt, Chu Chaoyun was such a person. Up until now, no one had noticed his brilliance because his opponents were not even qualified to be his supporting characters. Chu Chaoyun's handsome face always had a calm expression. He brandished his sword, breaking all of Lu Xiaoyun's killing moves with every move. Chong! 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 The sound of weapons clashing rang out and sparks flew. Lu Xiaoyun's attack was thwarted again. His figure flickered back a few times and he could not help but increase the force in his right hand. Lu Xiaoyun frowned heavily as he looked at his opponent. Clearly, he had not expected there to be such a difficult person in Group 1. Chapter 580. Who? Under the influence of Lu Xiaoyun's state of ice, the entire wind cloud platform was covered in frost. The cold was bone-chilling. A cold wind blew everywhere like knives. The horrifying chill made several of the cultivators in the spectator stands feel it even from a distance. Clearly, Lu Xiaoyun's comprehension of the state of ice had already reached a level that his peers could only look up to. Across Lu Xiaoyun, Chu Chaoyun held a 1-meter-long sword. The sword gave off a dazzling golden light. His entire body gave off a faint golden glow, expelling the boundless chill without holding back. The crowd could clearly see strands of white fog drifting around Chu Chaoyun, reflecting a 7-colored light. That was the state of ice trying to penetrate into him. However, the strong state of light blocked it, not having any effect. Chu Chaoyun casually sent out a sword flower. As the golden light scattered, it shot out in all directions, dazzling everyone. Unknowingly, the state of ice weakened significantly. Since you are not attacking, then I will. Before everyone's astonished gazes, Xiaochen faced Lu Xiaoyun, who was ranked in the top 10 of the previous 5-nation youth competition, a rare genius of the drifting snow sword sect. The newcomer, Chu Chaoyun, gave up on defending and directly charged forward, charging over with a dazzling sword light. Lu Xiaoyun said coldly, "Ignorant. Do you really think that I cannot do anything to you? Since you are seeking death, I will grant you your wish." Lu Xiaoyun was not boasting. This was because he did not care about anyone in his group. In his eyes, aside from Xianyuan Zhangtian, no one was worthy of him going all out. Before Lu Xiaoyun met Xianyuan Zhangtian, he had to preserve some of his strength. Otherwise, when he faced Xianyuan Zhangtian or the scions of the 8 noble clans, he would not have any trump cards left. He, Lu Xiaoyun, did not just set his sights on the top 10. Lu Xiaoyun shouted ferociously and raised his strength to 60%. His aura instantly soared by 10%. As the cold wind blew, snowflakes drifted down from the sky. Pushing off the air with the tip of his foot, he gathered the surrounding cold chi onto the tip of his sword. The sword turned transparent, looking like it was carved out of 1,000-year-old ice. Chu Chaoyun's body gave off a bright light. His clothes and accessories were golden, and his hair contained a golden light that fluttered in the air. Bang! The dazzling golden longsword and the frost-covered longsword carried two completely different concepts. In the blink of an eye, they collided violently in the air. The two of them displayed their exquisite swordsmanship and quickly exchanged blows in midair. In the span of a few breaths, each of them had unleashed dozens of sword strikes. A cold wind blew, and a dazzling light shone. Two strands of sword chi, one white and one yellow, flew everywhere. The sword chi was so condensed that it was shocking. Each strand of sword chi seemed to be material. From afar, it seemed as if it had sliced space into countless pieces. Separated by the wind-cloud barrier, everyone could only see two figures clashing in a blurry space. The sound of metal clashing resounded without end. This is a competition of sword techniques, sword intent, and states. Unexpectedly, the two of them are able to take care of so many important points with every move. Indeed. As long as one is slightly weaker than the other party, they will immediately lose. Sword techniques, sword intent, and states. Only by taking care of all three can one become a true expert of the sword Dao. However, based on Lu Xiaoyan's appearance, it seems like he has not used his full power yet. He probably wants to keep some trump cards to deal with Xianyuan Zhantian. The cultivators watching discussed the fight on the wind cloud platform in soft voices. Several swordsmen did not even blink. A battle between two geniuses of the sword Dao was a rare sight. If one could comprehend something from it, it would definitely be beneficial to their sword Dao. The two of them clashed. Cold ice and boundless light exploded. When the ice refracted the golden light, it turned into a seven-colored light: scarlet, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple. The wind cloud platform was filled with many colors, like a paradise in the mortal world. Under the seven-colored light, Lu Xiaoyun and Chu Qiaoyun looked like immortals flying down from the heavens. The seven-colored shockwave from the explosion forced the two of them back a few steps. Lu Xiaoyun forcefully stopped his retreat and stopped before Chu Qiaoyun. Rage of 1,000 soldiers. Seizing the initiative, Lu Xiaoyun did not hesitate to execute his killing move. His sword danced around, and suddenly, furious roars resounded. It was like thousands of emotionless swordsmen roared in unison, forming a boundless aura behind Lu Xiaoyun. His sword drew on this aura, and an overwhelming sword intent surged towards Lu Xiaoyun. The cold wind did not howl, and the snowflakes did not dance. There was only this unparalleled sword strike that carried the surging rage of thousands of swordsmen. Even when Lu Xiaoyun saw his opponent execute his killing move, he did not forcefully stop his body. Instead, he drifted far away with the shock wave. Chu Qiaoyun smiled faintly and gently released his right hand. His sword pointed at Lu Xiaoyun as it floated quietly in front of him. Xiao Chen stretched his right hand upwards, and it seemed like he was touching something calm in the air. While it looked slow, it was actually extremely fast. Ka! 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 As Xiao Chen's hand moved, golden sword images appeared in an orderly fashion. Every time a golden sword image appeared, an incomparably melodious sword hum resounded. The sound was melodious and pleasing to the ear. A righteous chi rushed into the clouds together with the moving sword sound, stirring up the thick dark clouds in the sky and causing them to churn endlessly. When the circle formed by Xiao Chen's hand, a circle of sword images formed with the sword hovering before Chu Qiaoyun's chest as the center instantly formed. Boom! Ding! Ding! Dang! Dang! The melodious sword hum merged together, and a strong righteous chi tore through the clouds. A golden pillar of light descended from the sky, piercing through the wind cloud barrier and encasing Chu Qiaoyun. Bathed in the golden light, Chu Qiaoyun's aura instantly soared to its peak. The light was dazzling and eye-catching. It clashed intensely with Lu Xiaoyun's unparalleled aura in the air. Chu Qiaoyun did not give way, he even seemed to have the upper hand. Pa! Chu Qiaoyun smashed his palm on the sword hilt in the circle of swords. Strangely, the crowd saw the wind cloud platform tremble a little. A resplendent golden sword light shot towards Lu Xiaoyun, who was flying over, along with the force of this palm strike. The golden light contained a vast righteous chi. Lu Xiaoyun paled slightly. His overwhelming sword intent, formed by the roars of thousands of iron-faced swordsmen, actually showed a small opening before this golden light. Without giving Lu Xiaoyun a chance to react or make up for it, the sword in the circle of swords shot over. Ka-Xie. Ka-Xie. The originally negligible opening quickly expanded under the might of this sword. The overwhelming sword intent finally shattered. Helpless, Lu Xiaoyun could only scatter the state and aura of this unparalleled sword. Then, he sheathed his sword and turned around to block the incoming sword. Dang! Lu Xiaoyun vomited a mouthful of blood. The force of this sword knocked him back and he fell heavily to the ground. Damn it! If 60% of my strength cannot deal with you, then 70%. Lu Xiaoyun, who was on the ground, roared ferociously in his heart. His aura increased by another 10%. Then, he soared into the air and charged at Chu Chaoyun. Bathed in the golden light, Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly as he looked at the incoming Lu Xiaoyun. He gently waved his hand, and the circle of light formed by the golden sword images opened. Dozens of golden swords of light sent out a sword storm. Bang! 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 Amidst the boundless storm and the thousands of sword images, Lu Xiaoyun's sword danced around. He only managed to block for a moment before the storm covered him in wounds and knocked him back. If 70% of my strength is not enough, then 80%. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyun's expression was extremely unsightly. His originally elegant aura was gone. Xiaochen gently waved his right hand, and the sword in the air returned to his grasp. Grasping the sword in his hand tightly, Chu Chaoyun felt the strong energy in the sword. He did not move a single step in the air as sword lights danced around. Instantly, thousands of figures appeared around the golden pillar of light, holding swords in their hands. These figures danced around, and an overwhelming sword intent spread out without any fear. Thousands of sword intents spread out at the same time. It was simply too strong. The wind cloud platform below the pillar of light could no longer withstand it. A crack appeared, and dragon chi leaked out. Immediately, a resonant dragon roar resounded. When the dragon roar resounded, Chu Chaoyun held his sword and paused for a moment. The thousands of figures immediately vanished, and all the sword intent gathered on his sword. Bang! When Xiaochen swung his sword, the overwhelming sword intent formed by thousands of figures surged out. Lu Xiaoyun, who had just gotten up, was knocked back again. If 80% of my strength is not enough, then 90%. Lu Xiaoyun roared ferociously. He had no intention of admitting defeat. He pushed off the ground and charged over with an even stronger aura. Chu Chaoyun's expression was extremely calm. He held his sword above his head with both hands and hacked down ferociously as he watched Lu Xiaoyun get up. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The golden light descending from the sky actually followed Chu Chaoyun's attack and quickly descended, turning into a huge strand of sword chi. The sword light was like a pillar as it descended on Lu Xiaoyun's head. Lu Xiaoyun resisted for a moment before vomiting a mouthful of blood and falling to the ground again. If 90% of my strength is not enough, then 100%. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyun had already gone completely berserk. 1 sword strike, 2 sword strikes, 3 sword strikes, 4 sword strikes. However, this time, Chu Chaoyun did not give Lu Xiaoyun a chance to get up. This was beyond Lu Xiaoyun's expectations. Chu Chaoyun took the initiative to attack. His figure flickered, and his sword sent out 4 sword lights. The sword chi injured Lu Xiaoyun's knees and wrists, causing blood to flow out. Pa! Lu Xiaoyun fell to the ground. With his knees and wrists injured, he could not even stand up. As he lay on the ground, he looked up at Chu Chaoyun with extreme dissatisfaction. Lu Xiaoyun's reputation had been tarnished, and he had lost all his face. This was a tragic sight to behold. Ruthless. Truly ruthless. When the hundreds of thousands of spectators saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their hearts tightened. With his knees injured, he could not stand up. With his wrists injured, he could not even push himself off the ground. After Lu Xiaoyun fell to the ground, he could no longer get up on his own. Not only could he not get up, but he could not even move. He was a proud disciple of the Drifting Snow Sword sect, a giant of the younger generation. Unexpectedly, the 10th-ranked super genius of the previous 5-nation youth competition ended up in such a state. Chu Chaoyun was too ruthless. Furthermore, when Chu Chaoyun saw Lu Xiaoyun's expression of extreme dissatisfaction, he did not feel uncomfortable at all. He remained as calm as before. Chapter 581. Xiaochen did not feel any excitement from defeating a super genius. He also did not feel that there was anything wrong with his attack. In his eyes, these super sects, peerless geniuses, and all the other halos were not worth mentioning. They were just a so-so. As Xiaochen looked at Lu Xiaoyun on the ground, he did not feel that Chu Chaoyun's attack was ruthless or not. It was just the most suitable move at that moment. Every time Lu Xiaoyun was knocked back, his strength would increase by 10%. If this continued, no one knew when it would end. Perhaps the next time, Lu Xiaoyun would be able to truly threaten Chu Chaoyun. The victor of this match would be someone else. Crippling Lu Xiaoyun's limbs was undoubtedly the best solution. Furthermore, by then, Lu Xiaoyun would have already formed a habit. Every time Chu Chaoyun gave Lu Xiaoyun a chance to get up, he did not attack when Lu Xiaoyun got up. This gave Lu Xiaoyun the impression that Xiaochen would not attack him while he was getting up. Perhaps Lu Xiaoyun did not have the ability to do so and did not dare to fight in close combat. Who knew, Chu Chaoyun did not only have the ability to do so, but he also had the courage to do so. With such courage, the right opportunity, and the right way to make a move, everything seemed to make sense. The Sun Moon Sword Sect's disciple, who was also a genius of the Sword Dao, looked up angrily at the extremely dissatisfied Lu Xiaoyun. He could not help but sigh in his heart. He muttered to himself, I have to remember this lesson. I cannot let my guard down at any time. I cannot underestimate any newcomer. Li Daoxian, the scion of the 8 noble clans famous for his spear techniques, smiled coldly and said, if he had used his full strength earlier, he would not have ended up like this. Lu Xiaoyun overestimated himself. Bai Qi, who was not far away, felt the same way. In the end, Lu Xiaoyun completely lost his composure. He could not even deal with the battle before him, yet he still wanted to save some strength to deal with Xianyuan Zhantian. Sima Lingxian, who was in the seated spectator stands, could not even be bothered to look at Lu Xiaoyun. He spat out coldly, trash. After the referee announced the result of the match, the Drifting Snow Sword Sect's people immediately came and carried Lu Xiaoyun off. When the Misty Sword Sect's sect master saw Chu Chaoyun slowly walking over, he smiled like a flower. Then, he looked at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Jianghu complacently. The surrounding elders were all very happy. Even Lu Xiaoyun, who was in the top 10, had been defeated by Chu Chaoyun. Did that not mean that the Sword Sect had the qualifications to fight for the top 10 as well? How incredible! Unexpectedly, 2 dark horses appeared in the tiny Great Qin nation. First, Xiaochen defeated Gong Yangyu. Now, Chu Chaoyun defeated Lu Xiaoyun. This is too much of a coincidence. That Lu Xiaoyun is really depressed. He was filled with lofty aspirations and wanted to challenge Xianyuan Zhantian. Who knew, before he could even meet Xianyuan Zhantian, he would be defeated. The most important thing is that Lu Xiaoyun lost so miserably, losing all his face. He could not even stand up and was beaten up like a dead dog. The new talents of this round are indeed too strong. The age of geniuses is indeed full of heroes. First, there is Xianyuan Zhantian, who dared to compete with Sima Lingxian. Then, there is Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun. Now, there is Lin Fei and the others. After all, this was just a competition. The victor was king. Chu Chaoyun won fairly and openly. No one would slander him. They only sighed, the speed at which the new talents of the younger generation rose was too fast. In this age of geniuses, several veteran experts would lose their reputation if they were not careful. They would be used as a stepping stone for the newcomers, allowing them to soar into the sky and become famous everywhere. Stars twinkled, heroes emerged. If the competition was not cruel and intense, it would not be the age of geniuses. The competition continued. After that, the scions of the 8 noble clans, aside from Sima Lingxian, went up one by one. This gave the crowd a taste of Emperor Wu's elegance. The scion of the Li clan, who was famous for his spear techniques, was like a flood dragon emerging from the sea. As he brandished his spear, it sounded like a berserk dragon roaring. Just the vast state of water made everyone feel boundless. The scion of the Wang clan, Wang Quan, who was good at using the whip, wielded a black whip. It moved unpredictably, changing in many ways. It was both hard and soft. With just one whip, it left a deep mark on the wind cloud platform. There was also the scion of the Baiming clan, Baiming Shang, who was unrivaled in palm techniques. Even the evil moon pavilions by Zhan could not last more than 5 moves against him. After they went up, they were all unrivaled. In this second round of elimination, they did not meet any opponents who could defeat them. The strength that they displayed suppressed the limelight of the 2 new talents, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun. However, the most eye-catching was the Bai clan's Bai Qi. The exquisite saber techniques that he displayed could be described as superb. As the runner-up of the previous 5-nation youth competition, one could clearly feel that his aura was stronger than the other scions of the noble clans. The only regret was that while all the cultivators wanted to see the true appearance of the 4-season saber technique, no one had been able to force Bai Qi to such a degree. This also proved Bai Qi's strength. Even without using the 4-season saber technique, he was already so strong. If he used the 4-season saber technique, he would be even more powerful. Many experts went up one by one. There were all sorts of exciting battles and wondrous martial techniques. This broadened the horizons of several cultivators, making this trip worthwhile. However, there were also people who stood out from the crowd. Their fame spread far and wide. Furthermore, they kept on winning, gaining even more attention than the scions. Naturally, that person was Kim Tae-ho. Along the way, this fellow relied on his coffin lid and all sorts of shameless moves. Unexpectedly, he managed to obtain consecutive victories as a mere peak superior grade martial king. Xiao Chen became an anomaly in this 5-nation youth competition, surprising everyone. That coffin lid also caused the dissatisfaction of several participants. They felt that it was an offensive secret treasure. In the end, the city lord personally came out to inspect it and verified that it was not an offensive secret treasure. Only then did the crowd calm down. Later on, when Xiao Chen met with scions that he clearly could not defeat, Fatso laughed loudly and waved his hand, choosing to forfeit. This made several participants who wanted to see him get beaten up extremely angry. They cursed Fatso for being shameless. For now, no matter how shameless Fatso was, there was another match on the wind cloud platform that everyone had been anticipating for a long time. The match between Yu Chenxi and Nangong Ziyue was finally about to begin. In an instant, all the gazes in the spectator stands focused on the dueling ring for Group 7, watching the 2 valiant and formidable-looking girls. The duels in the other dueling rings were much dimmer. Even the matches of the scions did not attract much attention. The reason for this was because the 2 girls in the dueling ring were simply too dazzling. Aside from their outstanding strength, they were also very beautiful. That was why they attracted everyone's attention. In this brilliant 5-nation youth competition, it was very rare to see a girl. Since ancient times, people had always believed that fighting was a matter for men. However, Yu Chenxi and Nangong Ziyue overturned this view. Women were not inferior to men. Even several of the male participants could not compare to them. They could only chase after the 2 of them from afar. These 2 women both cultivated fist techniques, both had peerlessly beautiful appearances, and both were shockingly talented. Everyone was very curious about who was stronger and who was weaker. The Haotian sect's Yu Chenxi was only ranked within the top 30 in the previous 5-nation youth competition. However, he rose up strongly in this 5-nation youth competition. In the intense preliminaries, Yu Chenxi had pushed out the Nangong noble clan's Nangong Ziyue and obtained the seated spot, catching everyone's attention. Given Nangong Ziyue's pride as a noble clan disciple, she would definitely not let such a thing happen. She would definitely think of a way to reclaim the glory that belonged to her. Nangong Ziyue and Yu Chenxi would definitely have to fight. Now, the two of them finally stood together on the wind cloud platform. In a corner of the arena, Nangong Ziyue looked at the graceful and beautiful Yu Chenxi. She said calmly, "Bring out your full strength. Otherwise, you will lose very quickly. I did not even bring out half of my strength in the preliminaries." Yu Chenxi smiled gently and retorted, "That will depend on whether you have the ability or not. Should I tell you that I did not even bring out 40% of my strength?" There was no point in saying anything more. Naturally, a verbal exchange would not determine who was the true victor. Fight. Nangong Ziyue did not say anything. After she assumed the stance of the Immortal Mountains and Rivers Fist, she immediately flew towards Yu Chenxi. As Nangong Ziyue moved, the sound of flowing water could be heard. The mountains around her rose and fell, layered over each other. In the blink of an eye, she materialized the power of mountains and rivers as she punched. When Nangong Ziyue punched, the mountains did not move and the water did not flow. The power of mountains and rivers gathered on her fist. Combined with her essence, she punched the air and the vast wind cloud platform trembled. The sound of Nangong Ziyue's fist was like thunder, shaking the surroundings. Yu Chenxi took a step forward with his right foot and clenched his right fist tightly. He had a cautious expression on his pretty face. Clearly, he did not dare to underestimate this punch. However, Yu Chenxi did not show any fear. When he faced this punch that caused even space to tremble, he sent out a punch as well. The instant the two fists clashed, Nangong Ziyue's power of mountains and rivers pressed over without holding anything back. In that instant, the mountains rose and fell, and the water flowed rapidly. A boundless power surged over. Explode. With a shout, Yu Chenxi's slightly sunken body suddenly stood up. A dazzling light burst out from his fist. That light was resplendent and dazzling, like the morning sun breaking through the darkness of dawn. The light spread far and wide, illuminating the mountains and rivers for thousands of kilometers. Layers upon layers of mountain peaks were instantly covered in golden light. Even the rapidly flowing water was sparkling under the light. When Bai Mingshang, who had doubted Yu Chenxi's strength earlier, saw this scene, he was somewhat astonished. He said, "What boldness! Others break this state of mountains and rivers with a single point. This Yu Chenxi actually wants to destroy the entire state of mountains and rivers in one breath, thoroughly defeating Nangong Ziyue." Bang! Bang! The two boundless punches clashed intensely at this moment. The entire wind cloud platform trembled uncontrollably. The surrounding wind cloud barrier rippled continuously, neutralizing the impact of the shock waves. One side used the power of mountains and rivers, while the other used the power of the rising sun. Neither was an ordinary state. There were differences in power as well. For example, one person used the power of a river, while the other used the power of an ocean. It was clear whose state was stronger. However, the larger the state, the harder it was to grasp it perfectly. The harder it was to control it, the more openings there would be. It was a great test of a cultivator's talent. Chapter 582. Without sufficient talent and strength to control the vast ocean, one might not even be able to deal with a cultivator who used a small pool. This was because other people's states were perfect, but one state was full of flaws. If one clashed head-on, one state would immediately crumble. Yu Chenxi and Nangong Ziyue were clearly super geniuses. Their states were grand and imposing. However, they were very familiar with controlling them. There were no obvious flaws. Light exploded, mountains moved up and down, and waves roared ferociously. Soon, the two exchanged hundreds of moves. The huge energy fluctuations caused cracks to appear on the wind cloud platform, leaking out strands of dragon chi. Every punch of Nangong Ziyue's carried the momentum of the entire state of mountains and rivers. When she punched, it was like an entire mountain range pressing down. Yu Chenxi did not back down at all. She executed the morning sun incantation to its limits. Clouds and mist spread out. Every punch gave off a bright light, knocking back the mountains pressing over. The strong state of clouds and state of light complemented each other. When combined with the morning sun fist, it was boundlessly ferocious, not losing to the other party's state of mountains and rivers. When the cultivators in the spectator stands saw this, they sighed in admiration. Unexpectedly, the strength that these two pretty and charming girls could erupt with was so strong. That kind of shocking strength made many male cultivators sigh in admiration. This is too horrifying. Just one punch is already so strong. I'm afraid I can only receive 3 punches at most. Ha ha. Keep bragging. If you really use your fist to receive them, I guarantee that you will not even be able to receive half a punch. Those are all great states. That's right. In terms of strength, the mountains and rivers are immortal, and the morning sun breaks. They are sufficient to rank in the top 5 of all the participants. As the crowd discussed, the competition on the platform became even more intense. Dragon chi spread out, and dragon roars resounded without end. Xianxia had already turned the situation around, taking the initiative. As the morning sun shone down, a rainbow bridge appeared in the sky. She stood on the rainbow bridge, moving gracefully like a fairy from the heavens. Clouds lingered behind her. When she punched out, there would always be a light breaking through the clouds. Golden fist winds rained down on Nangong Ziyue, who was on the ground. Walala. The water flowed without a trace, and the mountains and rivers flowed leisurely for thousands of kilometers. Nangong Ziyue's tight purple robes could not hide her exquisite figure as she walked among the mountains and rivers. Looking at the lush green scenery of the mountains, listening to the graceful murmur of the flowing water, walking between the mountains and rivers, one's heart was as calm as still water, and the fist peak also became reserved. The golden light that descended from the sky shattered one by one. Specks of light fell and disappeared along with the flowing water. But this momentary silence was not for the sake of eternal silence, but for the sake of a momentary eruption. At that time, the mountains would dance, the rivers would roar, and the mountains and rivers would remain immortal for all eternity. After another 100 moves, Nangong Ziyue shouted ferociously. The calm flowing water and the peaceful mountains suddenly moved. Bang, bang, bang. The flowing water roared, and pillars of water shot into the sky. The mountains danced, shaking the heavens and the earth, and the universe was overturned. Carrying this boundless aura, Nangong Ziyue soared into the sky amidst the mysterious phenomenon of the water pillars filling the sky. Then, she flew towards Xianxia, who was shrouded in clouds, on the heavenly bridge. Ka-xie. Ka-xie. Before Nangong Ziyue arrived, before the fist wind arrived, her aura already shattered the 7-colored bridge in the sky, turning it into beams of multicolored light that scattered down. One punch as a mountain, one punch as a river. The mountains and rivers for thousands of kilometers will remain immortal for all eternity. The seas and the surroundings will exist for me alone. Nangong Ziyue's tyrannical aura that had flashed in the past appeared again, looking proud and arrogant. Amid the clouds, Xianxia smiled gently. He completely activated the morning sun incantation, which had been raised to the 13th layer by the daybreak flower. Xiao. In that instant, the entire sky suddenly turned dark. Night fell, and the surging darkness was boundless. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. Every move of Nangong Ziyue's extremely fast punch became very clear to the eyes of the crowd. After some time, perhaps it was an instant, perhaps it was 100 years. The morning sun leaped up from the east. In an instant, it gave off a bright light, and the entire world turned bright again. In contrast to the dark night, the morning sun appeared even more dazzling, boundlessly resplendent. The state of the morning sun breaking. Only after experiencing true darkness and rising from the ashes could the state of the morning sun become perfect and flawless. Only then could it shine bright light over thousands of kilometers of mountains and rivers. Under the fiery red morning sun, the instant the final trace of darkness was torn apart, the elegant Xianxia clashed with Nangong Ziyue's immortal mountains and rivers fist. Boom. 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 The instant the fists clashed, the tall mountains behind Nangong Ziyue collapsed. The never-ending flowing water also formed a whirlpool with this punch, completely stopping. The mountains shattered, the water broke, and the mountains and rivers came to an end. Nangong Ziyue vomited a mouthful of blood. Her tyrannical aura that looked proud and arrogant vanished under the illumination of the morning sun. Only now did Nangong Ziyue reveal the frailty of a little girl. She fell to the ground like a willow catkin. Dragon chi spread across the vast wind cloud platform, and dragon roars resounded without end. Although the morning sun in the sky had already dimmed significantly, it still rose proudly, shining its light in all directions. Xianxia gently waved his hand, and the dim morning sun behind him immediately scattered. Then, he wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and slowly floated down. The cracks on the wind cloud platform on the ground slowly healed. As the dragon chi dissipated, the dragon roars also slowly disappeared. The pale Nangong Ziyue looked at Xianxia and said softly, "You won. It is indeed not a coincidence that you managed to snatch away my seated spot. Can I ask, how much of your strength did you bring out?" Nangong Ziyue's question was clearly the question of several people. The other scions of the 8 noble clans all perked up their ears and looked over. Xiaochen had defeated Nangong Ziyue. The 8 noble clans' history of monopolizing the top 8 spots of the 5-nation youth competition would be broken. The strength that Xianxia displayed was already a threat to them. After all, Xiaochen and Chu Chaoyun had only defeated the disciples of the 10 great sections. However, Xianxia had defeated Nangong Ziyue. In terms of results, Xianxia was better than Xiaochen and Chu Chaoyun. Hence, he attracted more attention. Xianxia was not pretentious. She did not have any grudges with Nangong Ziyue. Furthermore, they were both female cultivators. They both admired each other's strength, so she directly told Nangong Ziyue. However, Xianxia used her essence and projected her voice. She only told Nangong Ziyue, disappointing the others. When Nangong Ziyue heard that, she smiled beautifully and left the wind cloud platform alone. "Senior brother Xiaochen, how much of Xianxia's strength do you think he used?" Lu Suifeng, who was beside Xiaochen, asked out of curiosity. It was not just Lu Suifeng. All the spectating cultivators were discussing this topic. However, they did not dare to come to a conclusion. Some said that Xianxia only used 60%. This was because Nangong Ziyue had been utterly defeated. Even though her immortal mountains and rivers technique had shattered, the rising sun did not scatter. There were also some who said that Xianxia used her full strength. This was because the immortal mountains and rivers' fist was so mighty. How could she only use 60% of her strength? Xiaochen had his own judgment. He muttered, about 80%. Their strengths are actually about the same. If Xianxia had only used 60% of his strength, she would have been severely injured in the earlier hundreds of moves. She was able to obtain victory mostly because of her advantage in states. In the end, Nangong Ziyue's immortal mountains and rivers technique is not perfect. However, Xianxia's rising sun technique is infinitely close to perfection. Lu Suifeng nodded, not fully understanding. Then, he asked, "Infinitely close to perfection? What do you mean?" Glancing at Xianxia, Xiaochen organized his thoughts. Then, he said, "It is just a personal feeling of mine. I feel that it lacks the taste of nature, like it was sculpted by someone. However, to most people, it is no different from perfection." When Xiaochen looked at Xianxia noticed him as well. Xianxia smiled faintly and projected her voice. "Xiaochen, I will be waiting for you in the ranking battles. I hope that you can make me use my full strength this time." Xiaochen projected his voice as well and replied with a smile, "Don't worry. I will not disappoint you." As the first person to defeat a noble clan disciple in the past few 5-nation youth competitions, Xianxia immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone predicted that Xianxia had the strength to fight for the top 5, that she would be the greatest dark horse in this 5-nation youth competition. Even Xiaochen and Chu Chaoyun could not catch up to her. Every generation had its own talents. Be it Xiao Chen, Chu Chaoyun, or Yu Chenxi, they all proved this saying very well. This made this 5-nation youth competition filled with vigor and added a lot of excitement. After all, if the same people kept winning, the competition would become boring. The city lord's residents, the organizers of the competition, were very satisfied with the performances of the contestants. The influence of the 5-nation youth competition would only grow if the competition was filled with surprises and surprises. At this point in the second round of elimination, there were not many matches that could excite the crowd. After all, the seeded contestants were separated. There would not be too many strong matches. However, the match between Xianyuan Zhantian and Chu Chaoyun was regrettable. Chu Chaoyun and Xianyuan Zhantian exchanged 10 moves each before tacitly deciding to end in a draw. However, when one thought about it, it was understandable. Before the true ranking matches, the difference in strength between the two was not large. If they really fought, they might have to use up all their trump cards. At that time, when they faced the other heirs, they would lose a lot of their advantage. Next match, Xiaochen vs. Lin Fei. Amidst this dull competition, the referee's voice, which was neither too loud nor too soft, immediately attracted the attention of quite a number of people. Their gazes were cast onto the dueling ring of Group 5. Xiao Chen and Lin Fei are both on the newcomer ranking list. Furthermore, they have not tasted defeat yet. Given Lin Fei's character, he will definitely not end the match tacitly. That is natural. Ever since Xiao Chen defeated Gong Yangyu, his popularity has surpassed Lin Fei's. He has probably been suppressing his anger for a long time. Lin Fei's strength is also somewhat unfathomable. Practically no one can truly block that earth vein saber technique. No one knows if he has any other trump cards. Chu Chaoyun and Xianyuan Zhantian are tied. In that case, their consecutive victories have come to an end. The only newcomers who still have consecutive victories are these two. Chapter 583. This match will definitely be very exciting. Both of them are expert bladesmen. Furthermore, they are both newcomers. Both of them have a winning streak. There are too many things to watch. In this relatively uninteresting match, before the match between Xiao Chen and Lin Fei even started, many people started discussing it. Lin Fei had been waiting for this moment for a long time. As the others said, he had been suppressing a fire in his heart. After the referee announced the match, Lin Fei pushed off the ground and landed in the arena. Xiao Chen, don't think that just because you defeated Gong Yangyu, you can suppress me. Your winning streak will end here. When Lin Fei saw Xiao Chen enter the arena, he smiled disdainfully and purposely teased him. Xiao Chen remained unmoved. He said calmly, just make your move. Let's see who will end whose winning streak. Lin Fei's earth vein saber technique was unpredictable. It was indeed difficult to deal with. However, it was as Xiao Chen said earlier. If Xiao Chen wanted to use a surprise move to obtain victory, he could not keep going down this path. After using the earth vein saber technique too many times, it was no longer a surprise move. Haha. In that case, hold your saber tightly. I'm coming. Lin Fei smiled gently, and his aura suddenly changed. His gaze became as sharp as a saber as he quickly flew towards Xiao Chen. It had to be said that Lin Fei was indeed a brash person. However, when he entered a state of combat, his initial disdain and anxiety immediately vanished. If someone was confused by the aura Lin Fei displayed, they would be at a disadvantage. Qi. Qi. Lin Fei's speed was extremely fast. His body was like a solitary, sharp treasured saber. The formless wind in front of him was sliced in half like a piece of paper. When Lin Fei was 10 meters away from Xiao Chen, everyone thought that he would attack Xiao Chen head-on or circle around to attack Xiao Chen. Suddenly, Lin Fei's upper body fell down. If it were an ordinary person, they would think that he tripped over something. Naturally, the cultivators did not think so. Lin Fei had suddenly changed his move. His entire body was on the ground, and at some point, he had already drawn his saber. The edge of the saber flickered with a cold light. His entire body flew towards Xiao Chen at an extremely fast speed. The tip of his saber was pointed at Xiao Chen's knees. How unexpected. To think that Lin Fei would actually attack in such a manner. Furthermore, he was able to change his attack in such a short period of time. Most importantly, his movements are flawless. It's as smooth as flowing water. It's obvious that he's practiced it countless times. It looks like it was no coincidence that Lin Fei was able to reach his current level. Many martial artists on the platform exclaimed. If they were to face such a situation, it was very likely that they would be caught off guard and would lose their combat strength. Even if Xiao Chen reacted quickly and dodged Lin Fei's attack, he would immediately lose the initiative and be forced to defend. How would Xiao Chen respond? When many people faced such a move, their first reaction would be to retreat. This was because the lower body of a cultivator was the hardest to defend. Furthermore, Lin Fei's attack was very fast and unexpected. It would be even more troublesome to block. Hence, retreating was the best option. Even if they lost the initiative, there was nothing they could do. However, Xiao Chen did not retreat. This was because he did not need to retreat. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen moved. He held the sheathed lunar shadow saber in his left hand and used the tip of the scabbard to chop at Lin Fei's wrist. The tip of the scabbard pointed downwards. Its speed was extremely fast, giving off a piercing sonic boom. If Lin Fei's wrist paused for a moment longer, the scabbard would pierce through his wrist. Relying on the speed of his attack, Xiao Chen reacted first despite making a move later. He immediately negated Lin Fei's unexpected attack and placed his opponent in an awkward position. If Xiao Chen's saber moved forward another step, he would be able to kill this strong opponent until he lost his combat strength. This was a great temptation. However, if Xiao Chen was too slow, his wrist would be pierced, and he would lose his combat strength. Victory or defeat was decided by a single thought. A simple move was enough to shake people to the core. This move of Xiao Chen's was to compete in speed with Lin Fei. He did not say anything, only asking if Lin Fei dared to compete. Did Lin Fei have the courage to compete? If you were faster, you would win, becoming the center of attention. If you were slower, you would immediately fall into the abyss. You would end up like Lu Xiaoyun, in a sorry state, losing all face. The huge contrast challenged Lin Fei's mental state. If Lin Fei's mental state was weaker, it would severely affect his performance in such a torturous situation. If he hesitated, he would not even have the chance to make a decision, he would be defeated. After seeing Xiao Chen and Gong Yanyu's fight, Lin Fei knew how fast Xiao Chen was. Hence, he retreated. In the end, he did not dare to compete in speed with Xiao Chen. Lin Fei slapped the ground with his left hand and stood up again. His sneak attack failed, and he lost the initiative. He had to quickly pull away from Xiao Chen. Lin Fei had an unsightly expression as he quickly thought to himself. Bang! There was a loud sound as the tip of Xiao Chen's scabbard crashed into the wind cloud platform. Then, it sank in by 3 centimeters. The force was so great that it flabbergasted everyone. The most terrifying thing was that even with such a great force, the wind cloud platform did not crack. The force did not leak out at all. Everyone was horrified. If Lin Fei had not retreated, this move might have chopped off his palm. Xiao! A lightning-like saber light flickered. After Xiao Chen stabbed the scabbard into the platform, he did not pause at all. He immediately drew the lunar shadow saber and hacked at Lin Fei with both hands. Taking advantage of your weakness had always been Xiao Chen's style. Now that the other party had lost the initiative, this was the best opportunity to make a move. Xiao Chen did not make a move yet. When he made a move, he had to do it with the force of a thunderbolt, injuring or crippling his opponent. Lin Fei had just stood up and did not have the time to put some distance between them. When he faced this thunderous saber strike, he could only place his left hand on the saber and hold it across his chest to defend passively. Dang! A huge force crashed into Lin Fei's saber. It was like a mountain of thunder pressing down. Lin Fei did not even have time to react. He vomited a mouthful of blood and shot back like a cannonball, crashing into the wind cloud barrier. The huge rebound caused Lin Fei to fall to the ground. He vomited another mouthful of blood, and his complexion turned incredibly pale. Xiaochen flew forward, not giving Lin Fei a chance to catch his breath. He executed his state of massacre and state of thunder, not giving Lin Fei a chance to react. He launched an unending barrage of attacks. Dang! 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 When the weapons clashed, sparks flew. Lin Fei struggled to deal with the attacks. He was pushed back repeatedly, and his pale face turned even more unsightly. Every one of Xiaochen's saber strikes contained vast force. With the support of the two states, the might was even greater, worsening Lin Fei's injuries. If this continued, Lin Fei would definitely lose within 100 moves. Earth Vein Saber Technique. After enduring for a long time, Lin Fei finally grasped an opportunity to execute the consummate technique that made him famous. When Lin Fei blocked Xiaochen's attacks, a strand of saber qi suddenly shot out from his feet, heading for Xiaochen's chest. The might of that earth vein saber qi was also very vast. It used the earth as its source of power, and it was no weaker than Lin Fei's full-powered saber strike. Lin Fei did not hope that this strand of saber qi could injure Xiaochen. He only hoped that it would give him a chance to catch his breath. After being severely injured by Xiaochen's saber strike, Lin Fei still had no chance to catch his breath. The injuries in his body worsened. If this continued to accumulate, he would not be able to suppress them. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said calmly, "I have been waiting for the earth vein saber technique for a long time." Others might fear this earth vein saber technique, but Xiaochen had never feared it. Xiaochen clenched his left hand into a fist and circulated his vital qi. A sharp azure energy gathered on his fist. This was the Dragon Claw Fist's third move, Breaking Armor Fist. Bang! The sharp azure energy clashed with that strand of saber qi. This punch, which had the attribute of breaking armor, immediately shattered that strand of saber qi, turning it into nothing. Of course, the might of the breaking armor fist was completely nullified. As Xiaochen attacked with his left hand, he did not stop holding his saber with his right hand. He swung it gently and sent out an arc-light chop. Another wound appeared on Lin Fei's body. His body was sent flying several times by the lightning currents that exploded from the arcs of light. "You are too much. Xiaochen, you have angered me." From the start of the competition until now, Lin Fei had been suppressed from the start. The earth vein saber technique that he was famous for was instantly broken by his opponent. Lin Fei could no longer hold back the rage in his heart. He shouted, and his 3-meter-long saber hummed. A sharp saber intent spread out from the saber. Lin Fei said calmly, "Originally, I was only planning to use it in the ranking matches. Xiaochen, you should feel honored that you managed to force me to use my saber intent." The cultivators in the spectator stands were immediately astonished. They had not expected Lin Fei to have hidden himself so deeply. He had actually comprehended saber intent, the most difficult thing for a bladesman to comprehend. Furthermore, he had not used it yet. This time, Xiaochen is in trouble. With the support of saber intent, the might of a bladesman's martial technique will increase by at least 50%. Looking at Lin Fei's saber intent, it should have reached 20% as well. It is only slightly weaker than Bai Qi's. Furthermore, they are both bladesmen. If one side has saber intent and the other does not, the difference will be even more obvious. Indeed, a swordsman can use sword intent to block. What can a bladesman use to block? A cultivator in the spectator stands sighed softly. Saber intent was hard to comprehend. Once one comprehended it, one would gain boundless might. This was already a publicly acknowledged fact in the world of cultivators. The situation was probably going to turn around soon. Withering grass and trees. Lin Fei roared ferociously and executed his trump card martial technique. A desolate aura spread out from the saber's edge, making everyone feel the heavy aura of death. If there were any flowers or trees here, the power of this saber strike would definitely cause them to wither quickly. With the support of saber intent, the might of this move increased explosively. It contained the power to wither everything. This time, Lin Fei took the initiative to attack, hoping to turn the situation around in one move. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said indifferently, "Saber intent? I seem to know it as well." Wang. The long, pitch-black lunar shadow saber trembled uncontrollably. A saber intent that was even stronger than Lin Fei's spread out wildly from the saber's edge. The strong saber intent pierced through the wind cloud barrier, causing the bladesmen nearby to feel fear. The sabers in their hands trembled as well. This is a peak small perfection saber intent. It is on par with Bai Qi's saber intent. This is too shocking. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen comprehended saber intent as well. Furthermore, it is much stronger than Lin Fei's. Chapter 584. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. At this moment, they suddenly discovered that they could not see through Xiaochen's strength at all. A strong wind blew, and clouds churned, quickly gathering above Xiaochen's head. This was the starting move of the lightning tribulation saber technique, gathering wind and clouds. As the wind blew, the clouds moved, and the clouds gathered with the wind. As the wind blew and clouds churned, Xiaochen took a step forward and swept his saber with an even stronger aura. Pu Ci. Pu Ci. The saber intent that Lin Fei was so proud of as his trump card crumbled before Xiaochen's even stronger saber intent. Even the state of withering plants crumbled. Before the saber blade could touch Xiaochen, the aura of Xiaochen's saber shattered it. Dang! A melodious sound rang out, and the saber in Lin Fei's hand fell. A vast and unblockable force knocked Lin Fei into the air. When Lin Fei crashed into the wind cloud barrier, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. The suppressed injuries in his body instantly erupted, and he fell to the ground, unable to get up again. How can this be? You actually comprehended saber intent as well. As Lin Fei looked at Xiaochen, whose clothes fluttered in the wind and clouds, and whose aura was wild and unruly, heavy shock filled his eyes. He had not expected such an ending. Xiaochen wins. You gain 2 points. The referee on the platform looked at Xiaochen. He felt very curious as well, discovering that he could not see through this youth. Xiaochen slowly walked to the scabbard in the wind cloud platform. Then, he accurately sheathed the lunar shadow saber. His left hand grasped the saber hilt and gently pulled it out. Then, he casually left the platform. Roar! The instant Xiaochen drew the scabbard from the wind cloud platform, a strand of dragon qi immediately came out of the hole. This dragon qi had been suppressed by Xiaochen's scabbard for too long. The moment it came out, it gave off a resonant dragon roar. This dragon roar was even louder than any of the previous dragon roars from the wind cloud arena. The originally formless dragon qi actually condensed together with this loud dragon roar. Xiaochen roared ferociously and tore through the wind cloud barrier. Then, he soared into the thick, lingering dark clouds 10 kilometers above Dragon Ceiling City. Xiao! The dragon qi tore a hole in the thick, dark clouds, and a dazzling golden light immediately poured down. It descended from the sky and enveloped Xiaochen, who was walking slowly. The dazzling golden light moved with Xiaochen. When the hundreds of thousands of cultivators saw this scene, they all gaped, speechless. On the dragon pillar, Sima Lingxian had experienced such a scene as well. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen received such treatment as well. Lin Fei, who had just climbed up from the wind cloud platform, felt dissatisfied when he saw this scene. He said angrily, "Damn it! The golden light enveloping me and everyone's attention is something that I should be enjoying." Bai Qi, who had not truly treated Xiaochen as an opponent all this while, had a grave expression on his face. Aside from Xianyuan Zhantian, there is one more person in the fight for the top 3. Sima Lingxian, who sat alone in the seated seat with absolute confidence, revealed a strange look in his eyes. However, it quickly disappeared. Sima Lingxian said softly, "No matter how strong you are, You are destined to be my stepping stone in this 5-nation youth competition. Being in the same generation as me, Sima Lingxian, is your tragedy. When Xiao Chen sat down, the golden light that had been accompanying him slowly disappeared. The hole that the thick dark clouds had broken through started to close up. After this scene, the matches that did not have many exciting matches in the first place became even more lackluster. Aside from the matches of the noble clans, which attracted some attention, no one paid any attention to the other matches. Most of the cultivators in the spectator stand started discussing the geniuses that appeared in the 2 elimination rounds. Actually, in this 5-nation youth competition, there are only 4 true newcomers: Xiao Chen, Chu Chaoyun, Shenyuan Zhantian, and Yu Chenxi. The others can only serve as foils for them. That can't be right. How can Yu Chenxi be counted? She participated in the previous 5-nation youth competition. Haha. How can she not be counted? She was not outstanding in the previous 5-nation youth competition. In this 5-nation youth competition, she suddenly erupted and defeated Nangong Ziyue. She can definitely be counted as a newcomer. Right, I feel that she can be counted as well. How unfortunate for Lin Fei. If he did not suffer such a miserable defeat in the final match, he could be considered one of the 5 newcomers. Indeed, he is also a peak genius who comprehended saber intent. Unfortunately, he ran into Xiao Chen and lost too miserably. The nearby cultivators discussed fervently. From the very start, they could not stop talking, they were all very fervent. However, they could not be blamed. Compared to the previous 5-nation youth competitions, this one was simply too exciting. There were many geniuses and newcomers. The strength of the veteran experts was still present. There was an intense clash between the old and the new, and everyone could feel it clearly. Geniuses appeared in large numbers, outstanding talents gathered. This was a great era of geniuses. They could personally witness the arrival of this age of geniuses, the birth of the main character of this age. They could not help but feel excited. The geniuses that appeared might very well become future martial emperors, leaving their names in the annals of history. I feel that these 4 people have the strength to make it into the top 5. The 8 noble clans' monopoly on the top 8 will be broken. It is too early to say this. The strength of the scions is clear for all to see. Which one of them is mediocre? Furthermore, they are all older than them. It is hard to say. That's right. We will only know who is strong and who is weak after they fight. However, this 5-nation youth competition is a feast for my eyes. This trip was not made in vain. Amidst the clamor, the second elimination round slowly came to an end. Today's elimination round was different from the previous one. One could not just leave after fighting. The city lord's residence's people would tally the points and announce the 100 people who qualified to participate in the ranking matches. These 100 people would also enter the True Dragon ranking. When the 5-nation youth competition ended, their names would truly spread throughout the world. Murong Chong was clearly nervous. He had a proud and aloof character, so he cared a lot about the True Dragon ranking. He had lost 7 matches in today's elimination round and had 3 draws. He had no idea if he could pass with such results. Yun Kursen looked rather weak. She had been injured in the battle, so she had no choice but to end the competition early. Although she was very optimistic, seeing that the True Dragon ranking was about to be announced, she could not help but feel disappointed. Boom! 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 Wind and thunder roared everywhere. The 20 wind cloud platforms quickly merged together, forming 10 even larger wind cloud platforms. Suddenly, a taller and larger wind cloud platform rose in the center of the wind cloud platform. It was clearly different from the others. This wind cloud platform was polygonal, with a total of 10 corners. Each corner had a dragon pillar. The dragon sealing city lord stood on the wind cloud platform, holding a list of names. He said, "I will now announce the participants who are qualified to participate in the ranking matches. Those whose names are not announced are not selected." As the city lord read out the names, the final suspense was finally revealed. Fortunately, Murong Chang's name was among them. Now, there were 2 people from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion on the Wind Cloud platform. The city lord only read out 99 names, not the 100th. However, everyone knew that the 100th name was reserved for the first seed, Sima Lingxian. Only he had this honor in 2 consecutive 5-nation youth competitions. The ranking matches will begin in 3 days. At that time, the rules will be announced. Go back and have a good rest. 3 days later, in the courtyard of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in Dragon Sealing City, Jianghu said sincerely to the 2 of them, Murong Chong, Xiao Chen, the ranking matches are about to begin. There is no need for the 2 of you to feel any psychological burden. For you to reach this step, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion already owes you too much. Xiao Chen nodded and said, we will do our best and leave it to fate. As long as we do our best, Xiao Chen will not have any regrets. Murong Chong said the same thing. After reaching this step and seeing countless geniuses, Murong Chong had become much more mature. Jianghu smiled and said, let's go, then. The Dragon Sealing City Lord, Zongliang, stood on the tallest wind cloud platform surrounded by 10 dragon pillars and announced the rules of the ranking matches. The ranking matches would not be split into groups. There would be 100 rounds. Every participant would only have to fight 1 match in each round. That way, there would be 50 matches in each round. Like the elimination rounds, the ranking matches used a point system. All the participants would start from 0. A win would give them 2 points, a loss would deduct 2 points. The only difference was that there were no draws, there had to be a victor. The purpose of this was to prevent a tacit understanding like in the elimination rounds. Now that the ranking matches were at the end, naturally, the organizers would not allow such a situation to occur. It was impossible to finish 100 rounds in 1 day. Every day, the matches would end before the sky turned dark. By the time the 50 rounds were over, it might take 4 or 5 days. Chapter 585. The rules for this 5-nation rankings are rather interesting. After 100 rounds, every participant will have to display their full strength. They cannot hide their strength. However, the opponents for each round are not decided by drawing lots or by themselves. They are all arranged by the city lord's residence. Haha. That is not a problem. The city lord's residence will definitely not favor any participant. I guess the purpose of doing this is to prevent the super geniuses from meeting each other early. It would be boring for the super geniuses to meet each other so early. It is better to leave some suspense in the competition. Overall, the rules for this 5-nation rankings tournament were very normal. There was nothing new about it, nor was there anything worthy of criticism. The elders of the various sects all expressed no objections. Seeing that no one had any objections, Zongliang continued, since there are no objections, let's invite the top 100 participants to come up and prepare for the ceremony to collect luck. After that, the first round of the 5-nation rankings tournament will officially begin. Luck was ethereal and formless, it was hard to grasp. How could it be collected? This was the first time Xiao Chen participated in such a ceremony. He was very curious, so he walked up with some anticipation. There were a total of 11 wind cloud arenas. Aside from the tallest wind cloud arena in the middle, there were 10 people standing on each of the other 10 arenas. Zongliang closed his eyes and quickly formed hand seals with his hands. It was an ancient and complicated hand seal. In an instant, his 10 fingers moved more than 100 times. An ancient, dignified, and divine aura spread out from Zongliang's body. The tallest arena under his feet started to shake violently. Roar! 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 Below the wind cloud arena, several tens of thousands of meters deep, 4 desolate dragon roars resounded. The dragon roars were deep and drawn out. Compared to the dragon roars contained in the dragon chi, the difference was like heaven and earth. That ancient and savage aura put a heavy pressure on the 100 participants. Their legs felt as heavy as lead, they could not move a single step. They felt like a huge rock was pressing against their chests, making them feel very uncomfortable. Did I hear wrong? There were actually 4 dragon roars. 4 dragon roars means 4 dragon veins have awakened. Normally, it would be heaven-defying to awaken only 2. The Age of Geniuses truly lives up to its name. All 4 dragon veins have awakened. The participants of this 5-nation youth competition have obtained more than 4 times the luck of previous years. In the spectator stands, there were cultivators who had watched many 5-nation youth competitions. The awakening of the 4 dragon veins represented the beginning of the Age of Geniuses. In the future, a martial emperor would be born. In the previous Age of Geniuses, the Thunder King Sangmu appeared. He was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Tianwu Emperor. Who knew what kind of powerful character would appear this time? The dragon roar stirred up the dark clouds in the sky. Thunder rumbled one after another, and the atmosphere of the entire place became oppressive and heavy. Shio! The instant the thunder stopped, 100 holes appeared in the thick clouds 10 kilometers above Dragon Ceiling City. 100 golden pillars of light descended from the sky and enveloped all the participants of the ranking battles. Drip a drop of blood on the jade pendant at your waists, and the ceremony will be complete. The 4 dragon veins will awaken. How much luck you can collect will depend on your ability, Zongliang said weakly. When Xiao Chen heard this, he removed the dragon-shaped jade pendant at his waist. The little golden dragon swam around happily in the transparent jade pendant. Xiao Chen pricked his finger and dripped a drop of blood. The blood seeped into the jade pendant and entered the body of the little golden dragon. Pooh! Xiao Chen felt that his soul and mind seemed to be connected to the little dragon. That little dragon seemed to have become his incarnation. Furthermore, he seemed to have established a weak connection with some kind of majestic existence. He could not explain what it was. The ranking battles took place in the same arena. After the ceremony ended, 4 referees walked onto the tall arena surrounded by 10 dragon pillars. The first match of the first round of the ranking battles begins. Wang Quan vs. Lin Fei. Wang Quan was the scion of the Wang clan, one of the 8 noble clans. He was ranked 6th in the previous 5-nation youth competition. He was a true giant of the younger generation. The weapon he used was the rather troublesome Dragon Fiend Whip. The Dragon Fiend Whip was said to have been made by an expert of the Wang clan's ancestral generation. They killed a fiend dragon in the Kunlun realm and used the bones on its back to make it. Then, they gave it to the younger generation of the Wang clan to use. Lin Fei was one of the experts on the newcomer ranking list. His earth vein saber technique was unfathomable. What was even rarer was that he comprehended saber intent to 20%. Although Lin Fei lost to Xiao Chen, no one could deny his strength. Everyone guessed that although he could not defeat Wang Quan, he could still hold his own. As long as Lin Fei could hold his own, he could continue fighting. Even if he could not obtain victory, fighting with an expert would allow him to gain some comprehension and raise his cultivation. Wang Quan sheathed the Dragon Fiend Whip at his waist and looked at Lin Fei with a relaxed expression. He smiled and said, "You are Lin Fei? I have noticed you. I have long wanted to try out your earth vein saber technique. Make your move." Wang Quan's small matter upset Lin Fei. He said, "Don't act like victory is already in your grasp. Be careful of failing miserably in an easy task." "Ha ha. In that case, let me see how you are going to make me fail miserably in an easy task." Wang Quan smiled faintly. He did not think much of it. Lin Fei's fight with Xiao Chen had thoroughly exposed his strength. Wang Quan did not feel any pressure when facing Lin Fei. If not for him being excited to see how strange the earth vein saber technique was, he would not even be bothered to say anything to Lin Fei. Wang. Lin Fei drew his saber. He had no intention of hiding his strength when facing Wang Quan. The moment he made his move, he brought out his saber intent. A strand of saber chi shot out from Lin Fei's feet. His figure flickered and arrived before Wang Quan, hacking down with his saber. With the support of saber intent, the 6-meter-long saber light spat out a cold light, looking very mighty. Wang Quan did not rush to clash head-on with his opponent. He pushed off the ground and dodged the other party's saber light. During the 10 moves, Wang Quan dodged all the time. He did not intend to make a move, moving around the saber lights that Lin Fei sent out. Earth Vein Saber Technique. After forcing Wang Quan back with another move, Lin Fei finally executed the Earth Vein Saber Technique. The saber chi that came from the ground and the saber light on the saber attacked his opponent at the same time. Chi! Chi! Even though Wang Quan had anticipated this and did his best to dodge, the saber chi that came from the ground still tore a hole in his robes. If not for Lin Fei's movement technique, this saber strike would have injured Wang Quan. Not bad, continue. A strange look flashed in Wang Quan's eyes as he smiled gently. Seeing that Wang Quan still had no intention of drawing out the Dragon Fiend Whip, Lin Fei became completely enraged. He combined his saber intent and executed the Earth Vein Saber Technique to its limits. Immediately, saber lights flew everywhere, kicking up strong winds and howling winds. Lin Fei's unpredictable saber techniques were like a phantom. Wang Quan was surrounded by danger, like a leaf in the wind. It seemed like the saber chi could injure him at any moment. After another 10 moves, Wang Quan shook his head slightly. He thought to himself, the Earth Vein Saber Technique is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, Lin Fei has not comprehended the state of Earth and cannot bring out its full might. Wang Quan lost interest in the Earth Vein Saber Technique. He grasped the Dragon Fiend Whip at his waist and said softly, "The game is over. You can be defeated now." Wang Quan pulled his right hand up, and the Dragon Fiend Whip coiled around him, encasing him within. Then, it turned into intense wind blades flying in all directions. The instant the storm appeared, Lin Fei's saber technique stopped. He was preparing to use the Earth Vein Saber Technique again. However, before he could react, the saber technique that he had stored up was scattered. Wang Quan grasped Lin Fei's rhythm. When he attacked, he disrupted Lin Fei's saber technique. Wang Quan shook his wrist, and the Dragon Fiend Whip, which had coiled around him, changed its direction and flew towards Lin Fei's chest. At this moment, Wang Quan's aura completely changed. The smile on his face vanished, and his gaze became as sinister as a venomous snake's, devoid of any emotion. A strong aura burst out and completely suppressed Lin Fei's aura. Lin Fei, who had just disrupted Lin Fei's saber technique, saw the whip flying at him like a ferocious dragon. He could not help but be distracted for a moment. Ka xie. Ka xie. By the time Lin Fei reacted, the whip had already sent him tumbling through the air. When he landed on the ground, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. Several of his ribs had been broken. The jade pendant at Lin Fei's waist immediately shot out a strand of golden light and entered Wang Quan's jade pendant. The little golden dragon in the jade pendant dimmed slightly. As for the little golden dragon in Wang Quan's jade pendant, its luster became much denser. When Xiao Chen saw this inconceivable scene, a grave look flashed in his eyes. He asked doubtfully, "What's going on?" The first elder, Jianghu, explained, "This is possession. The little golden dragon in the jade pendant is the luck that you obtain from the dragon vein. Every time you defeat someone, you can forcefully possess a trace of the other party's luck. When it accumulates to a certain level, the golden dragon will break out of the jade pendant. At that time, the competition for luck will be even more intense." Xiao Chen said in understanding, "Indeed, that is the case. No wonder the city lord said that how much luck you obtain depends on your ability." Such a forceful possession was extremely cruel to those who were weaker. The natural law of survival of the fittest was clearly displayed at this moment. Xiao Chen sighed. He thought to himself, the best of times, the worst of times. In the end, the age of geniuses is just the stage for the strong. The weak can only become the stepping stones for the strong, allowing them to go further and higher. The competition continued. There were 50 matches in each round. Everyone had one chance to fight. This time, it was Bai Qi's turn to fight. His opponent was a small perfection half-step martial monarch bladesman. When facing Bai Qi, who possessed a peak small perfection saber intent, that participant chose to admit defeat. The jade pendant at his waist immediately shot out a strand of golden light and merged with Bai Qi's jade pendant. Match 36, Xiaochen vs. Duanmuking. When Xiaochen heard Duanmuking's name, he was somewhat surprised. He had not expected someone from the great Qin nation to enter the top 100. Furthermore, it was someone he was familiar with. In the wind cloud platform, Duanmuking looked at the white-robed Xiaochen. A helpless expression appeared in her cold eyes. Back then, Xiaochen could not even withstand one palm strike from her. However, after he became famous at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, she could no longer catch up to him. Even now, Xiaochen was a newcomer that everyone paid attention to. He was a hot contender for the top 10 spots in the 5-nation youth competition. However, she had barely managed to enter the top 100 after much difficulty. Chapter 586. Xiaochen, how about we decide this in one move? Duanmuking asked softly. Xiaochen did not reject. He nodded and said, make your move. Frost's rage. Duanmuking's black hair turned white. He immediately took out his killing move, a slender sword covered in frost. A sharp state of ice spewed out from the tip of the sword. It seemed like it wanted to engulf the world and seal the sea in ice. Ka-ca. Xiaochen drew his saber and used his 30% comprehended saber intent. A solid crystalline saber chi flew out from his saber. After chopping his opponent's state of ice in half, the saber chi's sharpness did not diminish. Then, it broke through Duanmuking's protective essence and left a shallow wound on his body. Duanmuking knew that this was Xiaochen showing mercy. At the same time, she was even more astonished at Xiaochen's strength. At the last moment, he could still control the saber chi he sent out as he pleased. As of now, the gap between her and Xiaochen could no longer be described as a chasm. Xiaochen sheathed his saber and thought for a while. Then, he said, your state of ice is somewhat superficial. It looks very mighty, but its energy is scattered. You are not Lu Xiaoyun. Without sufficient accumulations, you will not be able to withstand a single blow from an expert. You might as well turn the state of ice into a cold wind and infuse it into your sword technique. Although it will be weaker this way, it will be more condensed. When Duanmuking heard this, she entered deep thought. She vaguely felt like she figured out some problems. After a while, she said, many thanks. The victor was already decided. The jade pendant at Duanmuking's waist shot out a golden line uncontrollably and entered the little dragon in Xiaochen's jade pendant. Xiaochen immediately felt that the golden dragon had become slightly stronger. Furthermore, it appeared to be very happy. Sima Lingxian stepped out after Xiaochen. Before Sima Lingxuan's strong self-confidence, his opponent did not even dare to look him in the eye. The moment Sima Lingxian stepped out, he admitted defeat. When Sima Lingxian saw the golden line enter the jade pendant, his lips curled up. He shook his head gently and said, how boring. The competition proceeded in an orderly fashion. There were some lessons learned earlier. When the ordinary participants met with the scions of the 8 noble clans or young giants like Xianyuan Zhantian, they would not be able to win. He could either choose to admit defeat or directly choose to use one move to determine the winner and loser. He wanted to understand the gap between him and the giants. In this way, the progress of the 50 matches wasn't slow, and a round was completed in 2 hours. By the time the sun was about to set, 12 rounds of competition had already been carried out. Xiaochen had won 12 matches in a row without losing a single match. The little golden dragon in the jade pendant at his waist was not only bright and did not dim in the slightest, but it had also grown significantly larger. The entire jade pendant was covered in blood. One more victory and the jade pendant was about to break out. As for the golden dragon in Murong Chang's jade pendant, it was far inferior to Xiaochen's. Of the 12 matches, Murong Chong only obtained 5 victories. Not only did the golden dragon not grow larger, it even dimmed and became smaller. Murong Chong sneaked a glance at the golden dragon in Xiaochen's jade pendant and felt somewhat dispirited. Comparing oneself to others was truly infuriating. If not for Xiaochen's existence, no matter how bad Murong Chang's results were, he would be able to shake the heavenly saber pavilion. However, when compared to Xiao Chen, the gap immediately became apparent. How was his golden dragon a dragon? It was not even comparable to a worm. Murong Chong felt very depressed. When he returned, he would be too embarrassed to speak of his results. Roar! Just at this moment, there was the melodious sound of something breaking. A dragon roar resounded. After Wang Quan defeated his opponent in one move, the jade pendant at his waist shattered. A golden light flickered, and a 15-meter-long 5-clawed golden dragon appeared above his head. It broke. Wang Quan's golden dragon, which won 13 matches in a row, finally came out. The moment it came out, it is already 15 meters long. It looks like his luck is not weak. When a regular contestant's golden dragon breaks out of their jades, it is only 10 meters long. That is natural. Wang Quan obtained the 6th rank last year. How can other cultivators compare to his luck? Ka-ca. After Wang Quan's golden dragon broke out of his jades, the golden dragons of the top 10 contestants of the previous 5-nation youth competition also broke out of their jades. Incredible. Nangong Ziyue's golden dragon is also 15 meters long. Xian Wen's golden dragon is also 15 meters long. Gong Yangyu's golden dragon is slightly weaker. It is only 45 meters long. It is only 1 meter stronger than Lu Xiaoyan's. However, in terms of strength, Bai Qi's golden dragon is still stronger. It is 25 meters long. The second-ranked contestant in the previous 5-nation youth competition is indeed extraordinary. Bai Qi had just finished his match. The 20-meter-long golden dragon above his head looked down on the crowd. The other golden dragons circling in the sky were all inferior to him. Next match, Sima Lingxian against Gao Wei. After the referee's voice rang out, Sima Lingxuan's figure flashed a few times. He arrived on the arena and stood there proudly. Naturally, he attracted everyone's attention. After this match, Sima Lingxuan's golden dragon will probably come out as well. I wonder how long it will be. Will it be able to surpass Bai Qi? He will definitely surpass Bai Qi. It just depends on how much he surpasses him. Is it 1 meter or 3 meters? The crowd was filled with anticipation. They wanted to see how long the golden dragon of this man, who had been a seeded participant for 2 consecutive 5-nation youth competitions, would be. The contestant named Gao Wei was a disciple of a large sect in the Great Jin Nation. Although his sect was not one of the top 10 great sects, it had a lot of accumulations. It controlled more than 10 spirit veins. His sect did not lack resources. Furthermore, his talent was outstanding. Furthermore, he came from the Great Jin Nation, which was rich in spiritual energy. Thus, he managed to enter the top 100 rather easily. However, when Gao Wei heard that his opponent for this round was Sima Lingxian, his expression turned extremely depressed. He unwillingly walked to the wind cloud arena. When Gao Wei fought with the other noble clan disciples, even if he could not defeat them, he would choose to win in one move. He wanted to see if he could comprehend some martial techniques. However, when facing Sima Lingxian, he had no choice but to admit defeat. This was because Sima Lingxuan's strong self-confidence had completely merged with his aura. If one exchanged glances with Sima Lingxian, they would automatically feel inferior to him if their thoughts were not strong enough. Under such circumstances, they would not even be able to bring out half of their strength. How could they exchange moves with Sima Lingxian? This was simply a joke. I admit defeat. As the crowd expected, Sima Lingxuan's 13th opponent chose to admit defeat like the ones before him. He did not even have the courage to exchange moves. After Gao Wei admitted defeat, a golden dragon chi from the jade pendant at his waist shot into Sima Lingxuan's jade pendant with a xiao sound. Ka-ca. The sound of the jade pendant shattering rang out. A dazzling golden light flickered, and a 23-meter-long 5-clawed golden dragon circled above Sima Lingxuan's head. Then, it soared into the air. The 23-meter-long golden dragon immediately outshone Bai Qi's 23-meter-long golden dragon. Among the many golden dragons that were 40 or 50 meters long, it stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens. Sima Lingxian is indeed Sima Lingxian. No wonder he is so strong and has such strong luck. No one can defeat him. He is 6 meters taller than Bai Qi. That is a suppressive advantage. Although luck does not represent a person's strength, it is still an important factor. Haha. This is just the beginning. When the ranking matches are over, we will be able to determine his luck. That's true. I wonder if Sima Lingxuan's golden dragon can reach 23 meters, reaching the peak of the 9 digits and becoming a true sovereign. The golden dragon breaking out of jade, that was the golden dragon that represented Sima Lingxuan's luck. The moment it appeared, it shocked everyone. When Xiao Chen saw Sima Lingxuan's golden dragon, a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself, I wonder how much luck I have. However, when Xiao Chen thought about it, it should not be as high as Sima Lingxuan's. At most, it should be about the same level as Wang Quan and the others, slightly weaker than Bai Qi. After all, Xiao Chen had only been in this world for a short time. If he had not reached the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower, he would have been slightly weaker than Wang Quan and the others, who had obtained Dragon Vein luck in the previous 5-nation youth competition. However, Xiao Chen did not worry too much. This was just the beginning. As long as he kept winning, his luck would increase and his opponent's luck would decrease. Taking over another person's luck to strengthen one's own body. The strong would become stronger and the weak would become weaker. When Chu Chaoyun saw the luck above Sima Lingxuan's head, an undetectable desire flashed in his eyes. He muttered to himself, the luck of the wind cloud platform is indeed strong. It is even stronger than the luck of my Tianwu dynasty's remnant races. However, after this competition, your luck will end here. As the 13th round of matches progressed, the jade pendants on the waists of the contestants who ranked highly in the previous 5-nation youth competition and won 13 matches in a row shattered, turning into golden dragons soaring in the air. Next match, Nangong Ziyue vs Li Tianhua. Nangong Ziyue was ranked 8th in the previous 5-nation youth competition. Li Tianhua was the scion of the Li clan, one of the 8 noble clans. He was ranked 5th in the previous 5-nation youth competition. In the 13th round of matches, the Wind Cloud platform finally welcomed a match between the strong. The disciples of the 8 noble clans fought together. This immediately attracted the attention of many people. Li Tianhua's weapon was a spear. He specialized in the coiling dragon spear technique. It was famous for its ferocity and tyranny. It was a peak superior grade earth-ranked martial technique. The coiling dragon was like the flood dragon, horn dragon, earth dragon, and fire dragon. They were all high-ranked spirit beasts that contained the bloodline of dragons. The coiling dragon was one of the more noble ones. It contained large amounts of true dragon blood. However, it had lost its ability to soar through the 9 heavens and spent most of its time in hibernation. However, the energy that the coiling dragon spat out was no weaker than that of a true dragon. It could easily shatter mountains and split the earth. Hence, it was known as the true dragon of the earth. Xiao Chen had seen Li Tianhua make a move before. The moment the two of them appeared, he could roughly guess the result. Nangong Ziyue was not a match for Li Tianhua. The state that Li Tianhua used happened to be the nemesis of the state of mountains and rivers. In a situation where their cultivations were similar, the states countered each other. If Nangong Ziyue wanted to win, she could only rely on technique. The development of the wind cloud platform was similar to what Xiao Chen expected. Li Tianhua held his spear and took the stance of a coiling dragon. As the spear danced, it was like a coiling dragon soaring up and down. Its aura was vast and imposing. On the ground, Li Tianhua was able to suppress Nangong Ziyue's immortal mountains and rivers fist. Occasionally, the spear shattered a tall mountain. The river splashed up into the sky. The water flowed continuously. It was difficult for the towering mountains to form a strong momentum. When it came to Nangong Ziyue's fist technique, its might was significantly weaker. Her aura lacked a tyrannical air. Chapter 587. Nangong Ziyue frowned and tried to salvage the situation. She stopped clashing head-on with Li Tianhua and tried to use techniques to obtain victory. However, it was already too late. Nangong Ziyue had already lost the initiative. Li Tianhua had already grasped the rhythm of the match. It was not something she could change. In the end, Nangong Ziyue could only stake everything on one throw. She punched with her incomplete state and executed the immortal mountains and rivers, trying to decide victory in one move. Twin dragons playing with a pearl. Li Tianhua smiled faintly. Victory was in his grasp, so he executed the best move of the coiling dragon spear technique. The tip of the spear trembled and sent out 2 spear lights. They turned into 2 ferocious coiling dragons and clashed with Nangong Ziyue's fists. The coiling dragons roared ferociously and the incomplete state of mountains and rivers shattered. Nangong Ziyue took 10 steps back and helplessly admitted defeat. A golden light flashed and snatched away some of Nangong Ziyue's luck. Li Tianhua's golden dragon also broke out of the jade. It was 25 meters long. Its luck was also at the peak. 50th match, Xiaochen vs Baijian. This was the last match of the 13th round, as well as the last match of the day. It was finally Xiao Chen's turn to fight. Furthermore, his opponent was someone he was familiar with. When Xiao Chen saw Baijian walk up to the dueling ring, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then, he walked up the dueling ring with heavy steps. Baijian felt very complicated in his heart. Originally, he thought that after merging ice and fire, he would be able to defeat Xiao Chen and wash away his previous humiliation. Who knew, Xiao Chen's improvement was even greater than his. Even Gong Yangyu lost to Xiao Chen. Gong Yangyu was much stronger than Baijian. Even though Baijian felt somewhat dissatisfied, he had to admit this fact. Right now, Xiao Chen was stronger than Baijian. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was not just stronger by 1 or 2 levels. However, when Baijian saw Xiao Chen ascend the dueling ring, the dissatisfaction in his eyes immediately vanished. He smiled and said, "Xiao Chen, congratulations. You have obtained consecutive victories and have not lost a single match. It looks like you will definitely make it into the top 10. Maintaining his silence, Xiao Chen's killing intent brewed in his heart. Crystallized yuan qi, which was like a solid substance, wandered around his body. All kinds of killing moves could be launched at any time. The smile on Baijian's face became even wider as he continued, "Unfortunately, no matter how strong you are, you will not be able to protect your friends. After 100 battles, your friends, Kim Taeho, Bai, Murong Chong, Ding Fengqiu, and Chu Mu, will meet me. Their end will be as terrible as Zhuo Mo's. All of this is because of you. Because of you, Xiao Chen, they ended up like this. Because you offended me, none of them will have a good ending." Since he could not hurt Baijian, he vented his anger on Baijian's friends. Baijian did not care about his identity as a genius at all. Such a character was no different from scum. The killing intent in Xiao Chen's heart was monstrous. He said coldly, "Are you done?" Seeing that Xiao Chen was angry, Baijian's smile became even crazier. "Ha ha ha ha. What's wrong? Are you angry and want to hit me? Unfortunately, you cannot do so. You can only watch as your friends get tortured by me, one by one. I admit defeat." However, before I could say the word, admit defeat, Baijian cried out miserably and failed to admit defeat. It was Xiao Chen who made his move. The instant he spoke, he executed the lightning evasion. An electric light flashed, and he arrived before Baijian. Xiao Chen's vital qi surged as he executed the berserk dragon fist on Baijian's chest. He swallowed the last word he wanted to say. In the wind cloud platform, after one side admitted defeat, the other side had to stop attacking. This was a hard and fast rule. No one could break it, not even Sima Lingxian. This was Baijian's plan. He wanted to admit defeat and infuriate Xiao Chen. Even if he could not defeat him, he wanted to disgust him. However, Bai Zhan had not expected Xiao Chen to have such a strange magic technique. Xiao Chen appeared before Bai Zhan in an instant. Bai Zhan did not have much time to think. He moved his hands, wanting to force Xiao Chen back temporarily and then admit defeat. A cold wind gathered on his left hand and a surging flame appeared on his right hand. This was Bai Zhan's signature move, the icy flame palm. One was ice and one was fire. When the cold and heat alternated, the opponent would feel extremely uncomfortable. Even cultivators stronger than Bai Zhan would have to be cautious when dealing with such a situation. Breaking armor. Seizing the heart. Xiao Chen clenched his right fist and executed the breaking armor stance. A sharp azure shockwave with the breaking armor attribute scattered Bai Zhan's icy flame palm like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Xiao Chen's left hand formed a claw and executed the seizing the heart. An azure dragon claw appeared on his 5 fingers and shattered the icy flame palm that Bai Zhan sent out. With boundless killing intent, Xiao Chen clawed at Bai Zhan's chest. If Xiao Chen managed to get close to him, Bai Zhan would die without a doubt. He would not even have the chance to speak. Bai Zhan's complexion paled, and he felt a great panic in his heart. At this critical moment, he performed exceptionally well. He pressed his palms together, and the ice and raging fire essence in his body quickly merged. As the cold wind howled on the vast wind cloud platform, it actually blew out a hurricane containing flames. Ice and fire merged perfectly. Wave of raging ice flames. With a roar, Bai Qi's hands moved up and down, forming a right angle. The ice and fire energy beams intertwined and shot towards Xiao Chen. Bai Zhan did not hope to injure Xiao Chen with this move. He only hoped to delay him for a few seconds, giving him the opportunity to admit defeat. However, he was disappointed. Xiao Chen did not give him any chance. His right hand was on the hilt of his saber. Xiao Chen unleashed his peak small perfection saber intent. The crystal essence surging in his body gushed out with his saber. Xiao! With the support of the saber intent, the incredibly sharp crystal saber chi became even sharper. With a ka-ca sound, the saber chi easily chopped the ice and fire shockwaves in half. Furthermore, it was extremely accurate, right at the point where the ice and fire merged. The crystal-like electricity leaped around the saber chi. It broke through Bai Zhan's protective essence and left a horrifying wound on his chest. It was so deep that bones could be seen. A strong lightning-attributed essence entered the wound and poured into Bai Zhan's meridians, causing them to explode. Under Xiao Chen's saber strike without holding back, Bai Zhan's meridians ruptured. He was in unbearable pain. Bai Zhan rolled on the ground as he screamed. He could not even form a complete sentence. Xiao Chen had already placed Bai Zhan on the list of people he had to kill. However, he could not make a move now. Otherwise, he might bring trouble to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the future. Bai Zhan's meridians were crippled. Even if he had spirit pills and immortal medicines, he would not be able to recover his strength in a short time. He would not be able to threaten Xiao Chen's friends. If Bai Zhan was unlucky and could not find a spirit pill to treat his meridians, he would be crippled for life. Normally, Xiao Chen looked very peaceful, not saying a word. He rarely got angry and rarely killed people. However, dragons had reverse scales. If one touched them, one would die. Xiao Chen had a reverse scale as well. Whoever dared to threaten his friends and family would suffer a blow 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. No matter who it was, regardless of whether they were a super genius or a great sect backing them, Xiao Chen would not hold back. Xiao! The jade pendant at Bai Zhan's waist shot out a beam of golden light and entered Xiao Chen's jade pendant. The golden dragon, which had been impatient for a long time, immediately broke out of the jade pendant and circled above his head. The golden dragon was 15 meters long. Aside from Bai Qi and Sima Lingxian, it was no weaker than the geniuses of the other 8 noble clans. Xiao Chen sensed for a while and discovered that the golden dragon above his head seemed to be affecting his mind unconsciously. It swept away the fatigue and exhaustion of the day, replenishing his essence, qi, and spirit. The size of the golden dragon was not surprising to Xiao Chen. However, This additional function gave Xiao Chen a pleasant surprise. How surprising! Xiao Chen's golden dragon is 15 meters long. This is his first time participating in the 5-nation youth competition. He did not obtain any luck before this. Could it be that Xiao Chen really has the strength to fight against the 8 noble clans? He is just a disciple of a small sect in the great Qin nation. The difference between him and the 8 noble clans is too big. That might not be impossible. Think about it. From the start until now, Xiao Chen has not lost a single match in the elimination rounds or the ranking battles. He has not lost a single match or drawn a single match. He has a winning streak. Those who were thought to be able to end him always ended up losing to him in the end. His trump cards are endless. It seems like he can't use them all. There is no way to figure them out. Of those newcomers, even Xu Chaoyun and Xianyuan Zhantian, they all drew a match, ending their winning streaks. The only one with a winning streak from the start until now is Xiao Chen. That is indeed the case. I did not think about it earlier. Now that I think about it, it seems like he is the only one with a winning streak from the start until now. After all, the seeded contestants only joined midway. They do not have as many consecutive victories as Xiao Chen. The first day of the ranking battles ended with Xiao Chen's golden dragon breaking out of the jade. This final battle allowed everyone to see Xiao Chen in a new light, the contestant with the most consecutive victories among the younger generation. The long night finally passed amidst everyone's fervent anticipation. When the morning sun rose, the 14th round of the competition officially began. As the rounds progressed, many more golden dragons broke out of the jade among the 100 contestants. Several dozen golden dragons flew around in the air. Occasionally, they roared ferociously, baring their fangs and claws as they fought with each other. Slowly, Xiao Chen discovered some patterns. If the opponent's golden dragon was stronger, the more luck he absorbed. If the opponent was weaker, the amount of luck he absorbed would be negligible. For example, Sima Lingxian was simply too strong. The other contestants' golden dragons were all weaker than his. Furthermore, he did not meet any strong opponents. As a result, his golden dragon remained at about 25 meters, growing by less than a quarter. On the other hand, the golden dragons of the other noble clan disciples increased significantly. Li Tian, Wang Quan, and Yu Chenxi's golden dragons reached 23 meters. Xianyuan Zhantian's and Chu Chaoyun's golden dragons also reached 25 meters. They were only slightly behind the noble clan disciples and would soon catch up. The one who caught up the fastest was Bai Qi. After defeating a few strong opponents, his golden dragon was already 23 meters long, only 3 meters behind Sima Lingxuan's. Sima Lingxian smiled faintly and did not care. His goal was a 33-meter-long golden dragon. He wanted to reach the prime rank and obtain overwhelming luck, becoming the only true dragon in the Sky Dome realm. No matter how these people caught up, they would all end up benefiting him in the end. They would all be defeated by him and hand over their share of luck. The 35th match, Xiao Chen vs. Fang Yunfei. This was the 25th round of the competition. In the earlier matches, Xiao Chen had not met with any strong opponents. Although he won all of them, his golden dragon only grew to 15 meters. He was still some distance away from the top geniuses. Chapter 588. Fang Yunfei was a personal disciple of the divine saber gate. His saber techniques were superb as well. He had obtained a significant amount of luck. His golden dragon was more than 10 meters long. Fang Yunfei was the strongest competitor that Xiao Chen had met. If he could obtain the other party's luck, his golden dragon would increase significantly. Fang Yunfei was tall and sturdy, with a stocky back and a stocky waist. However, the thing that looked even sturdier was the huge saber in his hand. That saber was nearly as tall as he was, and it was not even as wide as a palm. It was made of 81 types of rare ores. Not only was it sharp, but it was also very tough. It weighed more than 400 kilograms. Just by looking at this weapon, one could tell that Fang Yunfei's saber techniques were firm and ferocious. He used his strength to suppress others and obtain victory. Xiao Chen, I have a request. Can you not use saber intent and exchange moves with me? As long as you do not use saber intent, no matter the result, I will admit defeat. After Fang Yunfei went up, he made a request that everyone found strange. There was a fervent light in his eyes as he eagerly hoped that Xiao Chen would agree. As long as you agree, I will immediately go and tell the referee. I only want a fair fight with you, a fight between bladesmen. I guarantee that my saber techniques will not disappoint you. In a fight between bladesmen, if one side comprehended saber intent and the other did not, the bladesman would suffer a great disadvantage. In a situation of the same cultivation, there was no chance of victory. Hence, Fang Yunfei made this request. Seeing the silent Xiao Chen, Fang Yunfei waited anxiously. Fang Yunfei was a straightforward person and did not like to speak. He would say whatever was on his mind and did not like to beat around the bush. I have not met such a person in a long time. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. Fang Yunfei did not seek victory but the process of the fight. As a bladesman as well, Fang Yunfei admired Xiao Chen's strength. He wanted to have a fair fight with Xiao Chen, using the intense battle to make up for the shortcomings of his saber techniques. Compared to Fang Yunfei, Xiao Chen was more anxious. After the ranking battle started, he only thought about how to increase his luck. A ripple appeared in his unchanging mental state. Even he himself did not notice it. Xiao Chen startled to his senses. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Thank you for thinking so highly of me. In that case, I will not use saber intent. Let's have a fair fight. You don't have to make any promises. If you win, I, Xiao Chen, can also afford to lose." As soon as he said that, the entire audience felt that it was strange. This was the final ranking battle. Winning or losing a match would affect one's final ranking. The difference in rank and the amount of luck obtained would affect a cultivator's entire life. This was not an elimination round, where one could fight a tacit battle like Xianyuan Zhantian and Chu Chaoyun and end up with a draw. That would not affect one's points in the ranking matches. Is this Xiao Chen crazy? Fang Yunfei's luck is abundant. The golden dragon is more than 4 feet long. If he wins, his golden dragon will immediately catch up to Wang Quan and the others. That is not all. If he loses, the losses will be even worse. If the strong lose to the weak, the golden dragon will decrease significantly. Fang Yunfei is not weak either. The accumulations of the divine saber gate are not something the heavenly saber pavilion can compare to. If he does not use saber intent, it will be hard to say who will win. All the cultivators in the spectator stands could not understand. In a battle between bladesmen, if one side had saber intent, the final victory would be decided. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen did not intend to use saber intent. At this crucial moment, he gave up on a victory that was within his grasp. Did he not consider the consequences of losing? A complicated expression flashed in Fang Yunfei's eyes. He said sullenly, "Great Jin Nation's divine saber gate, Fang Yunfei, I will ask for your guidance." Xiao. After Fang Yunfei spoke, he held his huge saber with one hand. His stout body burst out with explosive energy. It was like a clump of flames that had been stored for a long time burst out at this moment, causing the air to surge. Fire Cloud Saber Technique. Fang Yunfei roared ferociously and red fiery essence condensed on his huge saber. Clumps of fiery red clouds materialized behind him, giving him a majestic aura. The wind blew, the clouds moved with the wind, gathering wind and cloud. Xiao Chen instantly executed the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique. A strong wind blew and clouds gathered in the surroundings as he drew the lunar shadow saber in his hand. Bang! The sabers clashed. Two completely different but incomparably strong energies clashed. Intense sparks flew in all directions. As the wind blew, it turned into a myriad of colors. Without the support of saber intent, Xiao Chen could not force his opponent back with one saber strike. After all, his opponent walked the path of ferociousness. He was good at clashing head-on. Xiao Chen could only move slowly, slowly gathering his momentum. Dang! 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 The two of them did not take a step back. As their saber lights danced around, they quickly attacked each other. All sorts of energy exploded in the air. It was very intimidating. Flames surged endlessly along with the storm. The two of them moved faster and faster. In a short time, they had exchanged more than 200 moves. The cultivators in the spectator stands could only see two blurry figures, an unending chain of saber lights, flames, and lightning clashing with each other. Boundless sea of fire. Fang Yunfei finished gathering his momentum. After he took 10 steps back, he materialized a hazy sea of fire. It carried a surging heat wave and infused it into his saber technique. Then, he used the ethereal and formless state of clouds to supplement it. Everywhere the saber light passed, there seemed to be fiery images everywhere. Between the real and the fake, the real and the fake. As a genius bladesman himself, Bai Qi paid a lot of attention to the two's match. When he saw Fang Yunfei's move, he nodded slightly and said, "Not bad." He knows that he cannot truly achieve the boundless sea of fire. He uses the ethereal and formless state of the clouds to create the illusion of a boundless sea of fire. However, he still managed to bring out his momentum. Let's see how Xiao Chen deals with this. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he scanned the area with his spiritual sense. With one glance, he discovered the true location of Fang Yunfei's attack. Lightning light chop. An intense electric light burst out from the clouds above and gathered on the saber's edge. It formed a dazzling and resplendent saber light as it descended from the sky and clashed with Fang Yunfei's extraordinary boundless sea of fire. As the electric light exploded, the sea of fire in the surroundings shone brightly. The illusionary fiery images vanished like smoke. Fang Yunfei revealed his true appearance in the sea of fire. Earthly lightning tribulation. After breaking his opponent's saber technique in one move, Xiao Chen finally brought the lightning tribulation saber technique's power of wind and cloud to its peak. An electric whirlpool formed, and the true lightning tribulation descended. The lightning-attributed energy stored in the ground quickly surged towards the saber's edge, resonating with the thunderclouds above. This was the rage of thunder. The might of this attack far surpassed Fang Yunfei's expectations. After he received it head-on, his right hand, which held the huge saber, trembled slightly as if his entire hand had gone numb. Heavenly lightning tribulation. Xiao Chen, who was in the air, turned around. His white robes fluttered in the wind and lightning. He looked like a god of thunder as he roared ferociously. The rage of the heavens descending a lightning tribulation, destroying everything. The merciless nature of the great Tao was perfectly infused into Xiao Chen's saber technique. Fang Yunfei, who was on the ground, felt fear in his heart. It was as if he had really angered the heavens and they wanted to destroy him with a lightning tribulation. No, I cannot be affected by his aura. Otherwise, I will die for sure. Fang Yunfei shook his head violently and forcefully dispelled the fear in his heart. There was a xiao sound, and boundless flames soared up from the ground. The image of a flaming giant appeared behind him. That giant was like a holy spirit, fighting against the heavens, not fearing the heavenly might. It gathered Fang Yunfei's aura once again. The flaming figure merged with the flaming figure and sent out a long, diagonal flaming saber chi. A heat wave surged out, burning even space. Break! Carrying the rage of the heavens, Xiao Chen shouted, and a ferocious electric light appeared on his saber. It looked like golden snakes dancing wildly as it shot out. The electric light instantly tore apart the diagonal flaming saber chi. Its momentum did not diminish, and it blasted the image behind Fang Yunfei into countless sparks. The saber slid down, and Xiao Chen swung it ferociously. That huge saber, which weighed more than 200 kilograms, flew out gently, giving the impression that it was a piece of wood floating in the air. Dang! However, when the saber landed on the ground, it gave off a loud sound, correcting everyone's misconceptions. As a bladesman, he could not even hold his saber properly. This was a very embarrassing thing. However, Fang Yunfei knew that if Xiao Chen had not pulled back earlier, he would have been the one flying. That would have been even more embarrassing. Fang Yunfei revealed a bitter smile and said, the difference is too great. Even without saber intent, your saber technique far surpasses mine. There should be one more move after the heavenly lightning tribulation, right? Xiao Chen nodded and said, that's right. There is still the divine lightning tribulation after that. Fang Yunfei sighed softly, the rage of the heavens is already so horrifying. I wonder what the rage of the deities will be like. Many thanks for the lesson. I've lost. Fang Yunfei immediately admitted defeat and stopped fighting. Xiao Chen's 50-meter-long golden dragon in the sky immediately swooped down and swallowed up Fang Yunfei's golden dragon. As the light flickered, Xiao Chen's golden dragon quickly grew to 25 meters, rejoining the ranks of the top contenders. He won again. Unexpectedly, he did not use saber intent to defeat Fang Yunfei. Doesn't that mean that with saber intent, he would only need one move to defeat Fang Yunfei? The people in the spectator stand started discussing in soft voices. They felt that Xiao Chen's strength was even more unfathomable. It was like they would never know how strong he was. The might of the lightning tribulation is not great. I can use the summer saber technique to break it easily. I am not afraid of the heavenly lightning tribulation either. I can use the power of the autumn wind to sweep through the world and break it. If it is just these two moves, I might not even need to use the four-season saber technique. However, the divine lightning tribulation that did not appear at the end is something to be wary of. Since the start of the competition, regardless of whether Bai Qi was willing or not, Xiao Chen was already an unavoidable opponent in his path to the top three. Carrying the 25-meter-long golden dragon, Xiao Chen walked off the wind cloud platform with his head held high. As the golden dragon roared, it filled him with vigor. He quickly replenished his exhausted essence. The competition continued day by day. By the third day, 60 of the 100 rounds had already been completed. Based on the golden dragons above the contenders' heads, the crowd could roughly tell who was stronger. After 60 rounds, they concluded that there were 8 giants in this 5-nation youth competition. They were Sima Lingxian, Bai Qi, Li Tianhua, Wang Quan, Yu Chenxi, Xianyuan Zhantian, Xiao Chen, and Chu Chaoyun.